Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to involve my trying to prevent a revolution with just one weapon, a box of busted bells. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve. Take a look at this map of the Middle East.
Uh-oh, I might have known.
Known what?
I read the newspapers, too. So they're having a little trouble in one of the countries over there. Right away I get elected, I suppose.
You do, and it's more than a little trouble. How much do you know about it?
Only that it's some kind of a scandal involving one of the bright young boys in their government, an ex-lawyer named Katouf.
Yeah, Katouf is the leader of the majority party there, and as such, he is, in effect, the strongest voice in the government.
Wait a minute. Seems to me I remember. He was accused of treason.
Yes, by a minor official named Matala. Shortly after Matala made his accusation, he disappeared. Bloodstains were found in his house. The theory is that Katouf killed him before he could furnish proof of Katouf's treachery.
So it sounds like Katouf's in hot water, huh? What's that got to do with us, Commissioner?
Plenty. You see, Steve, Katouf's government had already consented to sign an agreement permitting the United Nations to establish an air base in that country.
I see.
You can well imagine how vital such a base could be. But if Katouf's party falls from power as a result of this scandal, the control of the government is liable to fall into the hands of a highly organized minority party who undoubtedly would like to prevent the agreement concerning the airbase.
From where I sit, it looks like a real sweet mess. But look, Commissioner, one thing I don't get. You say this Matala disappeared right after he accused Katouf of treason?
That's right.
Has his body been found?
No.
Well, then how can they hold Katouf? You can't convict a man of murder unless you produce the dead body of his victim.
They don't have to convict Katouf, Steve. The mere fact of Matala's disappearance under those particular circumstances is enough to discredit him. And that's what I think they're after. You see, there's an election coming up next week.
You know, the way you're talking, Commissioner, sounds like you figure this whole deal's a frame.
Get over there, Steve. Talk to Katouf. Try to find out what really happened to Matala. Go anywhere and do anything you have to get to the bottom of this whole rotten mess. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of sticking my nose into a nasty political mess in the Middle East to try to prove that Katouf's been framed. All of which gives me an uneasy hunch that if he has, the same person who's out to kill him off politically will be trying his best to do likewise to me, literally. Well, it's Tuesday when my plane lands in the capital of the Middle Eastern country. I learn that Katouf is in a session of the legislature, so I wait outside in the hall, and from the sound of it, it's a pretty stormy session. Finally, it breaks up, and they start straggling out.
It looks bad, General. Our entire party is being discredited because of this lie about me.
We must not give up hope, Katouf. We will go on fighting it as we have done.
Excuse me, are you Katouf?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Steve Mitchell from the States.
Oh, yes, I have been expecting you, Mitchell. Allow me to introduce General Abba.
General?
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Are you not going to introduce me to your friend, Katouf?
This is Hassan, leader of the minority party, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh?
The minority today. Next week, who can say?
That is a matter to be decided by a popular election, Hassan.
You're quite right, General Abba. But there is little doubt of the outcome when the leader of the majority party is obviously guilty of treason.
That is a lie, Hassan. My record is completely clear.
On the contrary, my dear Katouf, I would say that at this point your record looks extremely dubious, and no amount of meddling by your friend from the United States will clear it.
Look, Hassan, I'm just here to...
Oh, it is quite clear why you are here, Mr. Mitchell. To whitewash Katouf. But unfortunately, your mission is doomed to failure.
Hassan, you are...
General, please. You really should watch your temper. And now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen.
Now, there's a real keen kid.
Unfortunately, he is making political capital of this situation, Mitchell.
Yeah, I can see that. Look, Katouf, you better give me all the background you can on this deal.
The background is one of 6 years of dreams, hopes, and ideals going up in smoke, Mitchell.
How do you mean?
It was General Abba here who sponsored my career in politics, Mitchell. Remember how ignorant I was, General?
But you have made great progress.
Yes. With the support of our party, I have brought our country a long way toward democracy. And now, to see all of that go by the board is a bitter thing.
Yeah. Now, look, as I get it, Katouf, you were accused of treason by a minor government official named Matala.
Yes. And it is very ironic that I should be accused of treason after all the overtures that have been made to me in the past year. Overtures which I always immediately refused.
What kind of overtures do you mean?
Veiled proposals made undercover, proposals that I would find it extremely beneficial financially to sell out my party.
Who was making these proposals?
I could never find out who was behind them. Naturally, I would not listen to any of them. And then when this Matalla brought his absurd charge of treason against me, I concluded this was the next step in their plan. If they could not buy me out, they would discredit me.
It could figure that way, all right. But it's going to be pretty tough to prove the whole deal is a frame.
I do not think so, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I am not completely without friends, both in my own and other countries. It was reported to me this morning that a man answering Matalla's general description was seen in Cairo, Egypt, 2 days ago.
What?
Katouf, I did not know this.
No, General. I did not wish to arouse your hopes until the rumor could be investigated.
Well, I guess I'm the boy to investigate it. Cairo, huh?
Yes.
Mitchell, if you can find this man, perhaps if you were to offer him money, he would return and clear Katouf. I personally am willing to pledge any necessary amount.
Yeah, if he sold out once, he probably could be talked into selling out again. But that's the trouble right now.
How do you mean?
Sooner or later, whoever hired him is going to realize that. They'll figure out that they don't want him running around loose.
Yes, that means they will be trying to find him also, to kill him.
Yeah, it also means I better be heading for Cairo in a hurry. I grab the next plane to Cairo and check in at a hotel, and then I head for the street bazaar. Pretty soon I find the place I'm looking for. The Shop of 1,000 Bells. Just as I get there, a bunch of native kids come charging past and take a swipe at the bells with a long stick. The proprietor tears out and shakes a skinny fist at them.
Little barbarians! If I ever catch you, I, McCann, will personally show you how it feels to be jangled with a stick. I will, well, good afternoon, Effendi. Would you perhaps like to purchase one of my fine bells?
What's the matter, Mikan? Don't you recognize an old buddy?
Steve Mitchell, it
Yeah.
has been so long since these innocent old eyes have rested upon you.
Innocent old eyes. How are you old pirate?
As you see, Steve, still struggling to make a poor but honest living in the face of many difficulties.
Brother, you haven't changed a bit. Poor but honest. You've probably got more piastres tucked away in your sock than the Bank of Egypt. And 3 years ago, I had to buy you a dictionary to show you what the word honest meant.
And it's perhaps just as well I do not see you very often, Steve. You are very damaging to my reputation. But how may I serve you?
I think there's a guy named Matala hiding here in Cairo. I've written down his description. I want you to find him.
I see. You realize, of course, that this is a very difficult thing.
Yeah. I also realize that you and your 10,000 cousins and nephews can find him, if he's here.
And there is, of course, the consideration of expense.
Yeah, I know. How much?
Let us not think in terms of anything so crude as money, Steve. Let us rather appreciate the beauty of my bell.
Oh, no, not that again.
This bell, for instance, it is not beautiful? Ha! Such tone!
Well, not too bad, considering it's got a crack in it 1/2 inch wide. Look, The last time I wanted some information from you, I had to buy every cracked bell in your shop. Now, don't tell
And
me...
you would not believe it, Steve, how much breakage is involved in this business. Since I last saw you, I must have accumulated at least 100 more cracked bells. And for some reason, they seem to gain in value. I would say they are worth at least 50 piastres each.
50? Why, you will... Well, okay. Crate them up and send them over to my hotel, but you'd better find Matala or you're going to get them all back fast. Yeah.
McCann here.
Yeah, McCann.
You would not believe it, Steve, but since you left my humble shop 3 hours ago, I have found at least 20 more cracked bells, which I neglected to include in your first order.
Now, look, I'm not buying any more busted bells until you...
Oh, Steve, I forgot to add that I have also found this Matala.
What?
Yes, my third cousin, twice removed, located him. It appears he has dyed his hair and shaved off his beard, but we are certain it is the man you seek.
Good. Where is he?
The bells, Steve?
Okay. Send the rest of them over. I'll have enough cracked bells to put Liberty Hall out of business. Now, where's Matala?
You will find him at number 23 Esbekir Road.
It's after dark when I get to the address McCann has given me. It's a large house in the foreign residential district. I go up to the front door, but just as I'm about to ring the bell, the blast knocks me flat on my back. It looks like the whole house is going to cave in. I get back on my feet, still groggy, and shove my way inside through the wreckage. The place is filled with smoke and flames. Then I spot a body on the floor. I start dragging him out. The smoke's getting too much for me. Finally, I make it outside with him. The crowd is gathered by this time, and I put the body down and start there, weaving back and forth, trying to keep from passing out. Then a girl runs up to the body and stares down at it.
Matala, he's dead.
Then, all of a sudden, the sidewalk comes up at me fast. I've had it.
Mitchell.
Huh?
Mitchell.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Gallifa of the Cairo police.
How did you know my name?
I examined your credentials while you were unconscious. What happened?
Well, looks like somebody beat me to Matala. Must have been a time bomb.
Matala?
Yeah, the boy I'm after, or I should say was after. He's lying right over there.
No, I'm afraid you have made a mistake, Mitchell.
Mistake? What do you mean?
The dead man, he is not this Matala you seek.
What? Well, then who is he?
He was well known to the Cairo police. A common house thief named Vardisian.
You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, this is just great. I bust my back trying to find Matala and end up by walking into a booby trap to pull out the wrong body. Then I remember the girl who identified the body as Matala, and I'm suddenly very interested in why she lied about it. I look around the crowd, but she's gone. Then I spot a taxi sitting at the curb. I go over to it.
Good evening, Effendi. My cab can take you to any part of Cairo you desire. Kindly step in and...
No, thanks. I don't want transportation. I want information. Now, look, Gabby, I'm in a hurry.
I am Sidis.
I'm still in a hurry. What I want to know is, did you see a girl slip out of the crowd a couple of minutes ago?
Liana?
You know her?
Almost everyone in Cairo knows Liana, Effendi. Such a dance she does. You would not believe it.
Do you happen to know where she does this dance?
But of course.
Okay, Sidis, you just bought yourself a passenger. Let's go.
Here is the club where Liana dances, Effendi.
Okay, come on.
One moment, please.
Huh?
Just putting the car keys in my pocket. You see, I had 2 cabs stolen from me before I learned not to leave the keys in them.
Hey, this place looks like a real hole in the wall.
One of the very finest, Effendi.
Oh, brother, you could cut this air with a 2x4.
Shall we take a table so that you may buy me a drink, Effendi?
Yeah, I guess we might as well, Sidis.
And now, the beautiful Liana.
Hey, looks like we're just in time, Sidis. Now, look, when Liana finishes her dance, I want you
But
to...
how can she finish it if she will not come out and start it?
Huh? Hey, yeah, where is she?
And now, the beautiful Liana. I think.
She still does not make her entrance, Effendi.
Wait a minute. She could have spotted me from behind that curtain. Come on.
But
And now,
where are we going?
Outside.
Liana, I hope.
So, now we are outside. I still do not see why we
I'm
are...
going to circle around to the alley and... Wait, there's a car coming out of the alley.
It's Liana.
Come on, into your cab. I've got to find out where she's going. Come on. Fish those keys out of your pocket and get this bucket of bolts going.
Very well.
Come on, hurry up, will you? We'll lose them.
Effendi, may I observe that all this fast driving will put a great strain on my ancient cab, much more so than the regular fare will take care of.
Okay, so you're on salary. Looks like I'm going to need a steady driver for a while anyway.
That suits me to a W.
Tea.
No, thank you. I prefer coffee.
Oh, fine.
That is a joke I always say for the tourists. It works every time.
Yeah, I'll bet. Now quit making with the jokes and start making with that gas pedal. You better stop your cab here, Sidis. She just turned into that pier ahead.
Yes. She's parking her car out on the pier.
Yeah. She's heading for one of those houseboats, look like.
What is it?
It's funny. She didn't seem to be trying to shake us.
Maybe she did not realize you were following her.
Maybe not, but I think I'll make sure she doesn't give me the slip again. You wait here for me. I go into a little restaurant near the pier, telephone Mikana to shop, and arrange to buy another shipment of cracked bells from him. After my call, I wait about 15 minutes, and then I head for the houseboat on the pier. I go up the gangplank, but just as I step on the deck, I get a sudden chill. Funny how cold a gun barrel in your neck feels.
Get inside.
Huh?
You heard me. Inside.
Okay, Liana. Much cozier in here, anyway.
For you, it will not be so cozy.
Where's your boyfriend, Metella?
Ah, yes. You would like very much to know that, would you not?
Yeah, I would. I'd like to talk to him.
Talk to him. You wish to shoot him, but I will shoot you instead.
Now, look, Liana, you've got the wrong party. I'm not the boy who rigged that time bomb. I want to make a deal with Metella. And because of that attempt on his life, I think he's probably ready to talk turkey right now. Where is he?
That is something you will never know. Because right now, you are going to die.
Effendi,
I'll take that gun now, Liana.
Give it back to me.
Sorry. Thanks for the timely entrance, Sidis.
When I observed her forcing you into the cabin at the point of a gun, it occurred to me that here was an opportunity to increase my value to you. And, of course, my prize.
Of course. Now, look, Liana. Your boyfriend, Metalla, was hired to bring a phony charge of treason against a political figure named Katuf in a country east of here. He was also hired to disappear and make it look like Katuf killed him.
No, that is not true.
Save the innocent routine. I want to talk to Metalla and find out who hired him.
He will never tell you.
I think he will, because whoever did hire him realizes now that he doesn't want Metalla alive anymore. He tried to get him with that time bomb. Next time, he probably won't miss.
But Metalla...
Metalla's liable to wind up dead unless he makes a deal with me.
What is this deal?
I'll give him protection if he'll tell me who it was and come back to his own country with me to clear Katuf.
I see. Very well, Mr. Mitchell. I will go to Metalla with your proposal.
Let me go with you.
No, you must wait here. I will bring his answer to you in 1 hour.
Might I make an observation, Effendi?
What is it, Sidis?
2 hours have now passed, and there is no sign of her. Obviously, she has no intention of returning.
I guess you're right, Sidis. Looks like I'm pretty stupid, doesn't it?
What good will it do you to wait here in the houseboat?
Listen, I don't think I'll have to wait any longer. Come on out on the deck.
small truck on the pier. Mitchell, you think she has returned after all?
No, I don't think that's Liana. Mikan?
Yes, Steve?
Mikan, where'd Liana go when she left this houseboat?
I followed her to a small hotel out of the city away.
You arranged with this man to follow Liana?
Sure. I telephoned him before I came aboard the houseboat. Liana made no attempt to shake us on the way here, and that made me figure she wouldn't be leading us straight to Matala. So I arranged with Mikan to take over for me.
And all the things I was thinking about you. Sometime I learned to keep my mouth shut, Effendi.
You lead the way in your truck, Mikan. We'll follow in the cab.
That must be the hotel Mikan meant, Effendi. He has stopped his truck in front of
Yeah. This the place, Mikan?
Yes.
You wait here in the cab for me, citizen.
Will there be violence?
Could be.
Then I will be happy to wait here in the cab. It suits me to...
Hey, W. Come on, Mikan. You find out which room she went to?
No, but as you see, it is a small hotel. You should not have much difficulty in locating the room.
Yeah, it really is a small hotel, not even a desk clerk. Well, we'll check the rooms downstairs first.
Steve, look! At the head of the stairs!
Liana and Matala.
Who's Madala? Down in the hall.
Come on, Mikan. We pound up the stairs. Liana tries to block our way, but we shove past her. Matala makes the fire escape and heads for the roof. We follow. Halfway across the roof, he turns and throws a shot at us.
Watch out, Steve!
Yeah, I can't shoot back. I want to take him alive.
Look, he's heading for the fire escape on the other side of the roof.
We pound after him, but just as we get to the fire escape...
Oh, he is shooting at us again.
No, that shot wasn't at us. Look, down there.
Oh, it is Matala, lying in the alley.
We climb down the fire escape to the ground, but Matala's dead. We grab his body and start carrying it out in front.
Oh, it is very heavy, Steve.
Hurry it up, Mikan. I want to get his body out of sight.
Oh, Steve, I do not understand. I did not shoot Matala. You did not shoot him, but he is dead.
Well, Liana could have done it. But if she was about to double-cross Matala, I don't know why she should have waited until now. Here's the cab.
Okay.
Let's get the body in. Wait a minute. Where's Sidis?
He is not behind the wheel.
Here I am, Effendi.
Huh? Hey, what are you doing down there on the floor?
When I heard all the shooting, I decided that down on the floor would be the best place for little Sidis.
Okay, dump the body in the back, Mikan.
Very well. There.
Look, we got to get out of sight for a little while.
Well, there's a deserted warehouse around the corner. I will lead the way in my truck.
Okay, go to it. Come on, Sidis. Get this baby cranked up and follow Mikan.
Very well. Here are the keys.
Hurry it up, will you? Start it.
Yes, Effendi. I do not understand all this.
Look, I'm sure that whoever plugged Matala is still around here someplace and would like to get this body away from me. Here, turn here.
Look, that must be the warehouse. Mikan has already driven his truck
turn in, Sidis. Okay.
What are you going to do now, Steve?
Well, here's the way it adds up so far. I didn't get Matala alive, but his dead body is still enough to clear Katuf of his murder, if I can get to the police station in Cairo with it.
I do not understand how producing a dead body clears anyone of murder.
Look, we know Matala was killed a few minutes ago here in Cairo. That means Katuf couldn't have killed him last week in another country, doesn't it?
Ah, but of course.
So if we can get the body to the police station, I'm okay. But that's the hitch. Whoever bumped off Matala will be trying to prevent that, so we'll have to work a switch.
Switch? What is this word, switch?
Have you got any tarpaulins in that truck of yours, Mikan?
Yes, Steve.
Good. We'll rig up a dummy and cover it with a tarp in your truck. You take off from the warehouse and go anywhere you want to. We'll leave the body in the cab, and after we've given you a few minutes head start, Sidis and I will head into town for the police station.
Now I understand. Mikan will lead your enemies on what you call the wild goose chase.
Yes, Sidis. You go on outside the warehouse and keep watch while Mikan and I rig up the dummy. If you see anyone, let out a yell and make sure we hear it.
Do not worry, Effendi. Such a yell I will let out will cause the Sphinx himself to turn his head in our direction.
Sidis goes outside, and Mikan and I make the necessary arrangements with the dummy. I fill him in on exactly what he's to do, and he takes off. Sidis comes back inside. He and I wait a few minutes and then pull out of the warehouse in the cab and start heading for the city.
Effendi, I cannot say I care to be carrying a dead man in the back seat of my cab.
Don't let it bother you, Sidis. You don't even have to look at him. Mikan and I pulled a tarp over him.
Even so, I don't...
Let's see. We're on the outskirts of the city now. Nobody's following us either. Well, so far, so good. Hey, why'd you turn off the main road?
It is shorter this way, Effendi.
You sure?
Quite sure.
Hey, look, this isn't the police station. It's just a big house.
Exactly. And we are going inside.
Huh? Hey, why the gun?
Get out.
So you're my boy, Sidis.
Out?
Okay. Guess I should have figured it. You're the boy who planted that time bomb.
Exactly. I waited in my cab outside to see whether I would be successful.
Then, when you realized that you'd missed and I was after Matala, too, you figured you'd string along with me and let me lead you to him, huh?
Which you did, Effendi. Inside.
Well, what happens now?
That is not for me to say. It is up to my superior.
You ever... General Abba.
Sidis, you fool, to bring Mitchell here.
Well, Katouf's closest friend and political sponsor turns out to be the big boy in this deal.
Sidis?
I had no choice, General.
Well, I guess it all figures. I remember Katouf telling me how ignorant he was when you gave him his start in politics. You were figuring on making a puppet out of him, but he started getting ideas of his own, didn't he?
Too many of them.
So you made undercover overtures to sell him out, and he wouldn't. Then you rigged this frame to discredit him.
It would have worked if it had not been for this blundering fool, Sidis.
But you are wrong, General. It will still work. I killed Matala, and Mitchell was trying to get his body to the police station. But if that body does not get there, the suspicion against Katouf still stands, does it not?
What are you trying to say?
Simply that the body is now in the back of my cab outside.
You know, I got a nasty surprise for you two kids.
What do you mean?
Matala's body isn't in the cab.
You're lying.
Am I? You were outside the warehouse on watch when McCann and I rigged the dummy, remember? We put the dummy in the cab and the body in McCann's truck. I'm sure it's safe at police headquarters by this time.
Sidis, you
But you
fool.
do not understand. I could have sworn that
You see, I had you pegged right after Matala was shot, Sidis. When we brought his body back to the cab, you had to fish your keys out of your pocket to get it started. That meant to me that you had been out of your cab. I remembered you telling me earlier that you always took your keys with you.
I will deal with you later, Sidis. Right now we must kill Mitchell and get out of here.
You're a little too late, General Abba. This place is surrounded right now by the Cairo police.
You are bluffing.
Wait. I heard a car outside. He must be telling the truth. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. You are the one who killed Matala. I am in the clear.
Let go of me. I am getting out of here.
Sidis pulls away from the General Abba and dives for the window. Abba jerks a gun out of his pocket and lets Sidis have it in the back. I dive for Abba. He swings his gun towards me, but it's too late.
Oh, shooting. Every time I'm with you, Steve, there is shooting.
Well, it looks like it's all over now, Mikan.
Well, I did as you instructed me, followed you and Sidis here.
You were almost too late. What kept you?
Well, you see, Steve, I had to stop off at my shop to break, to see how many broken bells I could find.
Yeah, you probably were right the first time. You and your hammer. Well, you'll be interested in knowing I just passed you off as the Cairo police force.
You what?
Yeah, I know. It must be quite a shock.
Oh, Steve, it puts a severe strain upon our friendship.
Well, don't worry. You'll bill me for it. Or maybe I should say bell me for it.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Now it's The Man Called X. Tomorrow, hear Danny Kaye on The Big Show on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back,
Close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
The Cavalcade of America. No history of a nation would be complete without a record of the growth of its industries, the shops and factories and laboratories that lend wings to the progress of a people. Such an enterprise is DuPont, one of America's earliest. As you listen on Wednesday evenings at this time to the Cavalcade of America presented by DuPont, we hope that you will give a thought to the pioneers of American industry, as well as to the pioneers in all other fields of endeavor. And the spirit of progress so clearly shown in these stories is the thing that inspires DuPont chemists to fulfill their pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. At the very end of this program, we have a special announcement for school teachers which may help them in their work. This evening's first story begins in the early 18th century in colonial America. Our Cavalcade Orchestra plays an English dance which is characteristic of that day. The country dance from the Nell Gwynn Suite by Edward German. In the ranks of the American cavalcade marched the direct lineal descendants of the great builders of the world. The pyramids of Egypt, the public baths of Rome, the Gothic cathedrals, and now the soaring steel towers of the modern skyscraper. In 1724, the Guild of Master Craftsmen, known as the Carpenters' Company, was formed. Then, 5 years later, important business comes before the legislature of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Order. It is now in order to hear from the Special Commission for Building a State House to accommodate our Pennsylvania legislature. Mr. Hamilton, have you anything to report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with the petition of the people of Philadelphia and the resolution of this body, I have prepared designs and plans for a building to house the legislature.
Are you ready to submit it to the Assembly for consideration?
I am, together with an amendment to the bill now pending for appropriation of money necessary to carry out the construction.
What will His Excellency permit us?
Only £2,000.
Well, at least we can begin on that.
Just as soon as the bill is enacted into law.
I move the commission be appointed trustees for building the State House according to the approved design.
Why are we not allowed to see the plans before approval? It seems to me...
I second the motion. The commission recommends...
Order!
Gentlemen, order!
On May 10, 1729, the law was enacted authorizing the construction of that group of stately buildings in Philadelphia, later known as Independence Hall. Edmund Woolley, master carpenter, and his skilled assistants, joiners, masons, plasterers, and glazers, toiled skillfully and cleverly to bring Andrew Hamilton's designs to perfect realization. But not until 7 years later is the new State House far enough advanced to begin playing its celebrated part in the history of our nation. Autumn, 1736.
Mr. Woolley, sir?
Yes, Tyson. Is it finished?
No, sir. There's one more nail.
Drive it home.
I thought it'd be more fitting, sir, for you to be the one to do that.
Why does thee think that?
When this nail is home, the new State House will be ready for the legislature. After so many years, the honor should be yours.
Oh, vanity, Tyson, sheer vanity. But give me thy hammer.
Here you are,
sir. There. 'Tis done.
Completed at last.
Only the main building, but the wings and the tower, it needs a good tower. And a bell.
I think it's wonderful just as it stands, Master Woolley. Surely there's nothing so fine in this part of the world.
Nothing finer was being built when last I saw London.
To be master carpenter of this fine State House must make you very proud, sir.
Proud? Oh, tut, Tyson. Pride goeth before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall.
Yes, sir, I meant no offense.
Oh, I take no offense. Thou art a good workman, and I thank thee for standing with me all these years.
6 years, sir.
Aye, so it has been.
So now I may join the Carpenters' Company.
Well, thee knows well only a master carpenter is eligible for membership in our guild.
I've been a carpenter 6 years. I'm eligible.
Why, so thee is. Oh, time is a hasty wanton.
And now I'm eligible for one thing more.
Verily? What now?
For the hand of Miss Prudence.
What? Why, my daughter's only a child. Besides, I've set my heart she'll wed with only a master craftsman.
But, sir, now I can be a master.
And thee owns no land here. And thee is not one of the Society of Friends.
I'm afraid not, sir. But I own land in England.
I like thee well, Tyson. But I could not consent to see Prudence go back to England. Or marry out of meeting.
But surely, sir, unless there is someone else that...
Well, it would seem there is. Yonder she comes now with young Coleman.
Bob Coleman. Why, he's an ironworker.
Aye, but a master craftsman and one of our friends' meeting.
Good morrow, Father. How does he today?
Prudence, child, I do not think it seemly for thee to be here. Soon there'll be a great crowd of people coming to watch the first sitting of the legislature here.
Their first assembly in thy building, and thee expect me to stay away? Oh, fie, Father, I hope I have more duty to thee than not see so good a sight.
Tut, Prudence, I fear the duty is to thine own curiosity. How does thee, Robert?
Oh, well, I thank thee.
Thee knows Tyson?
Oh, we've met before. Your servant, sir.
We're just in time, Robert. Here come a lot of people. How bright they look, all silks and satins.
Tut, tut, Prudence.
Well, Mr. Woolliser. I see you are ready for us in time.
Yes, friend Hamilton, I hope the legislature prospers well in its new meeting place.
I hope our laws are as good as our designs.
Well, our work is honest and our materials sound.
It ought to grace this fair province many years. Now, look here, Benjamin. Yes? Look at these hinges on the doors. They are uncommon handsome, are they not?
They are more, Mr. Hamilton. They are uncommon strong. This Pennsylvania iron will make more than hinges.
I do not follow you, Benjamin.
We may not live to see it, but someday buildings will be made of iron. And wood and brick will only be the ornaments of them.
Benjamin, you think too much. Come along in. The members are taking their places.
Who were those men, friend Tyson?
Mr. Andrew Hamilton, Speaker of the Assembly.
Whose designs father and thee made into this fine building?
Yes.
And who was that man who talked of iron?
You heard him praise my work? Bah, he trades in words. He is a printer.
He's a clerk of the Assembly, a Bostonian called Benjamin Franklin.
I would like to talk with him.
I would they'd rather talk with me.
Come, children, let's go in. This is an important occasion. There will be many words spoken today.
Will thee sit by me, Prudence?
No, by me if you would see better. We carpenters have first place here today.
I'll sit between thee both, behind my father.
The Assembly of the Province of Pennsylvania will please come to order.
10 years passed. The east and west wings of the State House are finished, and the tower with its courtly staircase is topped by a fine belfry. Isaac Norris, Speaker of the Assembly, ordered a bell of 2,000 pounds to be cast in England. But when it was first rung, it cracked. Norris then ordered the metal improved and recast by Pass and Stowe of Philadelphia. In June 1753, the new bell is hoisted into place, and a great crowd has gathered in front of the State House to hear whether a good bell can be cast in the colony.
The bell is almost secure in place now.
They say it weighs a ton. Is it true that this is the first great bell to be cast in the colony?
Yes, Pass and Stowe are the first to try it. Come, Prudence. This way, dear.
But he takes me further away from the tower.
We can hear the bell better at a little distance.
I hope Father can hear it.
Oh, I'm sure he can. I remember years ago he said there'd be a tower and a bell someday.
Oh, it makes him happy to know the State House is finished at last.
Yes, it would have made him happier if you had married Coleman instead of me.
Nay, John. He's pleased now that he owns land here and comes to our meetings.
Well, as iron-making friend Coleman says, our colony is truly a melting pot. Those are strange words friend Norris had cast on the bell.
What were they?
Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It's from the Bible, Leviticus 25:10.
Isaac Norris is a very pious man.
Perhaps he thinks he's a prophet.
Oh, they're making signals from the belfry. The bell must be in place.
We have a good view from here. Look.
In that beautiful State House 23 years later, on July 8, 1776, the American colonies determined to maintain their right to self-government, declaring they are, and of a right ought to be, free and independent. Thus, one of America's first achievements in architecture and building stands today as the shrine of American independence.
Americans are the greatest builders of modern times. The first use of steel frame construction is lost in argument of the past. We know the Tacoma building in Chicago was one of the first. Another was the Home Insurance Building in Chicago, finished in 1885. It was 10 stories high at first. Then they added 2 more just to prove the soundness of the architect's calculations. But the most famous among the first tall buildings still stands on a triangular corner where Fifth Avenue, Broadway, and 23rd Street meet in what was once the crossroads of America. There, in 1902, we find young Tommy Coleman.
Extra, extra, all about Teddy Roosevelt using the big stick. Get your paper, Mr. Extra. Here you are, sir. Thank you, sir. Extra, extra, all about
Let me have a Harold boy.
Oh, here you are, madam. Thank you. Extra, extra.
boy.
Here you are, sir. Thank you. Extra, extra, get your paper, Mr. Extra.
Paper boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Herald the Times.
I'll take both.
Oh, gee, thank you, sir. You're just like Mr. Munsey. He always takes both.
Muncie, a customer of yours?
Yes, sir. His office is in this building. Windiest corner in New York.
Well, it is windy here, all right.
You bet it is. Everybody complains about it.
Yes, I know. Why don't you take a more sheltered beat?
Oh, I like it. I'd rather be right here than anywhere else in the world. Everybody goes by here. This place is famous.
Oh, you think so?
Think so? Say, mister, don't you know where you are? This is the Flatiron Building.
I thought it was called the Fuller Building.
Nobody around here calls it that anymore because it looks like a tall flatiron, 20 stories high. A regular skyscraper, ain't it?
Why, yes, I guess it almost is.
Almost. Say, mister, you ought to see the clouds rushing by it on a stormy day. Then you'd know.
You seem to like this crazy building.
I do. I saw it go up. I sold papers to all the fellas that worked on it. Someday when I grow bigger, I'm going to build one myself.
Oh, you want to be an architect?
What, me? Stick indoors over a desk? No, sir, not me. I'm going to be a steel worker. It's the steel gangs that build things like this.
By George, you're right. What's your name, son?
Tommy Coleman.
Do your people live near here?
My folks used to live in Philadelphia. Only they don't live anywhere now. They're...
I see. Well, we're from the same state. I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, myself.
Oh, Pennsylvania Dutch.
That's right.
But the big cities are the only ones that have skyscrapers.
Yes, and we're planning lots of others.
Gee, I wish I could get a job working near one of them. I'd like to see them go up.
Well, maybe you can. Here's my card. Come see me at my office. I might help you get a job.
Well, thanks. You bet I will, Mr. Dingleberg.
That's right.
Oh, you're an architect.
Yes.
Do you know much about skyscrapers?
Not much yet, son. I've only worked on one tall one.
But there's only the... Say, did you build the Flatiron Building?
Well, I used to think so, but maybe now I'd better say I just planned it.
You thought of it and figured it all out.
Don't forget to look me up, Tommy.
Thanks, Mr. Dingleberg. I won't forget. See, as if I... And he built this.
Paper boy.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Extra paper. Get your paper right here on the windiest corner.
As the years went on, young Tommy Coleman became a steel worker, caught hot rivets in a bucket high above the sidewalks of New York, until finally, in 1930, we find him talking with his wife.
Oh, Tom, I've made you late, and you a gang boss.
Well, that's all right, dear. My gang will be on the job, all right. Now, you go on home and take it easy.
But my job.
Well, you telephone them you can't come back.
But I can't quit my job.
Well, you've got to quit it, dear. The doctor said you couldn't work another day. Now, no more talk. I'm late, darling. You will go home, won't you?
Yes, Tom. If you'll feel better about it.
Oh, I will feel better. The doctor says you're sick, Mary. You've got to take it easy. I hate to scare you, dear, but gee, I don't know how I'd get along without you.
Is it as bad as that?
Yeah. Gosh, how that building does grow. More than a story every day.
What are they going to call it?
The Empire State.
It'll be tall as any of them, won't it?
Oh, it'll be much taller. It'll be the tallest building in the world. And I'm helping to build it. Well, here's the hoist, dear. I gotta go up with the next load.
Good luck, Tom.
It'll be okay if you do just as I tell you, darling. Go on home and take it easy.
I will.
we got to go all the way down to the 46th floor for a cup of hot coffee?
No, they got a cafeteria now on the 64th.
But we only put that up the day before yesterday.
Well, keep your eye on it, buddy. Maybe Al Smith will have an office there by Monday.
Remember when we ate in the first shack? The cafeteria, as the boss calls it. Way back on the 3rd?
Yeah, and how we thought we was getting somewhere when we got hot coffee and on the 21st?
Yeah, and now look at the blame thing.
And we ain't done yet. Say, boss, the steel's coming in from all over the place.
From 4 mills.
Say, this new lot is from Pennsylvania. Ain't that where you come from, boss?
Yeah, my folks have been making iron and steel there a long time.
They sure ship it in fast. Right on time to the minute.
Well, they better if we're going to make our schedule.
All you think of is driving your gang. Ain't we the best gang in New York?
Yeah. How about the Eagle Gang?
Well, maybe next to the Eagle Gang.
Hey, what's got you so set on finishing up this job so quick anyway? We're doing 1 whole floor a day now.
We've got to have this building finished ahead of renting season.
Oh, renting season. Is that all that's been worrying you, boss?
No, not exactly. As a bonus.
Yeah, I guess we could all use that.
I got a use for it, all right.
Nothing to be gloomy about. Hey, you used to be a cheerful guy. You ain't cracked a smile since the day you was late. Hey, funny you being late. Lord knows you're tough enough on the rest of us.
Hey, you better eat more and talk less if you want to get filled up before that whistle.
Hot coffee goes pretty good now. Think we'll be finished before cold weather?
Yeah, almost to the top now. We can't finish any too soon for me.
Nor me. I need a vacation. Where are you going, boss?
I'm not going anywhere. My wife.
Yeah? Where are you sending her?
Up to medical center.
Oh, the medical center. I worked on that job. Good job. Lots of steel. But it's a heck of a place for a vacation.
Shut up, you. Can't you see it ain't no picnic?
Yeah, that's right, boys. It's an operation. She's got to have it or she'll die.
Gee, that's tough. I didn't know. Guess it costs a lot of dough, eh?
You said it, Tony. Plenty. That's why I want to beat the record and get part of that bonus.
Well, you can count on us, boss.
Every gang of it.
Oh, thanks, boys.
All right. Come on, boys. Let's go.
Up they went, 1 story a day, until near the top they reached the speed of 14 stories in 10 days, with the stoneworkers and bricklayers only a short distance below them. 3,400 men at work above half a city block. The top rivet nearly a quarter of a mile above the sidewalk. 60,000 tons of steel put in place in only 6 months. 102 stories high, a record for all time. The rivet gangs and their bosses deserve their reward for work well done. But for Tom Coleman, it means an anxious vigil at the New York Medical Center.
Nurse,
Yes?
will it be much longer?
Oh, it hasn't been long.
Seems long to me.
I think they're bringing her out now.
Oh. Doctor. Doctor.
Oh, you mustn't go in.
Oh, but I gotta go in.
Wait here, please. It might be fatal.
All right. I'll wait.
They're going to take her back to her room.
Can I see her as she goes by?
Yes, but stand back, please. They're bringing her out.
She looks so still.
She's still under the anesthetic.
Was the operation all right?
The surgeon's in the operating room. You can ask him.
You mean I can go in there?
Yes.
Doctor. Doctor.
Yes?
My wife. Will she live?
Of course she will. The operation was a success. In time, she should recover full health.
Oh, say. Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Thanks, Doctor. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Oh, look out, look out. Don't bump into that tray of instruments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perhaps you'd be interested to see the instrument that did the trick. This one.
You mean that little knife? That's the thing that saved my wife?
Yes. New technique, especially for this delicate operation.
Oh, I see. Do you mind? Can I see it?
Certainly, but be careful.
Yes. This little gadget. Look, will you? Doggone it, it's made of steel.
Workers in steel, raising high against the stars new temples for a newer and finer life. Brave, hardy men with a noble heritage. Builders of an empire in the sky. Builders of steel tools to cut our way into the secrets of the future. Builders of steel, we salute you, heroes of the American cavalcade.
Those of you who have visited New York or have seen pictures of that great example of modern steel construction, the Empire State Building, know how nobly it stands, gleaming against the sky. The shining metal used on the outside of the Empire State Building is stainless steel, an alloy of steel with a high amount of chromium in it. And one reason why it has such a smooth, mirror-like surface is that it was pickled after the steel was rolled into sheets. Now, most of us think of pickling as something connected with onions or cucumbers or pig's feet. But the word has an important meaning in the iron and steel business, in fact, in all metal manufacturing. It describes the process by which metal objects are cleaned of the scale and rust that accumulates on their surfaces during the earlier stages of manufacture. This is important, not merely for the sake of appearance and to make it possible for the metal to take a finish, but especially to prevent corrosion and wear. Before the year 1800, when the chemistry of metallurgy was relatively undeveloped, fermented barley water was used for this cleaning purpose, and it took a long time. Then someone started to use acids, and today various acids, sulfuric, muriatic, nitric, and hydrofluoric, are used, each having its special place and use. Most iron and steel is pickled with sulfuric acid. The stainless steel we just spoke of is pickled with a mixture of these acids. Now, in a great skyscraper, all of the galvanized piping and conduits, all of the copper and brass, the iron stairways, and the steam radiators, not to mention all of the metal furniture in the offices, have to be pickled before they're finished for use. Steel auto bodies, which have to be smoothed to take a fine finish, are another example of pickling. And I'm sure you've all seen suspension bridges, like the famous George Washington Bridge, with their great cables of wire rope. This wire rope is galvanized, too, and before it can be galvanized, it must undergo a pickling process. The acids I mentioned a short while ago are simply names to most people, but now we see how important they are to industry and to building. These acids are made by DuPont and supplied to industries the country over. The story of their usefulness serves as a good example of DuPont's phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Now we have a special message for school teachers. So many teachers of history and English and dramatics, as well as principals of schools, have written us about the interest they and their pupils take in the Cavalcade of America and how helpful the programs are in connection with classwork in these subjects, that we shall call attention from time to time to forthcoming broadcasts. Next week's program, entitled Speed of Words, deals with the progress of communication from the days of clipper ships and the Pony Express to the present day of radio. We urge teachers to recommend it to the students. Next week, at this same time, the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A news bulletin from the Press Radio Bureau, New York. The borough of the Bronx and sections of Upper Manhattan are without light as a result of a fire in an uptown electric powerhouse early this evening. Service has been restored in the Bronx and some sections of Manhattan. When the service stopped, street lights went out and industrial plants within the area were idle. Service on the independent subway system as far south as Columbus Circle was halted. This news is from the Press Radio Bureau. Further details will be found in your newspaper. WABC, New York.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Countdown for blastoff. X -5, -4, -3, -2, X -1, fire! From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, Adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight, X-1 presents Pirigi's Wonderful Dolls by George Lefferts. The doll shop stood on a quiet Washington side street, not too far from the sprawling Pentagon building. A woman and child waited outside, the little girl peering eagerly through the window at the dolls inside, and the woman glancing impatiently at her wristwatch, as if expecting someone who was late for an appointment. There was nothing about the doll shop to warn them that they were waiting to keep an appointment with doom.
Mommy, look!
What, dear?
In the window of the shop, the tiny dolls. Oh, Mommy, do you think Daddy will buy me one?
We'll ask him when he comes, dear. Should be here soon. He said 3 o'clock on this corner.
I see him, Mommy. See?
Oh, Henry, over here.
Hello, dear. I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, we're all ready to go shopping. Cindy's been...
Yes, well, I'm afraid we'll have to call off the shopping, Elma.
Oh, Henry, we promised Cindy.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's just one of those things. You've been the wife of an Army colonel long enough to know his life isn't his own.
What is it this time?
Some more of that flying sphere nonsense. The pilot who says he sighted it last month crashed and was killed today, and the general wants a full report.
Oh, dear. What next?
Well, I got a staff meeting at the Pentagon at 3:15.
Daddy, look in this window.
Well, I haven't time, dear. Alma,
Just for a minute, Daddy, please.
Now, Cindy, I haven't time to stop and watch a bunch of 6-inch dolls parading around in the shop window. Say, they are lifelike, aren't they? Look at that, Alma. Dolls are marching around like a regular review. They've even got their own little band.
See the one in the red jacket, Daddy?
Yeah.
He's the leader. He's bowing to us.
Well, they don't look human.
Henry, your staff meeting.
Oh, yes. Well, I got to run.
Can we buy one, Daddy?
Well, not now, dear, and I'll run along. Now, don't go spending a lot of money on that nonsense.
No, dear.
Bye, Cindy.
Bye, Daddy. Oh, look, Mommy, the band is going to play.
Aren't they wonderful, honey? Honey, I must have stood on this corner 1,000 times. I've never noticed this shop before.
Look at the man inside, Mommy. Who's he?
That's the proprietor, dear.
Doesn't he look funny with those red cheeks and white mustache?
It's easy to see who he models his dolls after.
Mommy, look. He's coming to the door. He's coming.
Good evening, children.
Good evening.
How funny he talks.
Hush, Cindy.
Would you like to step inside the shop of Santo Pirigi?
Well, yes, we would. But...
This way.
Mommy, it's like fairyland.
Here in the shop of Santo Pirigi, creator of Pirigi's universal wonderful dolls, the world of adult reality is blended with the world of child's fantasy.
This is a new shop, isn't it, Mr. Pirigi?
What is new and what is old? Come, this way. Would you like to meet one of my little ones?
Oh, yes.
Now, this one in the red jacket is Toto. He is the leader. Handle him ever so gently. See, I will set him on the table. Speak, little one.
How do you do? How do you do? How do you do?
Oh, my, he talks. The doll talks.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
That is nothing for Pirigi's wonderful dolls. Listen. Sing. Sing, Toto. Sing for the little girl.
My name is Toto.
Sing, Toto.
Men are big and tall. Dolls are very small. When men begin to fall, the dolls will rule them all.
More.
How do they work, Mr. Pirigi?
How do they work? That is the secret of the great Pirigi, greatest of all doll makers. To make an ordinary doll is nothing. To make a perfect replica that is something. But to make a doll with intelligence, that is the work of an artist, eh?
I suppose that they're very expensive to buy.
Pirigi does not sell his dolls, madam.
You don't sell them?
When I construct a doll like Toto, I cannot bear to be permanently separated from him. So instead of selling, I rent my little people.
You do? You rent dolls?
Precisely $10.
For how long?
For as long as they are cherished. My only request is that when you grow tired of my dolls, you return them to me in good condition.
Oh, Mommy, could we take him home?
Take him home. Take him home. Take him home.
Oh, look, he's bowing and dancing. He wants to
Well,
come.
honey, your father said that we shouldn't spend a lot of money.
Oh, please, I'll take such good care of it. Please.
Well, honey, we'll have to deal with your father later, but... Well...
Oh, Mommy.
All right. Wrap him up, Mr. Parigi. But I have a feeling that when your father comes home, we'll be sorry.
Be sorry. Be sorry. Be sorry. Be sorry.
Now, Toto, this is my room, and you're going to sleep right here next to my pillow. I wish you wouldn't laugh like that. I'm going to have to teach you some manners. And you be quiet because my daddy will be home soon. And he's a colonel in the Air Force staff. And he'll bust you to private if you don't behave. Come along now. I'm going to introduce you to my puppy dog, Mr. Blister, so be good. Here, Mr. Blister. Here, Blister. Come on. Mr. Blister, this is Toto. Dear, I don't think Mr. Blister likes you, Toto. Come over here and shake hands with Toto, Mr. Blister. Come on now. Mr. Blister! Let him go! Let him go! Let him go! Kill him!
Cindy! Mr. Blister, come over here! Come over here! Cindy, what happened?
Mr. Blister tried to bite my doll. How frightened he is.
Oh, honey, dolls don't get frightened.
But he was frightened, Mommy. He screamed.
You imagined it, dear. It's only a doll.
He did.
Well, Mr. Blister didn't mean it. Now, you know he's the gentlest little pup alive.
He is, and he's nasty, and I hate him.
Oh, now see, you've hurt his feelings.
I don't care. He tried to bite my new doll, and I don't ever want to see him again, ever.
Oh, dear. All right, Mr. Blister. You come downstairs with me. Cindy's angry with you tonight.
I'll kill him.
Cindy! Where did you learn a thing like that?
Toto said it.
Honey, you've had a very exciting day. Now, brush your teeth now and go to bed, Daddy's coming home late, so he'll see you in the morning. Good night, dear. Sleep well.
I hate him.
Hate him. Hate him. Hate him. Hate him.
Morning, Alma. Breakfast ready?
In a minute, dear. How was the staff meeting last night?
Horrible bore as usual. I don't know what's got into the old man. Just because a few farmers corroborated the pilot's report, he thinks some strange aircraft has penetrated our radar zone. Well, where's the little one?
Up in her room.
Now, that's funny. She's usually down here before me.
Well, she's probably up to something. Sit down, dear.
Say, remind me to take some papers back to the War Department, will you? I left them in my strong box.
You haven't been bringing your reports home, have you?
Well, it's safe enough.
Well, you told me it was against regulations to bring secret papers home.
Well, I had to finish some work for the old man, and nobody will ever know the difference.
Well, I don't know. Oh, would you feed the puppy before we sit down, Henry?
Yes.
His bowl's under the sink.
Where is he? Say, that's funny. Here's his supper from last night, only half eaten.
He's getting fussy. Doesn't like canned dog food anymore.
Here, Blister. Here, Blister, Blister, Blister. I wonder where the dickens is that mutt?
Maybe he's on the back porch.
Here, Blister. Here. Elma.
What is it, dear?
Elma, look.
Henry, is he...
He's dead.
But how?
From the looks of it, he might have been poisoned.
But who would do a thing like that to an innocent little puppy?
I don't know. Now, let me see his dish. Look at that. I don't understand this at all. Not at all.
What, dear? What is it?
There are pieces of broken glass in this food. Blue glass, you see?
How? Henry.
What?
I just remembered something.
What?
It may be coincidence, but in the bathroom this morning...
Well, what about the bathroom?
Cindy's blue glass, the one with the Mickey Mouse on it, was broken. I found pieces in the wastebasket. I meant to ask her about it.
Alma, for heaven's sake, you aren't suggesting that our little girl... Well, she loved Blister more than anyone.
Not last night, she didn't.
Why not?
He went after Toto.
Now, who is Toto?
That's her new doll.
Her what?
Honey, I was meaning to tell you.
Well, you bought her one of those dolls.
I just rented it.
Well, rented it. Now, look here, Alma. You know we haven't got the kind of money to throw away.
Well, she had her heart set on it, dear. I used my dividend.
All right. But what happened with Blister?
Well, he went for the doll, and Cindy said she hated him.
Oh, well, a child...
She said she'd kill him.
Where'd she get a thought like that?
I don't know.
Has she been watching those chillers on television?
I don't know.
Well, it's too ridiculous. Good heavens, a 9-year-old child putting ground glass in dog food. She'd have to be a monster.
Mommy!
She's coming.
Well, don't say anything. I'll talk to her.
Morning, dear.
Morning, Mommy. Morning, Daddy. What's the matter?
Sit down, dear.
Yes, sir.
Now, your mother tells me you broke your blue drinking glass.
Oh, no, I didn't break it.
Cindy.
I didn't.
Well, now, somebody broke it. It wasn't your mother, and it wasn't me.
And it must have been Toto.
Cynthia.
Cindy, you know Toto is only a doll. Now, a doll couldn't have broken your glass, could he? Well?
I guess not.
So we can't very well blame it on a doll, then, can we?
But he must have done it, Daddy.
Cindy, you know how Daddy feels about little girls who tell fibs. Now, did you break your glass and maybe accidentally get some pieces into Mr. Blister's dish to sort of punish him for biting your doll?
No, Daddy.
Well, I'd hate to think you'd done something you knew was wrong and you were blaming it on a doll.
Is something wrong with Mr. Blister? Is he sick?
Worse than that.
Henry.
The child has to face reality, Alma.
What's the matter with Mr. Blister?
He's dead, Cindy.
Oh, no. We can't be dead. He isn't dead, Daddy. No, he isn't. He isn't. Mommy.
Honey, he is dead, Cindy.
But he'll come back. He has to come back.
No, darling, he won't come back.
Ever?
Not ever.
Yes. Now that we've told you, Cindy, you want to change your mind about the glass?
Henry, leave her alone, please.
You think I killed him?
Now look what you've done. The child feels guilty enough,
My
Henry.
dear, this is no time for feelings to interfere.
You go up to her room, honey. Daddy and I'll be up in a minute.
I don't want to.
Please, Cindy. Now, we'll be right up, please. There. That's a good girl. Close the kitchen door behind you.
Mr. Blister's dead. He isn't coming back. Ever. Ever. Daddy thinks it was me, but it was you. It was you.
Eat your supper, dear.
I'm not hungry.
You scarcely touched your lunch.
I don't feel like eating.
Is it Mr. Blister?
Now, answer your mother.
She'll work it out her own way, Henry.
No, I don't know, Elma. When I was a boy, there was such a thing as discipline. Now, the way this child is being brought up...
Henry!
Well, it's true. There's no respect, lying, and...
Oh, there, honey. Now, your father's upset. He doesn't mean it.
What's happened to us? We were a nice, peaceful, happy family until you bought that cursed doll.
Now who's blaming things on the doll?
Well, it's true. Oh, now I've spilled my coffee.
I'll get you another cup.
Never mind. I'm late now. I better be going.
Oh, you wanted to get some papers from the strongbox.
Oh, yes.
Cindy, please, try to eat something.
Yes, ma'am.
Alma! Alma!
What is it?
Alma! It's gone.
What's gone?
The strong box is gone.
It can't be. The door to your study's always locked. You and I have the only keys.
I know all that, and I tell you it isn't there.
Well, who would go?
I don't know. Alma, those confidential reports, if they ever got into the wrong
I
hands...
warned you about keeping them there.
What if it ever came out in the open? Can't you see the papers?
Call the police, Henry.
And throw my Army career in a wastebasket after 17 years? No. We've got to find it ourselves.
Well, it was there when I went in to clean this morning.
What about your key?
It's right here. I always keep it with me. It's funny.
Oh, no.
My other keys are on the ring.
Oh, you've lost it.
I don't see how.
Alma, how could you do
Oh,
it?
Henry, please.
We'll search the house. I can't think of anything else to do.
Well, you'll miss the staff meeting.
Meeting? My whole career goes up in smoke if we don't find those reports. Somebody got hold of your key and opened that room and... I know. Cindy.
You leave the child alone. She's been through enough. You know she wouldn't do a thing like that.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't even know my own child. I don't even know you. All I know is that strongbox is gone and it contains papers that are dynamite if the wrong person gets them. The question being who? What's that?
It's coming from upstairs. It must be Cindy's doll.
Oh, that blasted doll again.
Something must have set it off. I don't know how the mechanism works.
For heaven's sakes, let's go up and shut it off.
Toto! Kill him! How do you do?
Stop it! Blasted little imp.
Henry.
Ever since you...
Henry.
What?
Look.
Where? What?
Around the doll's neck. The key. The key to your study.
You see, Alma, it was Cindy after all.
I don't believe it.
Well, good heavens, do you have to have it spelled out for you? Here's our doll with a key around its neck.
She wouldn't, Henry. You know she wouldn't.
Oh, ever since you got this fool doll, she's been acting half insane. At first the dog, and now this. I think she hates us, Alma.
Henry, Cindy is my child. I know her. I know she's a good, sensitive person with no malice in
You're
her.
simply refusing to face the facts, my dear.
What are you going to do?
I'm going downstairs and have a talk with that young lady. You're not telling the truth, Cindy.
I am.
Cindy, now you know that strongbox is very important to me. Now, I can understand that you might have been angry at me because I scolded you, and so you took it and hid it, just to spite me. Now, all I ask is for you to tell me the truth. Now, where is it?
I didn't take it, Daddy. Honest, I didn't take it.
Well, I suppose you're going to tell me now that a little 6-inch doll took it and hid it. Well, I'm speaking to you, young lady.
But I didn't take it, Daddy. You don't understand. Toto did it. He's terrible, awful. He says things. He's going to kill everybody.
Cindy, you're inventing things.
It's true. At night when I'm sleeping, he stands next to my pillow and whispers things to me. Awful things. He told me he'd kill me, too, if I scold.
Alma.
If I told you.
I think this child is sick. I think she needs a doctor.
She's frightened, Henry. Trembling like a leaf. Come on, dear. We'll go up to your room.
I don't want to go up there.
Honey, Mommy will stay with you.
I'm afraid he's up there.
Who?
Toto.
Well, he won't be up there for long. Mr. Toto is going right back to Pirigi's wonderful doll shop before I lose my sanity, which means right now.
Colonel Grayson, welcome to the home of Pirigi's wonderful doll.
Are you Pirigi?
Santor Pirigi, creator of the universal doll, the doll with a mind, the doll which...
I'm returning one of your masterpieces.
Oh? If you will step into the rear of my shop. Now the complaint?
No complaint. Here's your doll. Good riddance.
My little Toto. Rejected. You found the world of men too filled with hate.
Hate!
We will change all that later on. Return to your comrades in the window, little one. And now, Colonel Grayson.
I think we have no further business.
But we do, Colonel. Let me see. Yes, here it is. Do you recognize this strongbox, Colonel?
My strongbox? Well, where?
My little Toto is very clever, sir.
Are you trying to tell me your doll stole that from me?
Let us not say stole. I am merely keeping it in custody.
What's the game, Pirigi?
The game, as you call it, is blackmail. You give me what I want, and I do not ruin your career.
What do you want?
Information. We already know something from the reports of the War Department concerning a certain strange-looking sphere reported by one of your pilots.
What government do you represent?
I represent Pirigi's wonderful dolls, none other.
I am not so naive, sir.
Perhaps I should explain. Each man hides something from the world. Each man loves something more than life. With the help of my wonderful dolls, I obtain personal information which enables me to control the men who control the world.
You're a madman.
A genius. You would be surprised at the list of men who have become the confidants for my dolls.
Do you think you can blackmail me into betraying my country?
If the price is right. And in this case, sir, the price is your career and the lives of your wife and child.
Why are you so interested in the flying sphere?
Let us say for reasons of my own. Well, Colonel?
Hand over the strongbox.
I warn you, I have a gun.
Give it to me.
You are being foolish. Put down that walking stick.
Now.
No closer.
Now. Hello? Give me the police. Hello? Yes, this is Colonel Henry Grayson. I've just killed a man. Yes, Pirigi's doll shop, corner of 4th and Lexington. The body is in the back room. Yes, I'll wait for you. Shut up. Shut up, you little fiend.
Colonel Grayson.
Did I hear it speak?
Colonel Henry Grayson.
I must be going out of my mind, a 6-inch doll. Shut up! Your master's dead.
You are mistaken, Colonel. I, Toto, am the master.
What do you mean?
If you will examine the body of Santor Parigi, you will see that he does not bleed. And he does not bleed, Colonel, because Santor Parigi never lived.
Never lived?
Santor Parigi is a doll.
A doll? But that's impossible. He's a man. He talks. He walks.
The people of Meretrix are skillful doll builders.
People of Meretrix, doll, but... Look, who are you?
I am Xanthus Imperator, commander of the legions of the 3rd planetoid, Meretrix.
Legions? Planetoid?
My people and I, whom you regard as dolls, come from a tiny planet beyond the moon, so small that it cannot support our population. We landed one of our space spheres on Earth 3 months ago with the intention of colonizing. Unfortunately, one of your pilots intercepted us.
So that's why you wanted our information.
Precisely.
Are you human?
Oh, quite human. Of course, in order to deal with Earth people without suspicion, we were forced to construct Pirigi, a man-sized doll.
Oh, well, I can't believe this. I'm having hallucinations. I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, that would be impossible. We have weapons of destruction quite unknown to Earth people.
Well, I phoned the police, and they'll be here soon.
By the time they arrive, my people will have prepared something quite shocking.
Cover him, Ryan.
Okay, Sarge.
You the guy who turned in the call?
Yes.
Where's the body?
Well, it isn't exactly a body.
What do you mean?
It's a doll.
A what?
Well, you've got to let me explain. Now, this sounds fantastic, but I've stumbled onto an unbelievable plot to control the world.
Keep talking.
Now, these little dolls, they aren't really dolls. They're tiny people. There's a big doll named Santo Parigi, and he runs this shop.
Holy smokes.
He's off his trolley, Sarge.
Listen, mister, we got a call that there was a murder here. Now, if there was one, where's the body?
Behind those curtains in the back. Only it isn't really a body, you see.
What?
I hear something back there, Sarge.
All right, cover those curtains. You! Is anyone back there? Come on out. Come out or we'll come in and get you.
Something's coming. The curtain's opening.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Luigi. Well, this is impossible. I smashed his skull.
You know this guy?
Yes, that's the one. That's the doll.
What's your name, mister?
Pirigi. Santo Pirigi, creator of the Universal Doll.
You ever see this man?
Never until just now.
What? Well, he's lying. I tell you, he's nothing but a life-size doll. The real masters are these little dolls.
Ryan, are you getting this?
He's wacko, Sarge. Nutty as a fruitcake.
Look, I'm not crazy, I tell you. I can prove it. They must have fixed up his head when I smashed it in. Touch him, you'll see.
Mr. Parigi, you know what the guy is talking about?
The man is demented, obviously.
No, look, I tell you, there's a plot to control the Earth. Listen, you've got to let me call the War Department. They'll want to know about the flying sphere.
Holy mackerel, this gets worse every minute. Ryan.
Take him to headquarters?
Save some time. Take him down to the psycho ward.
Okay, Buck Rogers. Come along nice and quiet.
Look, you've got to listen to me. Don't you see the future of mankind is at stake?
Sure. I know how it is.
Look, he's nothing but a man-sized doll. Touch him.
And the little ones are going to take over the Earth. I know. I had the DTs once. Okay, Sarge. We'll see you later.
Please.
Come along.
Please, listen to me. You've got to listen to me.
Sorry to cause all this trouble, Mr. Parigi.
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
Well, I'll be. Well, that ain't the cutest little doll. Say, my little girl will be nuts for that.
But perhaps you will accept it as a gift.
Well, now.
For saving my life. That madman might have killed me. No home is really complete without one of Pirigi's wonderful dolls, Sergeant. Is that right, Toto?
Yes, but I
would like in some way to show my gratitude. You will be doing me a favor if you will take the doll home to your little daughter.
Say, this ought to make her the happiest girl in the world.
Yes, Toto will come as a great surprise. A very great surprise. Won't it, Toto?
Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Pirigi's Wonderful Dolls, written by George Lefferts. Heard in the cast were Janet Alexander as Cindy, Ann Petoniak as Alma, Nelson Olmsted as Henry, Joe DeSantis as Pirigi, Michael O'Day as Toto, Ken Lynch as the Sergeant, and Frank Milano as Ryan. This is Fred Collins speaking. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Tonight's story concludes the present series of stories of the world of the future. If you'd like to hear X-1 return to the air at some later date, please drop us a postcard or letter addressed to X-1, care of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, New York.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Another hair-raising drama on Inner Sanctum in just 40 seconds. Stay tuned. There's a special kind of enjoyment in facing our problems when they're presented interestingly and dramatically. This accounts for the success of ABC's daytime series, Modern Romances, which approaches everyday problems with an open mind. Modern, that's the keynote of these dramatizations. These are the problems that beset human beings every day, every year. And they are the fascinating themes of modern romances, presented every weekday from the pages of Modern Romances magazine. Join us, won't you, tomorrow morning for another Modern Romances on ABC. Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the American Broadcasting Company. Tonight, Twice Dead, starring Larry Haines.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. This is your host to welcome you again into the Inner Sanctum. Come in. Come on in, please. And will you excuse me while I scrape the mud off my hands? Got them dirty in the cemetery, digging up a plot for you. But that's something that we'll all go into sooner or later. A plot? Oh, by the way, before we start, I'd like to reassure you, if you suddenly find yourself spinning like a wheel, don't be alarmed. It's because you've got spooks all around you. Oh, and please be considerate, folks. If you find yourself going to pieces, pull yourself together. Remember, I have to sweep up afterwards. On the northern coast of Maine, there's a high point of land. A high point from which there's a sheer drop of several hundred feet to the rock-churned surf below. Centuries of seas have shaped 3 tall, spire-like rocks into needle-sharp points which look from the sea like the spires of an ancient Gothic cathedral. The cliff is called Cathedral Rock, and here some weeks ago, David Morgan, grief-tortured, tugged his wife's impaled body off the bloody point of the tallest spire. There are those in the village who say that David Morgan's mind is broken because he insists Carol will come back to live with him.
I'll be finished in a moment, Seth.
I told Morrison in the village you was carving Carol's tombstone yourself. He laughed.
Mm-hmm.
Easy to read, too. Here lies Carol Morgan, wife of David Morgan. Born July 14th, 1912. Died horribly on Cathedral Rock, August 12th, 1950. Still don't see why you put that in.
Why not? She did die horribly, didn't she?
But
With that spike of rock coming out of her back like a speared salmon.
Time you forgot those things, David. Time you forgot other things, too.
What other things?
There's no secret about you thinking Carol's coming back from the dead.
Oh, I don't mean it to be a secret. There are forces all around us, dead and living, that we don't understand, Seth. I feel Carol in his rooms. I smell her perfume. I hear her voice in the wind when I'm at her grave on the cliff.
That's only natural, son. You're grieving. A little while.
In a little while, Carol will be back. If you're going to help me get this stone to her grave, get a lantern and come on. Hold the lantern closer. There. Well, it's a decent enough stone.
Folks in the village been saying things about you.
Oh, like what?
That a man acting like you do has a guilty conscience.
And what do you think, Seth?
Me, I don't believe such things. Any more than I believe the dead can return. Come on back to the house, son.
No. I want to stay here a while.
Hey, but you've got
I want to stay here a while.
Sure. Torture yourself like you do. Every night come dark. Go ahead. You'll meet Carol again when I bury you next to her. Up here.
Now, leave me alone. Let me be. Oh, Carol. Carol. Come back. Tell me you forgive me.
Hello.
What?
You're sad. I can tell I'm sad, too. Can you help me?
You've come back. Carol, you've come...
Why do you call me Carol?
Who are you?
I don't know.
What are you doing here?
I'm looking for my cat. A black cat with white feet and a white spot under the neck.
Why did you come here?
I don't know. I just got on the bus at Portsmouth, and then I thought of my cat, and I had the bus stop, and I came toward the sea.
You'd better come back to the house with me.
Oh, but I can't. Not
Now, come
until
along. I'll help you find your cat.
Have you seen him?
No. There's been no cat around here. Not for several weeks.
Why did you call me Carol?
I was waiting for someone. Someone named Carol. Want some more coffee?
Oh, no, thank you. I feel better now. You've been very nice. People haven't been nice. They look at me strangely.
Well, it might be your clothes. They're torn.
No, it's more than that. I've looked in mirrors. My eyes don't look like other women's eyes look. Will you help me, please? I must be somebody.
Sure, I'll help you. I'll get Doc Suthers up here, and he'll be able to...
Oh, it's Minnie. Oh, see, I told you. Come here, Minnie. Come here, baby.
What did you call that cat?
Minnie, of course. Why? Why are you looking at me like that?
That cat belonged to my wife. It hasn't been in this house since the day she died. And the cat's name is Minnie.
Oh, then it must be that I belong here. This must be my home.
The devil's got hold of you, David. I don't know you anymore. I don't trust you.
Why not? What harm do you think I can do you or want to?
I've known you since you were a boy. Long years. I come back here to stay with you when Carol died, to help. But you're beyond help. You're mad. Because you're thinking Carol has come back to you, living in this woman's body.
And who's to say that couldn't happen? You?
I'm a God-fearing man, David. And such a thing would be the devil's work. I'll have none of it.
If Carol can come back to me in any way, that's what I want. Even if she made a pact with the devil himself. It's the girl. Bring the flashlight. Come on. Open up. It's David Morgan.
It's the chair. The rocking chair by the window.
Carol's chair.
What about it?
It rocked. It rocked by itself.
It must have been the wind.
No, the window's closed. Was that all you saw?
It was all I saw. But there were things I felt.
Like what?
The chair stopped rocking. As though someone had gotten up from it, and then the floor between the chair and the bed creaked. And a moment later, the bed spring sagged beside me as though someone sat there.
But you saw nothing.
I only heard a sigh. A tired sigh.
Take her to my room, Seth. Oh, you had a dream. That's all. Your mind's upset. Tomorrow I'll try to find out who you are. If it's not too late.
Has the morning brought you to your right senses?
Depends on what you call right senses.
I mean about the girl.
Where is she?
I don't know. I haven't seen her this morning.
Where did Carol used to be this time of morning?
A little after 8? She'd have been in the hothouse looking to her flowers. Why?
Good morning. Oh, look at these wonderful flowers.
Jehoshaphat.
Do you mind that I pick some for the table?
You can pick as many flowers as...
Well, what are you staring at me for?
That dress. Where'd you get it?
Oh, I found it in a closet. Mine was so torn I had to do something. Do you mind?
Oh, no. And your hair is different, too.
I feel better with it up. Does it look right?
Exactly right.
You finished eating, huh?
Oh, yes. I've got to go. I'm going out for haddock today.
I won't be seeing you again, then.
Why not?
Because I have to go. I must find out who I am.
I mean to do just that tonight.
But what will I do till then?
Nothing. Just wait. I'm driving Seth to the village. You'll be quiet and alone. Just rest.
But I'm afraid of being alone.
You won't be alone.
Oh, shut up. I fed you this noon, didn't I? Oh, who's there?
It's me. Is that you, Carol?
You scared me. Who are you?
I guess you're not Carol, are you?
I guess not.
Have you seen her?
No, I understand Carol is dead.
That's what everybody says, but I don't believe it. I come here whenever David leaves, and I look for her.
What was Carol to you, I mean?
My sister.
Oh, what makes you think she's still alive? Have you seen her?
No, but David hasn't changed a thing in this house since he hid her. You see? There. And over there. Everything just like she left it. Her apron's hanging on the door. You see?
But maybe he left...
Yeah, and I found something in the cellar. Something very important.
What?
A skeleton. And I found a box with lots of money in it. It's fun looking for Carol. Come with me and I'll show you what I found.
No.
You come with me. Don't make me mad. You can help me look for Carol.
I'll look upstairs.
No. I want you to come with me in the cellar.
Help!
You must make me mad.
What? Oh, no.
Don't be scared. It's me, Van.
Where is this?
I took you to the cellar. We've got to find Carol. I'm sorry I hit you. You made me mad.
What are you going to do? Why did you take me here? Carol is dead.
No, she ain't. She's here somewhere. Besides, I promised I'd show you the room below the cellar with the skeleton and the box of money in it. Don't you remember?
Help me.
You see, I've lifted the door. It's heavy. It's stone. But I'm strong.
Yes. Is that where it is?
Yeah. I'll hold the lantern over the opening. See? There's a ladder.
Get the box for me. I want to see it.
All right. Wait here and hold the lantern so I can see. Hold the lantern higher. I can't see. Hold the lantern higher. Let me out!
Yeah? Longer than I thought. What's the matter? What are you crying about?
A man was here.
Who?
Carol's brother.
Ken?
Yes, he was horrible. Why didn't you tell me about him?
He isn't important.
Oh, he isn't. He could have killed me. You told me everything else about Carol. You should have told me that.
Never mind, Van. You just do what I told you. As soon as David gets in that crazy mind of his, that Carol's spirit's coming back in you, he'll have no secrets from you. And we'll know where he keeps that box of money.
I don't want to do it. I'm through.
No, he ain't. I took good care of that. Took the trouble of finding out some things about you in Hollywood.
I don't care what you found out. I don't care if you are my uncle. The money you've been sending me since Mother died was something you promised her you'd do.
Yep. Now you're going to help me get it back. All of it. And lots more for both of us. You want to make a success out there as an actress, don't you? Takes money, don't it?
Lots of it.
Well, David and Carol had over 100,000 put aside in that box of theirs. Just you find it.
My first professional role. An amnesia case. For half what's in a tin box.
It'll be easy. You'll see. You might as well not tell you tonight.
No. I'm through.
What's ailing you anyhow?
I don't know. I get to thinking like they do. That Carol's still alive or that her ghosts around anyhow.
Oh, bosh. Saw her buried myself and don't believe in ghosts. You've been studying it too much, that's what.
Maybe. Uncle Seth.
What is it?
How long can a man live in a small sealed room without air?
Hello, Seth. Where's the woman?
Upstairs, I reckon, David. How was the fishing?
Bad. Maybe half a ton, mostly scrod. What's the girl been doing?
Just walking around, I guess.
She seemed happy here? Or is she restless? Did she leave to see anybody or such?
Seems happy. Too happy.
What's that?
What's what?
Shh. Can't you hear something pounding like it?
Yes, I kind of do. In the cellar seems.
I'm going down to have a look. Might be a beam slipping.
David!
Oh, hello.
Oh, David, I'm glad you're back. I want to talk to you very seriously, I do.
All right. I think the time's come to talk, if you feel like it.
But not here, please. I want to walk along the bluff.
The last time I walked this way toward the rock was with Carol. She died horribly. Nobody saw us. We were alone. Does that frighten you?
No. I know the story, and I feel very sad about it. That's why I wanted to talk to you before it's too late. Before we do anything about finding out who I am. I don't want to go back to any other life.
Why not?
I never was so happy to be with anyone as I am here with you, David.
Don't move.
What?
Look down there. Over the edge. See those rocks? The pointed one.
Yes. Cathedral Rock, isn't it?
Yes. Carol was standing right where you are when she fell. It's Carol who told you to get off the bus here, to come looking for a cat. Even made you know the cat's name, made you pick flowers in the morning like she always did.
No, wait, David, wait.
She's coming back to me. Through you.
Wait, David, I want to
I
tell you.
wanted Carol back. Because I loved her. But I've been afraid. Because I murdered Carol.
You murdered her?
We quarreled about Seth. She was standing just as you are. Right there.
Oh,
What's the matter?
David, my back. Oh, help me. My back. Something is stabbing me. Stabbing me. Oh.
I'm going down to the village for the doctor, Seth.
Don't want the doctor. Please, feeling better.
No, you stay quiet. I'm going. Seth will look after you. I can get the doc faster by going for him.
All right. You can stop the acting now. What happened?
He was telling me that he murdered Carol. I had a pain. A terrible pain in my chest and back. It wasn't acting.
Murdered Carol? That's crazy. You had an argument with her. She got mad and started to run back to the house. Tripped and went over the cliff. Everybody knows that. He feels guilty, that's all.
He didn't say that.
Probably didn't get a chance. Did you find out anything about the box of money?
Yes, I know where it is.
Where?
The box is in the subcellar.
Hey, I thought of that. I'll go down now and... Wait. That thumping in the cellar. That have something to do with the box?
Yes. I had to, Uncle Seth. Ben, he scared me and I closed the door and I bolted it on him.
You fool.
Well, I had to.
Changes things.
What do you mean?
Didn't mean to do this, but I've got to now.
I'm going with you.
No, Alice. Aim to have all the money. You'll stay here. I'll see to that. Van? Van. Dead, all right. There sits the box. 100,000 or better. To pay for 40 years with the Morgans. Better than 100,000.
Hello, Seth.
Hey,
You might as well bring the box up with you. I wanted to get it myself.
Alice. I hit you. You were unconscious.
You killed Van. You killed my brother as well. Come on up and be careful. I know how to use David's gun.
Alice. I didn't mean to leave you there.
Come up with the box. Or would you rather I kick the door closed on you?
Alice, don't be a fool. Let's get away first. Then I'll explain.
Why do you call me Alice? That's your niece in California. I'm Carol.
Carol's dead. Alice, you're out of your mind. Carol is dead.
Is Carol really dead? Do I look dead? Does this gun look like a ghost was holding it?
I can prove it. But we've got to hurry.
Prove I'm dead how?
Come to the top of the cliffs with me. I'll show you Carol's grave. There. Look. You can see, can't you? There's the grave, weeks old.
It's a trick. You did this to trick me. I am Carol.
Look at the tombstone and read it. Here lies Carol Morgan, wife of David Morgan.
I don't believe it. Where's David?
He's gone to the village to get a doctor for you. You're my niece Alice, and we've got his money box. Now come with me before it's too late.
No, I don't believe you. It's a trick. David!
Alice, get away from those rocks.
You won't get this box. And you won't trick me with lies. David will take care of that when he comes.
Give me that box.
Don't come another step, Seth, or I'll kill you for sure.
You wouldn't dare. You know good and well you killed Carol's brother. You won't dare shoot. Give me that box.
There she is, Doc, on the cliff. You see her?
Now, take it easy, son. I'm not a young man. You run on to her. I'll catch her.
All right, but hurry. Carol! Carol, get away from there. Carol, get back on the path.
I thought you'd never come. Seth, he tried.
Never mind that. Get away from the cliff. You're too close to the edge.
Oh, my back. Oh, David, that pain again.
Carol! Doctor, hurry. She's going to faint again.
David!
Carol, look out. You'll fall. Carol, you'll fall off the cliff. Dead. Carol's dead again. And pierced by the same rock.
It was an accident, son. From what you tell me, she had a seizure. Pleurisy pain. Very painful and contorting.
I say it was the pain of remembering how the rock felt when she fell. Carol's dead again.
I wish I knew what happened here with Seth. She must have shot him just before we come.
Oh, I can answer that easy enough. Carol always mistrusted Seth. She knew he was biding his time to steal our money. Probably followed him here with the gun after he took it from her.
Where's the money? In that box?
No. No, in the bank. That's what I don't understand. She must have forgotten about the stage money.
How do you mean?
You know her brother Van. Kind of simple in the head. She was always playing games with him. He was a kid.
Yeah.
Well, she gave him the box and filled it with paper money so he could hide it around the house and make believe finding buried treasure.
Well, doesn't that prove the poor girl below couldn't be Carol? She'd have known there was no money in it.
Oh, it doesn't prove that a bit. I searched the whole house for that box after she fell first time. Never found it. Last I talked with Van, he couldn't find it. Would anybody besides Carol know where it was hid?
Well, all right. Have it your way. I'll leave you be for a spell, and I'll send the sheriff and help from the village. I've been a doctor too long to say what's dead can't live again. One way or another.
Poor David. Imagine a sailing man losing both his first and second mate. Oh, well, so he winds up with a -2 as the net result. You know, one thing about it, when David buries Alice, he'll have less work. Just knock some new chips off the old block. Oh, I got a moral for you folks who like to go sailing. Next time you're on a boat, remember this. Trim the sails and not the sailors, or you could wind up being the salt of the earth.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by Fred Matho and starred Larry Haynes in the role of David. Amzie Strickland played Alice, and music was by Lou White. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Poor Prisoner's Defense by Richard Sheldon. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Well, friends, it's time again to close that creaking door. Until next week at the same time, when we'll be back with another weird tale. Oh, next week's scare, Skeleton in the Sun, is the short, frightful tale of a beach bum who tries to convert a hot corpse into cold cash, where romance takes a turn for the worse when he loses his mind over a girl who's already lost hers. You'll help mourn his passing, won't you? Next Monday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for Henry J. Taylor and his up-to-the-minute commentary on Your Land and Mine. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
2 weeks from tonight, October 5th, You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, will be heard at this time over most of these same CBS stations. We offer you Escape, starring Victor Mature. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You were camped in the dry mountains of Mexico. 100 yards from a treasure in buried gold, a beautiful girl is sitting across the fire with a gun. And somewhere out in the night, a horseman waits, like the girl, for you to make just one mistake.
Tonight, with Victor Mature as Toby Manning, we escape to Mexico with a story of conflict between love and a lust for gold, as Jeffrey Household told it in The Fortune of Vargas from his exciting novel, The Third Hour.
It was dark and hot. The tropic night air was like warm steam. Night sounds drifted over from the docks, and from the native quarter of Panama City, I stood outside the hotel entrance and looked up at the lighted window on the third floor where Bately was waiting. After tonight, I hoped I'd never see his ugly face again. Somewhere, somehow, I had to make the break.
Okay, you can have your 3 weeks off. But you'll never do it. You haven't got the guts to break away.
Bately, it doesn't take guts to break away from a lousy job peddling mining machinery in Latin America.
Now, look, Toby. You could be South American manager in 10 years if you'd settle down and work at it and stop beating your head against the wall.
Yeah. Maybe in 25 years I could retire and drop dead. Look, all I need is one right break, and I'll take it from there. Any kind of a break.
You need more than a break, Toby. If one fell right in your lap, you'd play it just so far, and then you'd start doubting yourself. Or somebody else. And that's what would beat you.
Maybe so. But I've got the next 3 weeks.
Now, look. Every time I come to Panama, you say you're going to quit. Every time you tell me a big chance for real money is just around the corner. Why don't you get wise to yourself?
All right. Lay off of me, will you, Bately?
Report to me in New York on the 29th. I'll lay out your new schedule for you.
Don't count on it.
You'll be there, all right. I'll give you odds on it. I'll bet you don't do a thing except sit in the sun for the next 3 weeks.
Sit in the sun for 3 weeks. That would suit Bately fine. To see me come crawling back again. Well, I didn't have a definite plan, but I knew I'd keep on the move. I was so fed up with Bately, the job, mining machinery, I'd have jumped at anything. A guy in a mood like that can get into plenty of trouble. And 3 days later, I found it.
Gracias al Dios. Bienvenido, Senor Manning. Welcome back to Colón and to the Café Madrid.
Hi, Emmanuel. What's new?
New? Pues nada, amigo. The world grows older, but that is not new. Here. Siéntese, amigo. Sit down.
Thanks. How's business? Say, your place is empty.
Pues sí, sometimes good, sometimes bad, but never it is interesting, senor. In fact, I have said to myself, with a life of this kind, I am, how do you call it?
Head up?
Sí, senor.
Yeah, so am I. Look, why don't we team up and start a revolution somewhere?
Ay, caramba. I was in one once in Mexico. I was a capitan with General Lara. No, we were defeated.
Lara was ambushed somewhere around Torreon, wasn't he?
Si, amigo. We were outnumbered and he was killed. But I was more lucky. I walked 300 kilometers to the seacoast, escape on a Dutch freight ship. Ay, caramba. I hope I will never do that again.
Yeah, I hope so, too. You know, there's not much profit in revolution. All right, let me have a rum, Manuel.
Si. Here you are, senor.
Thanks.
You were wrong about the revolution, Senor Manning. In Mexico with General Lara, I made a fortune like a man never dreams about.
Enough to open this cafe? Look, I don't call that a fortune.
Senor Manning, in Mexico is $500,000 in gold, which belonged to me.
$500,000? Yeah, sure.
It is true, amigo, I swear it. You would take a little chance for that much, perhaps, huh?
Perhaps.
Bueno. Then we are going to have talk tonight. I have already decided that before you come here this time.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
Why you think I ask questions from you always when you come here, huh?
You tell me.
Because I wish to find out if you are the right man for the plan I have. I have decided you are, bueno.
Well, then, let's talk.
Tonight at my casa.
Why not now?
You think there is no danger for one who knows the secret to a fortune? One must be careful.
A fortune? The big chance. Come on, Manuel. Let's get over to your casa and start dealing the cards.
So as I tell you, Senor Manning, everything works according to the plan which General Lara has made. The dynamite explodes and the train is wrecked. Our men break open the freight cars and load the pack horses and ride for the rendezvous at Torreon.
Everybody except you and General Lara. Was that it?
Si, senor.
Yeah.
We are the only ones who know of the shipment of gold which is secretly on board. We find it, of course, load our horses and head north to the hills with the Federales close behind us. At nightfall, we bury the gold and ride for Torreon. And 4 days later, General Lara is killed, and I escape, as I tell you.
And the gold is still there, $500,000 worth?
Si, senor. And I am the only man who knows where to find it. But if I enter Mexico, I will be executed within 24 hours. That is why I need a partner.
You've got one.
Only one thing, amigo. Do not think that there will be no danger. In Mexico are thousands of bandidos who will cut your throat for 1/10 as much money.
And on the other hand, a half a share in a fortune, $250,000. I'd shoot the works for a whole lot less than that.
Bueno. Then I will explain to you how to find the fortune.
What is it?
Cuidado. I hear somebody move outside the window. Vamos a ver.
Careful, Manuel. Manuel, away from that door. Here, let me get the lights off. There. Did you see who it was?
No. I think the shot come from the bushes across from the door.
Well, maybe we better take a look. Let's get to the door fast and step to the side. You got your gun?
Si, senor.
Okay, let's go.
I do not hear anything, senor.
No, and it's as black as a hat. I'm going across, Manuel. Keep me covered.
Bueno. There is nobody there, amigo.
No. Whoever it was must have run down the alley there as soon as they fired. Say, you got any ideas?
Pues no, amigo.
Look, Manuel, if nobody but you and Laura knew about this gold, and Laura is dead, then how come the shot? And why have you been packing a gun?
Senor Manning, when there is a treasure so big as this, it is possible that even the coyotes can smell it. You still wish to go on?
Yeah, I still wish to go on. 3 days later, on the train between Mexico City and Durango, I got a few of the answers, or thought I did. The coach had been empty most of the way except for a couple of soldiers up ahead and a few Indians near the back. I was busy watching for some of the landmarks Varga had given me, so I didn't pay much attention to the Mexican girl who came in and sat down in the seat opposite. That is, not until she spoke.
Senor, you're wasting your time. It's 3 kilometers farther yet.
What?
The place where the train was wrecked. I said we're not there yet.
Honey, I don't think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're lying. You know well enough. And do not call me honey, senor. My name is Consuela.
Consuela? That's a pretty name, honey.
Do not play the fool with me. Manuel Vargas tell you where he hide the gold, so do not lie to me.
Oh, so it was you out there in the bushes with the gun that night. You know, you're a bum shot.
I do not try to hit somebody. I only shoot to have the chance to get away. You are a fool if you think because I am a woman I am weak. I know all the tricks of men. They are perros, dogs, all of them. And I would not trust one that far.
Okay, honey, take it easy. Take it easy.
I spend a long time to find Manuel in Colon. I watch him. But I learn nothing until you come. And now I am here for my 1/2 share of the gold.
What do you mean? Your hand?
General Lara was my father.
So that's your angle. Well, you'll have to work that out with Varga. I don't know anything about it.
I am telling you now. You still think I'm a silly girl who can do nothing, huh? Look, senor.
All right, look. It's a nice gun. Now, you better put it back now. You see, honey, if you shoot me, you'd have no one to lead you to the gold. I know where it is. You don't.
Si, senor. So you lead me to it. And don't forget, I'm very good at shooting.
Okay, honey. For the time being, count yourself in.
Gracias. But have no mistake, senor. I shall take my share of this gold, even if I must kill you to get it. You understand?
Sure, I understand. We'll argue about that later.
And something else, senor.
Yes?
Do not call me honey.
Bueno, señor. ¿Todo está listo?
Yeah, I guess we're ready to pull out. How about it, Consuelo?
Si, senor, whenever you wish.
Well, thanks a lot for your trouble, Senor Pascualis. Say, you know, it looks like you've rented us 5 of the best horses in Durango.
Es nada. It's very bad country where you are gone, senor. Perhaps you would like to hire a guide. Huh?
No, thanks. I know that country pretty well.
But of course, seguro. And you are going to call at the mine, you and the senorita, and sell machinery, verdad?
Yeah, that's right.
I think you need a guide, senor. Some of the mines are very hard to find, especially the gold mines.
Gold mines? Oh, well, as far as I know, it's all lead and silver country up there.
Pues sí, mostly it is, but there is an old saying, gold is where you find it, verdad?
Vámonos, senor. We're wasting time. This man would be of no help to us.
How do you know? Ever seen him before?
Of course not. Why you ask?
Just wondered.
I've never seen him before. Vámonos, senor. Come on.
Okay, honey. Adios, senor. Vámonos.
Goodbye, my children. Oija, Panchito, have my horse ready to leave at once. I'm going to take a little trip.
You are listening to Escape, starring Victor Mature. Tonight's a big night on CBS, for the welcome mat is out for 2 of radio's greatest shows, The Bing Crosby Show and The Return of Burns and Allen. In just a little while, over many of these same stations, Der Bingle will be on hand with his songs, his humor, and his guests, comedian Abe Burrows and Peggy Lee. Right after Bing's housewarming, George and Gracie will keep the celebration going with the first of their new series. So stay with us tonight for Bing Crosby and for Burns and Allen in their opening shows on CBS, where this fall you hear them all.
Tune in this fall for the shows that you love best of all. Listen carefully, here's the address. It's CBS.
And now back to Escape, starring Victor Mature.
We camped at dusk about a quarter of a mile from the spot where the train had been dynamited. Vargas had given me directions, starting from there. After we ate, I lit a cigarette and rolled up in my blanket and watched Consuela across the fire. She was worth watching. I kept wondering about several things, but mostly who the horseman was who has been following us all day. I'd seen the dust cloud hanging back a mile or so behind us ever since we left Durango. I didn't say anything about it to Consuela. I still hadn't decided what I was going to do about her. I figured I was fairly safe from her or from anybody else until the minute I tipped off the location of the gold. And right then's when the picture would change, and change plenty.
Senor Manny, why you stare at me like this?
Just wondering some things.
Things? What things?
If a girl like you would really kill me just for gold.
I do not trust anybody, senor.
All right. But let's drop the senor. Make it Toby, huh?
You wish. You He's of no matter to me. Toby.
Look, suppose I made a deal with you. String along and don't start any trouble until I get the gold to New York. Then if you're really Laura's daughter, I'll try to get Vargas to agree on a 3-way split. 1/3 for each of us. What do you say?
I think I do not like it. In New York, I will be in strange place. Here I'm at home. Here, too, I have gun. Quien sabe?
Well, think it over anyway. It's your best bet. I'm going to turn in now. We'll start early in the morning.
Pues, see, I will think it over. But, Senor, Toby,
Yeah?
I wish you to know that I do not trust you either.
Okay, honey.
I do not trust anybody. You understand that?
Sure, I understand. Good night, Consuelo. The second day out, the traveling was 10 times as rough. And all day long, that same dust cloud stayed with us, following a mile or so behind. I knew there'd have to be a showdown sooner or later, but not yet. When we finally made camp at nightfall, I was dripping with sweat and dog-tired, and Consuelo was slumped in her saddle. All of Manuel's landmarks had checked out during the day, and although she didn't know it, the gold was supposed to be buried within 100 yards of our camp. This was the night to trim the cat's claws. I was counting on one thing, that she couldn't stay awake 2 nights in succession. And I was right. By 2 hours after dark, with the full moon barely above the horizon, Consuelo was sound asleep. I slid out of my bedroll and moved quietly around the fire towards her. I knew the gun was under the blanket at her head, so I bent over her and slowly, gently slid my hand under her and found it, eased it out into the open inch by inch, and dropped it into my pocket. I'd forgotten about her knife until it glinted in the moonlight. She leaped from the ground and came for me.
Pero ladrona!
I lunged for her wrist, grabbed her, I hung her while she struggled, twisted, fought like a panther. As small as she was, I could hardly hold her.
Let me go! Let
I
me go!
couldn't get hold of her other hand. And I wondered the knife might slip loose at any second. Back and forth we fought in the moonlight, stumbling and slipping, but staying on our feet. I could see only one thing to do. I pulled her towards me, bent her arm back, and twisted. Drop it, Consuelo. Drop that knife.
No!
Drop that knife! Sorry. You should have dropped it.
You broke my arm.
No, it's only sprained. Better than being cut to ribbons the way I'd have been.
Why you waste time talking? You think I'm afraid to die? You're wrong. You have the gun, you have my knife. Go ahead, kill me. Why you wait?
Wait a minute. Where do you get this idea I'm going to kill you?
Seguro, why else you wait for me to sleep and steal my gun?
Oh, you silly little fool. Look, I was trying to make sure you wouldn't take a shot at me after we located the gold tomorrow.
You were not going to kill me?
Of course not. Look, why don't you get smart and find out you can trust somebody once in a while? Now, wake up now and get some sense in your head.
Get your hands off
I'll
me.
shake some sense into you if I have to.
That you're hurting me. Why you look like that?
You little devil.
No comprendo. Are you going to... No! You kiss me.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
I think you're going to kill me, then you kiss me.
Yeah. Here. Here's your knife.
But just now you take it away from me.
I know. But look, you better keep it for protection.
I do not understand.
Never mind. Just take it.
Oh. Gracias, senor.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to turn in now, and look, you'd better get some sleep, too. We got a tough day tomorrow. And, honey, if you decide to cut my throat during the night, make a clean job of it.
Toby? Are you awake? Toby?
Yeah.
Buenas noches, Toby.
Maybe I was a fool to give her back the knife. Still, if she wanted to kill me, it wouldn't make any difference. She could knock my head in with a rock while I was asleep just as easy. I'd never known a woman like her. At 10 o'clock the next morning, we found the gold.
That is all, Toby. There's no more.
No, it's all on the pack horses. Now look, starting right now, we're going to ride hard until we hit the Narcissus River. Somebody's been following us ever since we left Durango.
What? How you know this?
I don't know who it is or why. Maybe you do.
How could I know? Toby, I swear I do not.
Okay, here. Now look, you better take your gun back. You may need it in case we get separated.
Separate? I'm going to stay with the gold.
Sure you are, but you better take the gun anyway. Now come on, let's go. Mile after mile, we pushed our horses on the trail to the north, riding most of the day over broken basalt rock to hide our trail. There was no dust cloud to show whether anyone followed, but I was sure somebody did. I was hoping to reach the Narcissus River before the showdown came. I knew there was only a rope bridge over the narrow gorge, and once across, I would cut the ropes and close off any further chance of being followed. So we pushed the horses and rode, hour after hour. By late afternoon, Consuelo complained more and more, being tired, wanted to stop and rest, and I couldn't be sure she wasn't trying to slow us down. Two hours after dark, we reached the river.
Toby, the bridge there ahead of us. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so tired.
You're not alone, honey. Lucky there's a moon. This thing's no cinch to cross in the dark.
He looks very weak. He's only held up by ropes.
It's safe enough. Whoa, boy. Whoa, now. Whoa. Here. Hold my horse. I'll lead the pack animals across on foot.
Toby, be careful.
Are you worried about me? Or the gold?
Hurry, please. Take them across. Wait.
I think that will not be necessary, senor. You will put up your hand. Do not move.
Can you see him?
He's in the shadow, right by the bridge. It's Pasquales, that guy in Durango. Were you expecting him?
Toby, I swear to you that...
Bastante, senor. You will drop your pistol on the ground. Very slowly, please. Gracias. Was very kind of you to discover the gold for me.
How did you know we were looking for it?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, in Durango. I'm Sergeante Alberto Pasquales, formerly with the 4th Regiment of General Lara in the Army of the Revolution.
One of my father's soldiers.
For 5 years, I have waited for Capitan Vargas to come back for the fortune, which I knew he had stolen. Stand out in the moonlight, please. Bastante, that's far enough. Now I lead the horses across the bridge, and then I cut the rope so that you cannot follow me. If you move, I will have to kill you.
Toby.
Quiet, and don't move.
He does not know I have a gun.
No, Consuelo. No! No, don't! Don't!
I had you move!
The pack horses reared at the shots. I lunged to stop them, stumbled into Consuelo, grabbed her, and held on her to keep her from falling. The half-mad animals carried Pasquales out onto the bridge and drove him along in front of their pounding hooves. I heard the rope supports creak and groan, and then snap with a loud crack, and like slow motion, the whole end of the bridge gave way. Pasquales and the 3 pack horses loaded with gold had plunged down into the gorge below.
Toby, I'm hurt. Very bad.
Hurt? What do you mean?
When he shot, I feel the bullet here.
No, easy now. Look, you're going to be all right. Now, don't worry.
No, I'm not afraid to die. Toby?
Yeah.
I like it very much when you call me honey.
Sure, honey. I'll be calling you that thousands of times. Well, I'll be... Consuelo! Consuelo! I knelt there in the moonlight, holding her in my arms, with the bare brown hills of Mexico around me, and cursed myself for a fool. The gold was gone, lost in the torrent at the bottom of the gorge. But it didn't seem to matter very much. I'd found a greater treasure. And because I had too little faith, that treasure lay dead in my arms. I lowered her gently and sat there for a long time. Then I picked up the gun she died trying to use. The empty gun I'd taken the cartridges out of because I didn't trust her, and threw it into the gorge. Then I dropped down on the ground and wept. I remembered Bately's words.
You need more than a break, Toby. If one fell right in your lap, you'd play it just so far. And then you'd start doubting yourself. Or somebody else. I told you you'd show up, Toby. You even got here a day early.
Yeah, I know, Bately. Well, let's settle up my schedule.
You must have had yourself quite a vacation. You didn't find the big chance, did you?
No, I didn't find it.
Well, what'd you do? Just sit around in the sun for 3 weeks? Come on, tell me about it. Didn't anything happen?
That's right, Bately. You hit it square on the head. Nothing happened. Not a thing.
Escape was produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes. With Victor Mature starring as Toby Manning, tonight we have presented The Fortune of Vargas, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield. Victor Mature will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Wabash Avenue. Next week, we escape with Van Heflin, starring in Joseph Hergesheimer's terrifying story, Wild Oranges. Good night, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape, starring Van Heflin. This is CBS, where Bing Crosby can be heard every Wednesday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Hollywood, California, Monday, February 1st. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in Mr. Deeds Goes to Town with Lionel Sander. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the makers of Lux Flakes bring you Gary Cooper, Gene Arthur, and Lionel Stander. As special guests, Sidney Skolsky, nationally known Hollywood columnist, and Fay Gillis, noted aviatrix and foreign correspondent. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Welcome, everyone, to Hollywood and to another hour in the Lux Radio Theater. Before introducing Mr. DeMille, I'd like to share with you a letter from a California woman, one of our unseen radio audience, Mrs. Roberta Hurst of San Jose.
You're an ardent user of Lux Flakes. I'd like to thank you not only for the treat you give us on the air Monday nights, but for the boon Luxes to my household. I use Lux Flakes for all my lingerie, all fine laundering, and for dishes. In every instance where my hands come into contact with soapy water.
I'm sorry we cannot give you the rest of Mrs. Hurst's enthusiastic letter, but I'd like to emphasize one point. Lux Flakes do protect a woman's hands just as they protect fine fabrics. So why not use Lux for all soap and water jobs, especially dishwashing? Lux protects the natural oils of the skin, leaves your hands soft and white. Start using Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. And now, we present Hollywood's foremost producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur were born to the roles they play tonight. Mandrake Falls, where our play opens, might have been any one of the prairie towns Gary once called home, while the town Mr. Deeds goes to is the town Gene Arthur came from, New York. As Babe Bennett, Jean writes lines for a New York paper, while before she came to Hollywood, she delivered lines from a New York stage. Longfellow Deeds devoted his spare moments to writing greeting card poetry. And Gary also likes to use a pencil. But instead of making rhymes, he draws pictures. He confided to me that his artistry is merely a case of advanced doodling, which had its beginning when he filled in all the O's in his third-grade reader. Their work in Mr. Deeds convinced me that Mr. Cooper and Miss Arthur were definitely the stars I wanted for the roles of Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane in our picture, The Plainsman. I knew that Gary, raised in a saddle, could be as western as sagebrush in the setting sun. Whatever hesitation I might have had about Jean Arthur was dispelled when I saw her practicing to snap a 15-foot bullwhip around a cowboy's wrist to make him drop a bottle. By letting her use my outstretched arm as a target, Jean had the chance to do what many stars have wanted to do, whip a director. Lionel Stander, in resuming his role of Corny Cobb, gives us another member of the original cast, together with the celebrated Pixelated Sisters. Mr. Deeds has been voted the best comedy of 1936 by the New York critics, a well-deserved feather in the cap of Columbia Pictures and director Frank Capra. We've had both its brilliant author and adapter on this program, Clarence Buddington Kelland and Robert Riskin. Now, we present the stars and the story. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater spotlights Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Gene Arthur with Lionel Stander. Our story begins in the little town of Mandrake Falls, population 600. On the porch of an old-fashioned frame house, two men are waiting for an answer to their knock. They're clearly out of their element here, clearly city folks. As the older man, the sharp-eyed attorney, taps his foot impatiently, the door is opened by a motherly old lady.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. Longfellow Deeds at home?
Why, no, he isn't, but I'm expecting him any minute. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Cedar. I'm an attorney. This gentleman is Mr. Cobb.
How do you do, Mr. Cedar? How do you do, Mr. Cobb?
Hi.
Come right in here, gentlemen. Mr. Deeds is in the park arranging for the bazaar. They're trying to raise money for a fire engine. Sit down, gentlemen.
Thank you. Are you related to Mr. Deeds?
Oh, no. I'm Mrs. Meredith. I'm his housekeeper.
Oh, then perhaps you can tell us something about him. What does he do for a living?
Why, he and Jim Mason own the tallow works. But that isn't where he makes his money. He makes most of it out of his poetry.
Poetry? He writes
poetry?
My goodness, yes. Longfellow's famous. He writes those things on postcards, you know, for Christmas and Easter and birthdays.
Yeah. How long do you think you'll be?
Oh, he won't be long, 'cause 'tain't raining. When it rains, he likes to take long walks.
Like?
There he is now. I'll tell him you're here.
Hey, Cedar, did you hear that?
Yeah.
The old man must have been goofy to leave all his dough to this yokel.
Oh, well,
How much do you figure the estate will amount to after the taxes are deducted?
about $20 million.
Better be careful how you spring it on him. He's liable to keel over from the shop.
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, good morning. Are you Longfellow Deeds?
That's right.
My name's John Cedar, of the New York firm of Cedar, and Buddington. My card.
Cedar, and Buddington. Buddington must feel like an awful stranger.
Not bad.
This is Mr. Cornelius Cobb, Mr. Deeds.
Hiya.
Very well, thanks.
Mr. Deeds, we'd like to ask you a few questions.
Excuse me, Mrs. Meredith,
Yes, Longfellow?
have you seen the mouthpiece for my tuba?
Why, it's right there on the table.
Oh, that's right. My new mouthpiece. I keep losing them all the time. Go ahead, Mr. Cedar. Don't pay any attention to me. I just want to see if this thing fits my new bass horn all right.
Mr. Deeds, we have some news for you.
Yeah. I suggest you sit down, though, Mr. Deeds.
Mr. Deeds. Mr. Deeds, does the name of Martin W. Semple mean anything to you?
Not much. An uncle of mine, I think, although I never saw him.
Well, he passed on. He was killed in a motor accident in Italy.
He was? Well, now, that's too bad. If there's anything I can do...
Mr. Semple left a great fortune when he died. He left it to you, Mr. Deeds. Deducting taxes, it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million.
Well, for crying out loud.
What about lunch? Are the gentlemen going to stay?
Perhaps you didn't hear me, Mr. Deeds. I said the whole Semple fortune goes to you. $20 million.
Oh, I heard you all right. $20 million. That's quite a bit, isn't it?
Oh, it'll do in a pinch.
Yes, indeed. I wonder why he left all that money to me. I don't need it.
I give up.
I wish you'd tell me about lunch if the gentlemen are going to stay.
Sure, they'll stay. Mrs. Meredith's got some fresh orange layer cake.
Some more coffee, Mr. Cedar?
No, thanks. You see, Mr. Deeds, Cobb here is an ex-newspaper man. Been associated with your uncle for years as a sort of buffer.
Buffer?
Yeah, glorified doormat.
You see, rich man needs someone to keep cranks away.
Cedar, and Buddington. It's funny, I can't think of a rhyme for Buddington.
Why should you?
Oh, whenever I run across a funny name, I always like to poke around for a rhyme. I've got one for Cobb.
Huh?
There once was a man named Cobb who kept Semple away from the mob. Came the turn of the tide, and Semple, he died. Now, poor Cobb is out of a job.
Sounds like 2 weeks' notice to me.
Huh?
I've gotten a sackaroo in many ways, but never in rhyme.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that. I'm sure I'm going to need your help.
Are you married, Mr. Deeds?
Who, me? No.
He's too fussy. That's what's the matter with him. There are a lot of nice girls in Mandrake Falls who are just dying to...
Don't pay any attention to her.
Oh, he's got a lot of fool notions about saving a lady in distress.
Saving a lady in distress, huh? Well, we all have those dreams when we're young. Well, we'd better get started. You'll have to pack, Mr. Deeds.
What for?
You're coming to New York with us.
When?
Tonight, 6 o'clock train.
That's rather sudden, isn't it?
My dear Mr. Deeds, there are a great many important things to take care of.
I'm kind of nervous. I've never been away from Mandrake Falls. But I'd like to see Grant's tomb at that.
Fine. We'll walk around town now, Mr. Deeds, and we'll meet you at the train 6 o'clock.
Once more now, boys, a farewell song to Longfellow Deeds, the pride of Mandrake Falls.
Come on, Deeds. You can stand on the observation platform.
So long, Charlie. So long, Ed. So long, Mrs. Meredith. So long. So long. So long.
Gosh, I got a lot of friends.
Cedar and Buddington. One moment, please.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Cedar.
Mrs. Buddington in?
He's waiting for you in your office, Mr. Cedar.
Thank you.
Cedar and Buddington. Hello. I'll see if Mr. Cedar is in.
Cedar, you're back?
Morning, Buddington.
Well, what happened? What's this fellow Deeds like?
We've got nothing to worry about. He's as naive as a child.
Did you get the power of attorney?
No, not yet.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
Well, give me a chance. We only arrived this morning.
John, if you don't mind my saying so, we can't afford to have...
Yes, I know, Buddington. We can't afford to have the books investigated right now.
But the $500,000. Goodness me, where do we go to get it?
Will you stop worrying? Just relax and leave it to me. Those books will never leave this office.
Well, I hope not. If they ever do, we'll all land in jail.
Listen, I'm going to see Deeds this afternoon. I'll have that power of attorney the first thing in the morning. Leave it to me. I tell you, Buddington, the boy's a simpleton.
I'll take that, Deeds. Hello? No. I said no. We ain't got any statements to make. Mr. Deeds has taken over his uncle's Fifth Avenue mansion, that's all. That was the press.
Oh, where were we, Mr. Cedar?
Oh, yes. We were talking about the power of attorney. It's just a suggestion, Mr. Deeds. But if you'd give it to us, we could take care of everything for you. It would save you a lot of annoyances. Every shark in town is going to try to sell you something.
Yes, there have been a lot of them around already. Strangest kind of people. Salesmen, politicians, and moochers, all wanting something. I haven't had a minute to myself. Haven't seen Grant's tomb yet. By the way, where's all the money? In a bank?
No. There's approximately $1.5 million in cash. The accountants are working on the books now. Be ready in several weeks.
It sounds complicated.
Oh, yes. That's why I suggested your letting us take care of it. A rich man should unburden himself.
You mean besides wanting to be my lawyer, you also want to handle my investments?
Why, yes.
Well, outside of your regular fee, how much extra would it cost?
Oh, nothing. No extra charge.
No charge. But there'd be a lot of extra work, wouldn't there?
Oh, it's an added service a firm like Cedar and Buddington usually donates.
Funny thing, I haven't been able to think of a rhyme for Buddington yet.
Neither have I.
Mr. Deeds,
Listen. A fire engine. Hey, I gotta see it.
There it goes. Boy, look at her scoop.
Mr. Deeds, please.
Let him alone, Cedar. If he likes to watch fire engines, that's his business.
Gee, that was a pip. We expect to have one in Mandrake Falls pretty soon, with a siren, too.
Mr. Deeds, I wish you'd give that matter some thought.
Huh?
This matter of the power of attorney.
Oh, yes, I will. I'll give it a lot of thought. A fellow by the name of Winslow is in here and wanted to handle my affairs for nothing, too. It kind of puzzles me why people want to do a lot of work for nothing. It isn't natural. So I guess I'll have to think about it some more.
Quite right. You have a good business head, Mr. Deeds. Being an attorney for you is going to be a very simple affair.
You're not my attorney yet, Mr. Cedar. Not till I find out what's on your mind. Suppose you get the book straightened out right away so I can look into everything.
Are you suggesting that...
No, sir, but I'd just like to look the books over. After that, I'll let you know if you're going to be my attorney or not.
Oh, I see. Good day, Mr. Deeds.
Good day. You know, Cobb, I think there's something fishy about him.
There once was a cedar, so tall and so green, chopped down by a hick to the size of a bean.
New York Evening Mail. Hello? New York Evening Mail. Mr. McGowan, one moment. I'll connect you. Hello? New York Evening Mail.
Hello, McGowan speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Hines. Yeah? Yeah, sure, Mr. Hines. I'll get something on him right away. Well, that was a boss again, babe. He's yelling murder. He says this guy Deeds is news and big news.
Sure, but how do you expect me to get at him? Cobb keeps him under lock and key. I'm a reporter, not a magician.
Well, you won't be a reporter long if you don't get some dope on this guy, and I won't be an editor. Hines is yelling for human interest stuff. What this guy Deeds thinks about the big town. How does it feel to be a millionaire? Is he going to get married? Is he smart? Is he dumb? That's the angle. And we've got to get it for him. Well, how about it, babe?
I'll do my best, Mac, but it'll take time.
Listen, babe, you get the story and you can have anything you want.
How about a month's vacation?
With pay.
With pay.
Keep 4 columns open on page 1 tomorrow.
Now you're talking, babe. I'll keep the whole front page open. How are you going to do it?
I don't know yet, but I'll get to him if I have to pull a phony feint right on his doorstep.
Hey, what's the matter here? Are you hurt, miss?
Oh.
Here, let me help you up.
I must have fainted on the steps. I sat down for a moment and... I'm sorry.
Can I help you?
No, thank you. I'm all right.
Well, this is my house. I'd like to...
Oh, no, really. I'm all right.
What happened?
Well, I guess I walked too much. Been looking for a job all day. I found one, too. I start tomorrow. Oh, you've been very kind. Goodbye.
Please, you must let me help you.
I'm sorry.
Have you had your dinner?
Dinner? Why, isn't that funny? I forgot to eat.
Forgot?
Oh, yes, I do that lots of times. I just get to thinking about something and I forget.
Well, look. I'm going to a place called Tulio's, and I think you better come along, too. Feel better now, Miss Dawson?
Oh, does this taste good? I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Deeds.
I wish you'd let me help you some.
Please. I asked you not to talk about it.
I'm sorry. You know, you're the first person I've met in New York who didn't want something. Tell me more about yourself.
Well, I've told you everything. My folks live in a small town near Hartford. I'm here alone trying to make a living. I'm really a nobody.
You were a lady in distress, weren't you?
What?
Oh, nothing.
Anything else, sir?
No, thanks. Oh, waiter.
Yeah?
Anybody come in yet? Writers, I mean?
Huh? Oh, no. Nobody important.
You'll be sure to point them out, won't you?
Uh-huh.
I'm a writer myself, you know.
That's so?
I write poetry.
That's so. Well, I'll let you know.
Thanks. He's a nice fellow, isn't he?
Yes. Well, you've had quite an exciting time since you've been here, haven't you? All those meetings and business deals and society people. Aren't you having fun, Mr. Deeds?
No, at least I didn't. Not till now. I like talking to you. It's funny, my finding you right on my doorstep.
Yes, wasn't it?
Oh, Mr. Deeds.
Yes?
Brookfield just came in.
The poet? Where?
Right over there.
Look, Miss Dawson, there's Brookfield, the poet.
Really?
Yeah, who's that with him, waiter?
Hannaberry and Morrow.
Hannaberry and Morrow. Why, they're famous authors. Great liberals.
Not with their tips, they ain't.
Gee, that's marvelous. Right here in the same room with me. Gosh, I wish I could meet them.
Well, I might be able to fix it for you.
Could you?
Sure. I'll be right back.
You hear that, Miss Dawson? I'm going to meet them. Talk to them. Gosh, what a night.
Mr. Deeds. Mr. Deeds, wake up, sir. It's late.
Shut it off. Shut that alarm off.
Yes, sir. It's very late, sir. 11 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
You're my butler, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure.
If you permit me to say so, sir, you were out on quite a party last night.
Was I? Oh, yeah. My head feels like it. Has Miss Dawson phoned?
No, sir.
She was a lady in distress, Walter, but she wouldn't let me help her. She's got pride. I like that.
Deeds.
Oh, hello, Cobb.
I got to speak to you right away.
Get some coffee, will you, please, Walter?
Very good, sir.
Now, listen. Where were you last night?
Why, I met a young lady, Miss Dawson. Went to Tulio's.
Did you sock somebody there? A poet?
Yes, a fellow named Brookfield.
Why? Why?
Well, I thought I'd better teach him some manners. You see, he invited me over to his table, but after I got there, I found out he only wanted to make fun of me.
So you up and socked him?
Not very hard. He said some things in front of Miss Dawson that I didn't like.
Go on. After you socked him, what happened then?
Well, another writer there, he was in the same party. He congratulated me. He said Brookfield should have been socked long ago. Well, this other writer, he invited me out to see the town, so we went.
Yeah. And then what happened?
Well, it's a little hazy after that.
Well, take a look at the newspapers. They ought to refresh your memory. Look, Cinderella Man on spree. Punches literary light at Tulio's. Shows big city how to cut up. Holds up traffic at 3 a.m. feeding donuts to horses.
Cinderella Man? What do they want to call me that for?
They'd call you anything if you give them half a chance. They got you down for a sap.
I think I'll go down and punch the editor on the nose.
No, you don't. Listen, get this clear. Punching people is not the solution to anything.
Sometimes it's the only solution.
Not editors. Take my word for it. Not editors.
But what about this Cinderella man?
That's my job. I'll keep that stuff out of the papers if you'll help me. But I can't do anything if you go around talking to people. Please, will you promise me to be careful from now on?
Yes. I guess I'll have to.
Thanks. If you feel the building rock, it'll be me blasting into this editor.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cobb. Your coffee, Mr. Deeds.
Thanks. You know, Cobb's right, Walter. I mustn't talk to anybody.
Miss Dawson just called, sir.
Who? Miss Dawson?
She's on the phone now, sir.
Fine, I'll talk to her. Hand me the phone, quick. And remember, Walter, I've got to play safe. She's the only one I'm going to talk to from now on.
Now let's tune in for a moment on a typical Lux home. Mrs. Ellison and her 16-year-old daughter have been listening to our play.
Wouldn't it be wonderful, Mother, if someone left us a lot of money like they did to Mr. Deeds?
What would you do with it, Betty?
Buy heaps of new clothes, for one thing, and dozens of new undies. Those lovely French handmade ones with lace. And,
now, child, you have plenty of pretty clothes. And nice undies as it is.
Oh, but, Mums, I haven't. Why, even those new slips I got for Christmas look sort of run down now.
That, my dear, is your own fault. How often have I told you to take care of your underthings? Wash them every night with Lux Flakes. Mine stay new-looking for months, even years, thanks to Lux.
Mrs. Ellison is right. Gentle Lux Flakes do keep your silk things new-looking far longer. They make your lingerie really clean without hurting colors or fabrics. Things not only wear longer when luxed regularly, but you'll be delighted at how sweet and fresh they are. So why not play safe and be thrifty, too? Get the habit of dipping your underthings into Lux Flakes Gentle Suds after each wearing. Start tonight. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Stander. Unaware that his newly discovered friend, Miss Dawson, is really a newspaper reporter, Longfellow Deeds has taken her completely into his confidence. She is the source of all the Cinderella Man stories that are now making front-page headlines. But she's beginning to feel the pangs of conscience. We find them now, sitting on a bench in Central Park.
This is getting to be sort of a habit with us, isn't it?
What?
Well, I mean taking walks and going places.
Yes.
Here you are, prepare. Read all about it. Cinderella Man plays the tuba. To give reception to society. Read all about it. Cinderella Man.
There they go again. Cinderella Man.
Does it hurt you so very much?
I don't know. I've tried not to worry about it. They'll write those articles till they get tired. Only, I don't understand. Why do people have to go around hurting each other? Why don't they try liking each other for a change?
You know, you said something when you met me, something I've thought about a great deal.
What's that?
You said I was a lady in distress.
Oh, that.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, nothing.
You said it as though it had some significance.
Well, you see, I always had an idea that someday, have you got are you engaged or anything?
Why, no. Are you?
No.
You don't go out with girls much, do you?
I haven't.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you must have met some swell society girls since you've been here. Don't you like them?
I haven't met anybody here I like particularly. Except you, of course. Last night after I left you, I was walking along and looking at the tall buildings and got to thinking. They created a lot of grand palaces here. But they didn't create any noblemen to put in them. I'd rather have Mandrake Falls.
I'm from a small town, too, you know.
Really?
Probably as small as Mandrake Falls.
Gosh, what do you know about that?
Oh, it's a beautiful little town, too. Row of poplar trees right along Main Street. Always smelled as if it just had a bath. I've often thought about going back.
Have you?
Oh, yes. I used to have a lot of fun there. When I was a little girl, I used to love to go fishing with my father. He was something like you, my father was. He played in the town band, too.
He did? What did he play?
The drums. Taught me to play some.
He did?
I can accompany myself to Swanee River. Would you like to hear me?
Sure.
Well, wait till I find a couple of sticks.
Well, here's one.
All right, this bench will have to do as a drum. Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks stay.
Gee, that's swell. Now, you do it again, and I'll sing humoresque.
All right. Way down upon the Pawnee River, far, far away. There's where my heart is going ever. There's where the old folks say.
Hey, there's a fire. Here comes the engine. Hey. Boy, just look at her chair. Say, will you do me a favor?
Sure, what?
Wait here for me. I want to catch that engine and see how they do it. I'll be right back.
Cinderella man proves himself fire-eating demon, jumps on board engine, volunteers to help firemen. Did you do that?
Sure. But I didn't know they'd make another story out of it.
I tell you, they'll make a story out of everything. But what gets me is who's on the inside. Where are they getting their dope?
I don't know.
I pleaded with you not to talk to anybody. You promised me you wouldn't. But no, you've been blabbing your head off to the whole town. What have you been doing every night?
Going out?
So I noticed. You're not going out tonight, I hope.
Yes? Why?
Have you forgotten you've got a reception here? All the society people in town are coming.
Gosh, that's right. I forgot.
Well?
I had an appointment. I was going to meet somebody for dinner.
You can't dodge your own reception. It ain't etiquette.
No, I suppose not. Only...
Only what?
Well, you let me think it over. I'll let you know.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Deeds.
Hello. Can I come in?
Of course. Oh, I didn't expect to see you this evening. I didn't think you could get away with your reception and everything.
Oh, I wouldn't let them stop me from seeing you. I threw them out of the house.
You threw them out? You mean bodily?
Yes. They got on my nerves, so I threw them out. I guess that'll be in the paper tomorrow. Something else for them to laugh at.
Yes, I suppose it'll have to be in the papers.
I don't mind, though. I had too much fun doing it.
Sit down.
Thanks. I can't stay long, though. It's pretty late.
It's all right.
Is there anything wrong?
No, why?
Well, you just look sort of funny. I mean, sad.
I get that way sometimes. How's everything going?
Not so good. I'm finding things out. A lot of things.
What?
Well, first of all, it's not so much fun being a millionaire. I wouldn't mind if they'd let me alone, but you know how it is.
Yes.
I once had an idea I could do something with the money. Some good, I mean. But to keep me so busy here, I didn't get to figure anything out. I guess I'll think of something when I get home.
Oh, you're going home?
Well, a man ought to know where he fits in. I just don't seem to fit in around here. Mary?
Yes?
I was thinking of... Well, I wish you could come to Mandrake Falls sometime.
Me?
Yes. You know, within a couple of miles of my house, you can find nearly every kind of tree and bush and flower in the world. I used to spend hours in the woods just hiking around. It was wonderful. I'd generally take a girl with me.
A girl?
No, not a real one. I'd make one up, just to have somebody to talk to. She was beautiful, too. I always knew that someday I'd meet her. Mary...
Wait a minute. You said you found things out. Well, so have I. This town gets you somehow. It makes you coarse, unfeeling. It's done it to me.
You?
Listen, dear. Don't let anybody hurt you anymore. They can't. You're too real. And you go back to Mandrake Falls. You belong there. These stories about you will stop. They'll stop right now.
Mary.
Yes.
Remember that poem I told you about? The one I was writing about you? Well, it's finished. Would you like to read it?
Of course.
It's to you. But you don't have to say anything after you read it. You can tell me tomorrow what you think.
I tramped the earth with hopeless beat, searching in vain for a glimpse of you. Then heaven thrust you at my very feet, a lovely angel, too lovely to woo. My dream has been answered, but my life's just as bleak. I'm handcuffed and speechless in your presence divine. For my heart longs to cry out, if it only could speak. I love you, my angel. Be mine. Be mine.
You don't have to say anything now, Mary. I'll wait to hear from you tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, stop it, babe. Stop it. Well, what do you mean you're quitting?
It's true, Mac. I'm walking out on you. I'm through.
What's bothering you, babe?
Last night he proposed to me.
Proposed to you? You mean he asked you to marry him?
Yes.
Why, babe, that's terrific. Cinderella Man woos mystery girl. Who is the mysterious
Drink
girl?
one word of that and I'll blow your place up.
Oh, I'm sorry, babe. Say, you haven't gone and fallen for that mug, have you? Well, I'll be a... Oh, that's tough, babe. I'm awfully sorry. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to tell him the truth.
Oh, tell him you're Babe Bennett. Tell him you're making a stooge out of him.
I've got a lunch date with him. Expects an answer. It's going to be pretty.
Oh, don't be a sucker, babe. You can disappear, can't you?
Oh, I thought of that, too.
You need never see him again.
That's the rub.
Oh, it's as bad as that, huh?
Telling him's a long shot. I'm going to take it. Hand me the phone, will you, Matt?
Now, listen, babe. Listen, are you sure you're doing the right thing?
Right thing. It'll be a novelty for me.
Hello? Oh, good morning, Miss Dawson. No, Mr. Deed is not here just now. Yes? I'll tell him. Not at all.
Good morning, Walter.
Oh, Mr. Deed.
Has Miss Dawson called yet, Walter?
Yes, sir. She was just on the phone, sir.
Is she coming for lunch?
She didn't say, sir. She'll call later.
Oh, here you are.
Hello, Cobb.
I want to speak to you.
Sure.
I don't mind you making a sucker out of yourself, but you made one out of me, too.
Huh?
I finally had sense enough to have you followed last night. Who's that girl you've been running around with?
Why, she's Mary Dawson.
Mary Dawson, huh? Mary Dawson, my eye. She's Babe Bennett.
Babe Bennett?
Yeah, she's the star reporter on the Mail. And every time you opened your kisser, you were giving her another story. That's the dame that slapped the moniker on you, Cinderella Man. You've been making love to a double dose of cyanide.
Shut up. Get me the newspaper on the phone.
Sure. Hello? Give me Wall, 70689. Yeah. Now you'll see. Hello? Evening Mail? I want to speak to Babe Bennett. Yeah. Hello? Miss Bennett? Hold on a minute. Here, take it.
Hello? Is that you, Mary? Well, this is Longfellow Deeds. Mary, I want you to tell me something. Are you the one who's been writing those articles about me? I see. No bother. There's nothing to explain. Goodbye.
Well, was I right or wrong?
She said she was going to tell me today. It's too late now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Home? But what about the estate? You can't just walk off and leave everything like that. What's going to happen?
I don't care what happens. I never wanted the money. You can give it away. For all I care, give it to the people that need it. It never did me any good. Just a lot of trouble and pain. I don't want it. I'm going back home where I belong.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
In a few moments, we'll resume Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper in the title role and Jean Arthur as the reporter. We hear now from another lady of the press, Fay Gillis. Miss Gillis fell rather than rose to fame. One of the best-known ladybirds in America, she became the first woman member of the Caterpillar Club, whose ranks are composed solely of those who have saved their lives by parachute jumps from aeroplanes. When Wiley Post made his record-breaking flight around the world, it was Miss Gillis who met him in Siberia with food and fuel, the place occupied by Will Rogers, and his tragic flight with Wiley Post was relinquished to Mr. Rogers at the last moment by Miss Gillis. She is now in Hollywood, reporting for the New York Herald Tribune, and expects to leave shortly for the Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, Fay Gillis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Becoming a member of the Caterpillar Club, Miss Gillis, must have been a very exalting experience.
On the contrary, it was decidedly a come-down. I still think flying is the safest means of transportation and use commercial planes whenever I can. But I've had to give up private flying temporarily because it's too much of a luxury.
Oh. Which do you consider the most important syllable of luxury?
Lux, of course.
And I'll never give that up. In fact, I carry it with me wherever I go, though it's hardly necessary anymore, for I find it everywhere, from Vladivostok to Paminok and Java. By the way, here's another use for Lux Flakes, washing leopards. I've had my pet leopard Snooks ever since she was a little bundle of fur caught in the African jungle, and she's with me now in Hollywood. Snooks has the most beautiful coat you ever saw. There's a reason. Since babyhood, she's had a bath twice a month with Lux Flakes and loves it.
Trying to put Lux on the spot, huh? Faye, you must find Hollywood rather dull after reporting wars, coronations, and other exciting events.
Why, no. When my feet start itching, I can take a trip around the world by touring the studios. I can visit Tibet on the Columbia lot, where Harry Cohen has erected spectacular Shangri-La for Lost Horizons, the magnificent new film directed by Frank Capra, who also directed the screen version of tonight's play, Mr. Deeds. I can visit Naples on the set of Dodsworth, India and Afghanistan in Shirley Temple's new film, Wee Willie Winkie, Berlin in The Road Back, Westminster Abbey in The Prince and the Pauper, Dublin in The Plough and the Stars, and China in The Good Earth. And now, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. I'll be seeing you at Paramount before long, slinking through the bayous of Louisiana with Lafitte, the buccaneer.
Good night, Globe Trotter. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur with Lionel Stander. Completely disillusioned, Longfellow Deeds started giving his money away to needy farmers. But Mr. Cedar, acting for some distant relative of Old Simple's, immediately entered a charge of insanity. Deeds, confined to the county hospital for observation, refused to speak or enter any defense. And now, on the opening day of the insanity hearing, with the little courtroom jammed, Cedar is just finishing his address to the bench.
In the interests of my clients, the only other living relatives of the late Martin W. Semple, we cannot permit a fortune so huge to be dissipated by a person whose incompetency and abnormality we shall prove beyond any reasonable doubt. We present our first witness, Your Honor, Miss Louise Bay Bennett.
Quiet.
Miss Bennett, you're employed by the Evening Mail.
Your Honor, this is ridiculous.
You will please answer the question.
The whole hearing's ridiculous. That man's no more insane than you are. They're trying to railroad this man for the money they can get out of it.
Your Honor.
Young lady, another outburst like this, and I shall hold you in contempt. Proceed.
Are you employed by the Evening Mail?
No. I resigned last week.
Prior to that time, were you employed by the Evening Mail?
Yes.
Were you given an assignment to follow the activities of Mr. Longfellow Deeds?
Yes.
Did you subsequently write a series of articles about him?
Yes.
Are these the articles?
Yes.
You were present when all these things took place?
Yes.
Are they true?
No.
But they did take place.
They're colored just to make him look silly.
But you saw them happen.
Yes, but
That's all.
It isn't all. I'd like to explain
That's all, Miss Bennett.
Your Honor, what kind of a hearing is this? What are you trying to do? Persecute the man? He's not defending himself. Somebody's got to do it.
Miss Bennett, please. I'm willing to listen to anything that anyone has to say, but I insist to be done in an orderly fashion. When you learn to show some respect for the court, you can return. Until then, you'd better go back to your seat and calm down. Mr. Deeds, do you wish to say anything in defense of these articles? Oh, very well. Go on, Mr. Cedar.
Our next witnesses will testify together, Your Honor. Take the stand, please.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Jane Faulkner. This is my sister, Amy. Yes, Amy.
I'll direct all my questions to you, Miss Jane. You can answer for both. Do you know the defendant, Longfellow Deeds?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course we know him.
How long have you known him?
Since he was born. Yes, he was a 7 months baby.
Yes, that's fine, thank you. Do you see him very often?
Most every day. Sometimes twice.
Must we have the echo?
Suppose you just answer, Miss Jane. Now tell me, what does everybody back home think of Longfellow Deeds?
They think he's pixelated. Oh, yes, pixelated.
He's what?
What did you say he was?
Pixelated. Mm-hmm.
Perhaps I can explain, Your Honor. The word pixelated is an early American expression, derived from the word pixies, meaning elves. They would say the pixies have got him, as we nowadays would say a man is balmy. Is that correct, Miss Jane?
Mm-hmm. Why does everyone think he's pixelated? Does he do peculiar things?
He walks in the rain without his hat and talks to himself. Sometimes he whistles and sings. He always runs in the house when we see him coming. He sure is pixelated. Oh, yes, he's pixelated all right.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. That'll be all. You see, Your Honor, the man's actions speak for themselves. I have one more witness whom I'd like to present at this point. Dr. Emil Fraser, the eminent Austrian psychiatrist. Dr. Fraser, will you give us your opinion, please, in simple terminology, if possible?
Certainly. It is my opinion that Longfellow Deeds is a manic depressive. In cases of this kind, patients sometimes go on for years before they are detected.
Why is that, Dr. Fraser?
That is because their moods change so quickly and so often. First, they are extremely depressed, melancholy. Then the mood changes again in the other direction until they reach a state of high exaltation. Here, everything is fine. Here, the world is beautiful.
How would you say, Dr. Fraser, that this applies to Mr. Deeds?
The symptoms are obvious. When he is on top of the wave, he plays his tuba, writes his childish poems, chases fire engines in his desire to help humanity. This is contrasted with his present mood, which is so low that even the instinct for self-preservation is lacking. Another significant point was his desire to give away every bit of his fortune. Oh, yes, there's no doubt. He is an obvious case of manic depressive.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser, thank you. That is all, Your Honor.
Deeds, you're not going to let him get away with this, are you? At least let me ask for a postponement. Cedar will settle out of court for $2 million. He told me that.
Mr. Deeds, before I arrive at a decision, isn't there anything you want to say?
Come on, don't be a sucker.
Oh, very well, if you won't speak. Mr. Deeds, in view of the testimony, I think it advisable for your own safety that you be sent to a state hospital. You need medical attention, Mr. Deeds. Perhaps in a little while...
No, wait a minute. You can't do it. Please, you've got to make him talk. Let me try. Darling, please. I know everything I've done. I know how horrible I've been. If you'll never see me again, no matter what happens, do this for me.
Miss Bennett, please.
You said I could speak. You said I could have my say if I were rational. I'm rational. I'll take the witness chair.
Your Honor, what she's saying has no bearing on the case.
Let her speak.
I know why he won't defend himself. That has a bearing on the case, hasn't it? He's been hurt. He's been hurt by everybody he's met since he came here, principally by me. He's been the victim of every conniving crook in town. The newspapers pounced on him, made him a target for their feeble humor. I was smarter than the rest of them. I got closer to him so I could laugh louder. Why shouldn't he keep quiet? Every time he said anything was twisted around to sound imbecilic. He can thank me for it.
Your Honor, this is preposterous.
Certainly I wrote those articles, but I stopped writing them when I found out what he was all about. When I realized how real he was. When I found out he could never fit in with our distorted viewpoint, because his was honest and sincere and good. If that man's crazy, Your Honor, the rest of us belong in straitjackets.
This is absurd, Your Honor. The woman is obviously in love with him.
What's that got to do with it?
But you are in love with him, aren't you?
Yes!
Quiet, please. In the interest of this defendant, I've tolerated a great deal of informality. If there's one more outburst, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
Your Honor, I'd like to put in my 2 cents. I've known this man Longfellow...
Sit down.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Deeds?
I'd like to put in my 2 cents worth.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Well, I don't know where to begin. There have been so many things said about me. Of course, Mr. Cedar has a right to think I'm loony. I once considered paying him $100,000 a year for his services. About my playing the tuba. Seems like a lot of fuss has been made about that. If a man's crazy just because he plays the tuba, somebody better look into it, because there are a lot of tuba players running around loose. Of course, I don't see any harm in it. I play mine whenever I want to concentrate. That may sound funny to some people, but Most everybody does something silly when they're thinking. For instance, the judge here is an O filler.
A what?
An O filler. You fill in all the spaces in the O's with your pencil. I was watching you.
Proceed, Mr. Deeds.
Yes, sir. Well, that may make you look a little crazy, Your Honor, just sitting around and filling in O's, but I don't see anything wrong because that helps you think. Other people are doodlers.
Doodlers?
Well, that's a name we made up back home for people who make foolish designs on paper when they're thinking. It's called doodling. Almost everybody's a doodler. Did you ever see a scratch pad in a telephone booth? People draw the most idiotic pictures when they're thinking. Dr. Fraser here could probably think up a long name for it because he doodles all the time. I picked up this paper he was scribbling on. I can't figure out what it is. One minute it looks like a chimpanzee, and the next it looks like a picture of Mr. Cedar.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
Looks kind of stupid, doesn't it, Judge? But I guess it's all right. If Dr. Fraser has to doodle to help him think, that's his business. Everybody does something different. Some people are ear pullers, some are nail biters. Mr. Cedar is a nose twitcher. See him? So you see, Your Honor, everybody does funny things to help them think. Well, I play the tuba.
Your Honor, this is becoming farcical. I suggest Mr. Deeds dispense with his side remarks. Let him stick to facts.
Be quiet, please. Go on, Mr. Deeds.
Now, about the Faulkner sisters. That's funny. I mean, about Mr. Cedar going all the way to Mandrake Falls to bring them here. Do you mind if I talk to them?
Not at all.
Jane, who owns the house you live in?
Why, you do, Longfellow. Yes, you own it.
Do you pay any rent?
No, we don't pay any rent. Good heavens, no. We never pay rent.
Are you happy there?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Now, a little while ago, you said I was pixelated. Do you still think so?
Oh, yes. You've always been pixelated, Longfellow. Always.
No, that's fine. I guess maybe I am. Now tell me something, Jane. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated? Come on. Who else in Mandrake Falls is pixelated?
Why, everybody in Mandrake Falls is pixelated, except us. All except us.
There's just one more question. Do you see the judge here? He's a nice man, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's pixelated?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, that's all, ladies.
You haven't touched on the most important thing, Mr. Deeds. This rather fantastic plan of yours to want to give away your entire fortune is, to say the least, most uncommon.
Well, I was getting to that, Your Honor. Of course, I don't know why all this hullabaloo has been raised about my giving the money away. The plain fact is I don't want it. I never earned it, and so far it's brought me nothing but hard luck. Now, my idea was very simple. I was going to give each farmer who needed help 10 acres of land, a horse, a cow, and some seed. And if they work the farm for 3 years, it's theirs. Now, if that's crazy, maybe I ought to be sent to an institution, but I don't think it is. And what's more, Mr. Cedar doesn't either. Right before the hearing started, he offered to call the whole thing off if I made a settlement with him for $2 million. So you see, he wouldn't think I was crazy if he got paid off.
It's a lie. Mr. Deeds is drawing on his warped imagination.
You will please permit Mr. Deeds to finish? Anything else, Mr. Deeds?
No. Yes. There's one thing more I'd like to get off my chest before I finish.
Go ahead, Mr. Deeds.
Thank you. Mr. Cedar, I've tried to teach a few people some manners here lately. You're next.
Don't sock him, Deeds. Don't.
Order. Mr. Deeds, the court has come to a decision. There's been a great deal of damaging testimony against you. Your behavior, to say the least, has been most strange. But in my opinion, you are not only sane, but you're the sanest man that ever walked into this courtroom.
Oh, thanks.
Well, you're free to go now. And best of luck.
Gosh, thanks. That's swell. Wait a minute. Where's Mary? Hey, Mary! Mary!
I've got her. Here she is.
No, please, let me go.
Mary!
You don't want to speak to me.
Yes, I do. I can leave now, Mary. Look, the judge said so, and I'd like you to come with me back to Mandrake Falls.
Mandrake Falls?
Will you, Mary?
Mandrake Falls.
Don't get hysterical, kid. It ain't as bad as that.
It's a beautiful place. I know it is. And I'd love it.
Oh, gosh, Mary.
Well, I guess that's settled. I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deed.
Gosh, you're wonderful, Mary.
I said I'll get the tickets and pack up your things, Deed.
Huh? Oh, thanks. And Cobb.
Yeah?
Don't forget my tuba, will you?
Mr. Deeds has gone to town, but there'll be a word or two a little later from Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. We in Hollywood respect Sidney Skolsky for a wit as sharp as his pencil, for his persistence in turning up news and turning down the merely sensational, and for his willingness to hold back a story if printing it would hold back someone's career. Sid and I have flung many a scorching syllable at each other, but this Broadway bantam who keeps his finger on the Hollywood pulse for the New York Daily News is always ahead of the headlines. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Skolsky goes to town.
Well, DeMille, here I am again.
I watched you work the last time you were here, and I'd like to ask you a question. What is a columnist?
That's a little difficult. Columnists are born, not made.
You're the perfect size for a columnist. You're just tall enough to reach the keyhole.
I like that line even when I used it.
You columnists know everything, don't you?
I know enough to know that while peeping through keyholes, I have observed the wardrobe departments in all leading Hollywood studios using Lux Flakes to wash the silk stockings of the movie actresses.
Very nice, Skolsky. If you'll answer my question, what is a columnist, I'll let you get on with your specialty.
All right. A columnist is the only person who is minding his own business when he is minding your business.
Good enough, Mr. Skolsky. Now, go to town.
I hope I don't have any detours. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard doesn't close her dressing room door, where Myrna Loy, while waiting on the set to play a sophisticated lady, knits. It's a town where a producer, advised to take a trip around the world, said, "No, there are plenty of other places I'd rather see first." It's a town where a sign on the road to Jean Harlow's house reads, "Danger, curves ahead." Where Harpo Marx declared that he wanted to keep his marriage a secret until after the divorce. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where the billboards read, "Garbo loves Taylor." But Greta would like you to know that they should read, "Taylor loves Garbo." It's a town where Grace Moore stands in an evening gown and cooks, where a person whispering a secret says, "I'll tell you this if you promise to let it go further." Where Simone likes the gags about her name and gave her boyfriend, John Swope, a watch inscribed to Swope Swope. Where James K. McGinnis, when invited to dinner by an actor he didn't like, answered, "I'd like to go, but I have a previous engagement, which I will arrange as soon as possible." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, after dancing all day with Fred Astaire, goes dancing at the Trocadero with James Stewart for fun. It's a town where Jack McGowan sits on a permanent New York street at Metro and wishes he were in California. It's a town where Joseph von Sternberg presses a button in his house and creates the effect of rain beating on the roof. Where a Hollywood biggie complained to his wife saying, "I work for you. I slave for you. And what do I get? Nothing but thanks, thanks, thanks." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Joan Crawford always has a favorite dish for every guest at dinner, where William Powell, the thin man, hates detective stories. It's a town where a bank on Hollywood Boulevard advertised picture night and gave away a 7-reel film with every deposit. It's a town where Billy Rose, on his way to stage the Texas Centennial, declared, "Boys, I'm going to make Texas the biggest state in the Union." Where Ernst Lubitsch said to a group of writers, "Now what this scenario needs is a scene with a typical Lubitsch touch. Got any suggestions?" But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Mary Astor sat in the Brown Derby gaping at a tourist, where the Earl of Warwick was suggested for the role of an earl in Parnell, but was turned down because he wasn't the type. It's a town where you can wear a Palm Beach suit with woolen underwear, where Robert Taylor's landlady reduced his rent because she wanted Robert Taylor in the house, where Groucho Marx, on meeting an actress, said, "I never forget a face, but I'm going to make an exception in your case." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Thanks. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Skulke. Once more, our stars. Ladies and gentlemen, Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur.
This has been great, and I've had a swell time.
Not at all, Gary. The pleasure's been mine.
In case you don't know it, you're talking in rhyme.
Maybe that's just what this interview needs.
It must be the spirit of Longfellow Deeds.
Excuse me for breaking the meter, Mr. DeMille, but this program doesn't need a thing, not even that elegant poetry. As one of your most loyal Monday nighters, I think the Lux Radio Theater is one of the finest contributions that's ever come from Hollywood.
Mr. DeMille, this is the first time the three of us have been together since we made The Plainsman. The Fade Out on The Plainsman. What have you been doing?
Well, I'm preparing to film The Buccaneer, the story of Jean Lafitte. How about playing that pirate for me, Gary, if you're free?
Well, there's nothing I'd like better. I've been getting my sea legs now, playing in Souls at Sea, but I see Mr. Ruick approaching, so it must be time for me to get along. Thanks for this opportunity to appear again on what I think is the air's #1 program. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Wild Bill. Good night, Calamity Jane.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells us of next week's play and stars, may I say that Mr. Cooper and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Mr. Stander, Columbia Pictures, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film On the Avenue. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater brings you a story of love behind a throne. A story that starts in New York through the chance meeting of a young American with a strange and beautiful girl, then crosses the Atlantic to a tottering kingdom torn with revolt. Graustark, a tense drama of romance and royalty, starring Gene Raymond and Anna Sten with James Gleason. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater brings you Gene Raymond and Anna Sten in Graustark with James Gleason. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm Jeffrey Lyons. I hope you enjoyed AMC's Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, starring Gary Cooper, Jean Arthur, and Lionel Stander. Originally broadcast over CBS Radio February 1st, 1937. This radio play was based on the film version produced in 1936 by Columbia Pictures. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, directed by Frank Capra, is the screwball romantic comedy. It's about a do-gooder, Longfellow Deeds, and the problems he encounters when he inherits $20 million. Desiring to give some of his inheritance away to charity, Deeds encounters cynical, heartless people along the way, eventually winning over hardened newspaper reporter Booby Bennett, portrayed by Jean Arthur. Now, the film received 5 major Academy Award nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actor for Gary Cooper, Best Screenplay for Robert Riskin, Best Sound Recording, and Best Director for Frank Capra. Capra, in fact, won his second Oscar for Deeds following his initial victory for It Happened One Night in 1934. Ultimately, he would win 3 Academy Awards for direction. The film helped make co-star Jean Arthur a prominent leading lady for the rest of the decade and into the 1940s.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, Liggett & Myers, makers of Fatima cigarettes, is proud to bring you its prize-winning radio program, winner of the Motion Picture Herald Fame Award. protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. 12 men drop completely from sight over a short period of time. There's evidence of foul play. 4 months pass. You finally locate the leading suspect in the case. Your job? Pick him up. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, October the 6th. It was sultry in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on the way out from the office, and it was 10:45 a.m. when we got to Ortega Street, number 1285.
Second floor?
Yeah, room 14.
They all smell the same, don't they?
What's that?
Room and housing.
Oh, yeah. No, these are the odd numbers here. Must be down that way, huh?
Yeah, here it is. 14.
Yeah. Just a minute.
Taking his time.
Try it again, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah? Police officers. Your name Henry Ross?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
All right, come on.
What is this? What do you want?
Ben?
Yeah, I got him.
What is this? You guys really cops?
All right, come on, get up.
No fooling. No fooling. You really cops? I thought you were faking.
We showed you our identification at the door.
I thought you were faking. That's the truth. There's a couple of guys out to muss me up. I thought you were them.
Your name Henry Ross?
Yeah, that's right. I thought you were one of those moochers I had a fight with in the bar the other night. Said he was going to get a pal and come back in and take care of me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I ain't got no reason to fight with cops. I didn't do my room any good. Landlady's sure going to scream.
All right, come on. You want to finish up dressing? I want to talk to you downtown.
What's it about, officer?
Missing person. We'll brief you when we get downtown.
Well, it's all right with me. Could you take these handcuffs off, please? It's kind of hard dressing with them.
All you have to do is put your shoes on. You can make out.
All right. I don't know why you had to slap handcuffs on me. I didn't know you were cops.
You mind if we check through your things, Ross?
Huh? Why?
You mind?
Oh, go ahead if you want. I got a night. You know, if you'd spoke up at the door, there wouldn't have been a fight. I thought you were that mooch in a bar and his friend. I thought you were looking for trouble.
You about ready to go?
Yeah, I'd like to brush my teeth off, if you don't mind. I got a real mouthful of cotton this morning.
All right, where do you keep your toothbrush?
It's over here. I'll get it.
No, I'll get it. Never mind. Get here?
Yeah, first shelf. It's in the glass.
Yeah,
Don't you trust me?
Here you go. Want some toothpaste?
Yeah.
All right. There you are.
Turn on the water tap, huh? Hey.
Nothing, Joe. It's pretty clean.
Of course I'm clean. What do you expect? Anybody could have made the mistake. I didn't know you were cops.
Henry Ellsworth Ross. Is that your full name?
Yeah, that's right. I hardly ever use the Ellsworth, though. It's a real lousy name, huh? Well, what's the fetch on all this, officer?
We told you, missing person. Want to talk to you about it.
I don't think I can help you. Nobody I know is missing.
How about Paul Davis?
Davis? Yeah, I know Davis. I don't know if his name is Paul, though. Been gone a long time, huh, Miss Davis?
Yeah, that's right.
Something wrong, you think?
We figure murder. After going over his room thoroughly, we took Henry Ellsworth Ross back to the city hall to the interrogation room. He was a slightly built man, dark hair, brown eyes, swarthy complexion. He was a longshoreman by trade. Among his friends and acquaintances, he was known as a heavy drinker and a man with a violent temper. Ben and I questioned him for a half an hour and got nowhere. He sat across the table, relaxed, scraping at a thick callus on his hand with his fingernail.
I'll tell you the truth. I just don't know what you're getting at. I think I know a guy named Davis, and that's about as far as it goes.
Sure that's all you got to tell us?
Of course I'm sure. Now, look, I got a right to call a lawyer if you're going to sit there and throw a lot of charges at me.
We're not throwing charges at you, Henry. We've got a missing persons case. We'd like to have you cooperate. That's about it.
Well, maybe I'd like to, but I can't. Paul Davis is just a name to me. Maybe I know him. I don't know.
You got that report there, Ben?
Yeah, just a minute. Here you go.
Thanks. Well, here's the way it goes, Henry.
Yeah?
According to his wife, Paul Davis left Los Angeles by auto a little over 4 months ago. He was driving up to Oakdale, California to take a job with a dairy company up there. He never got there. He's been missing ever since.
So? What's the pitch?
All we've been able to find is Davis's car, the 36 Ford Coupe, 7 Tom 792. It was sold a month ago up in Lodi, California. But Davis didn't sell it. A man by the name of Carter signed the pink slip at the time of the sale. Henry Carter.
Sorry. Don't mean anything to me.
Well, this Carter made it look like Paul Davis had signed the Ford over to him. We checked it out. Davis's signature was Ford's.
That's so? It's supposed to have something to do with me?
Did you ever use the name Henry Carter?
Of course not. Ross. That's the only name I go by.
Never had your name changed?
No.
Never used an alias?
I told you, no.
I wonder if you'd mind taking a look at this. Here you go, this here.
What's this got to do with me?
The pink slip to Paul Davis' car. See these signatures on the back here? Transfer of ownership. You recognize either one of them?
Paul Davis. Henry H. Carter. No. Doesn't mean anything to me. Is it supposed to?
It should, yeah.
Why?
The signatures are both in your handwriting.
How about it, Henry?
How about what? I don't even know what you're talking about. You're trying to give me the treatment? What's this all about?
I'm trying to locate Paul Davis.
I'm not even sure I know the guy.
I think you better level, Henry. Our handwriting man checked both the signatures. It's your writing.
Well, then maybe you better get a new handwriting man. I never saw that slip. I never wrote those signatures. Anybody can copy handwriting.
Well, I've got something else for you, Ross. I'd like to have you check it over, see if you can identify it.
What is it?
It's a letter. Want to take a look here? Does that mean anything to you?
No, nothing. I hope you're not going to tell me this is my handwriting.
That's what the report said.
Oh, it's crazy. I never wrote like that in my life.
All the writing characteristics match up, same as the signatures on the pink slip.
All right, maybe they are the same. I didn't write either one. I never wrote like that in my life. Here, let me show you how I write.
That's all right, Henry. Ben, you want to pull the package tomorrow night?
Yeah, okay.
I don't savvy one bit of this, Sergeant. How about laying it out here?
You can see the name at the bottom of the letter. It's signed Henry Carter, same as the pink slip.
Well, that doesn't mean anything to me.
Well, this letter was sent to the wife of Paul Davis about 9 weeks ago, and it says here that Davis supposedly was too busy to write his wife, so he had this Henry Carter send a letter. He also writes in here that Davis sold his car to Carter.
Somebody trying to cover up, huh?
Yeah, we think so. We think it's Henry Carter.
This Davis guy, he's been gone about 4 months?
That's right.
You said you thought Davis was murdered. How come?
Just an idea.
Oh.
8 men had disappeared from around here in the last 14 months, just like Davis. 6 more up in the San Joaquin Valley the same way. They took off alone on auto trips. Were never seen again. Not a trace.
Pretty funny.
Here you go, Joe. Thank you. You've got your record here, Henry, from Baton Rouge. Sent to Sheriff Clemens for it.
Huh? Look, do we have to drag all that again? It's past.
Just one thing we had to check, Henry. You told us that you never use an alias, is that right?
All right, I have. I didn't know what you're getting at. I didn't figure there's any use dragging out dirty laundry again.
I asked you if you ever used the name Henry Carter.
Okay, I've used it. It's a common name. There's a lot of Henry Carters around.
We only know one who fits your description.
I'm clean. You know that.
Want to smoke, Henry?
No.
Joe? Yeah, thanks.
Well, let me have one, will you?
Sure. Here you go.
Thanks.
You got a match here. You know, we rode this thing for 4 months. It's all over the state. Here.
Thanks.
I'll tell you what we got, Henry. We'll let you make up your own mind.
It's not my writing.
On June 4th, Paul Davis left Los Angeles in his car headed for Oakdale. Late in the afternoon, he stopped for gas at a service station just beyond San Fernando. The attendant says a man was with Davis. You fit that man's description, Henry.
Yeah? Well, I've seen monks like that in court. They get on the stand and can't even remember their own name.
A couple others. You and Davis stopped for a hamburger just outside of Gorman. There's a man there. He remembers you, too. You stopped again in Bakersfield. Picked up a quart of oil for the car. You and Davis had a Coke. It's the last time he was seen alive.
That makes me a killer, huh?
A month after that, the pink slip to Davis's car came through DMV up in Sacramento. That was for the transfer of ownership from Davis to Henry Carter. Both in your handwriting. A couple of weeks later, Mrs. Davis got that letter. A month ago, Davis's car was sold to a dealer in Lodi.
Yeah.
We found the dealer, Ross. Showed him your mugshot. He says you sold him the car.
That all?
It's just the main part. There's more. We've been on the road a lot. We followed you from here to Sacramento and back, Henry. Every stop, every detour. It took us a long time.
Yeah, I guess it did.
What do you say, Ross?
Nothing.
Any way you want it, Henry.
You got another smoke?
Yeah? Well, here you are.
Thanks.
Here.
Yeah. I guess you worked hard on it, huh? All over the state.
That's right.
Must be pretty hot up in the valley summertime. Dusty, huh?
We made out.
I've never been up in the valley in summer. It's too hot for me.
We got people who saw you there.
What's it prove? 10 people and some writing samples. You can't build a case on that. You know it, don't you?
We're going to try.
You think I murdered Davis? You, Sergeant?
Yeah?
You think I murdered those other guys, too, huh? What was it, 10, 12 of them?
We're asking about Davis.
You think I killed him? Tell me the truth, do you? You think I murdered Davis?
Yeah, I think you did.
Uh-huh. Well, then you know as well as I do. There's only one way to prove it. Find his body.
1:15 p.m. Ben and I took Henry Ross out and fed him some lunch. Then we took him back to the city hall to the interrogation room where we continued to question him. He was relaxed and he talked a great deal about everything but the disappearance of Paul Davis. He didn't seem anxious to get away, made no demands for an attorney to represent him. For a full hour, he did most of the talking. He told us about the different homicide cases he'd read up on. He asked us about the 12 men who disappeared in the past months in the same manner Paul Davis had. Was there any trace of them at all? Did we have any leads? How did we think we were going to find them? Well, we finally got around to asking him if he'd submit to a lie detector test. He seemed taken by the idea and agreed to it almost immediately. Ben called Sergeant Berger and made arrangements for the test. We made up a list of key questions. At 5 p.m., we took the suspect to the 3rd floor of the old city jail where Sergeant Berger gave him the polygraph test. On the way back to the office, Ross complained he was hungry. We stopped and bought him coffee and donuts. We got back to the interrogation room a little after 6 p.m. The questioning continued. Ross didn't seem to mind at all. He kept talking. We let him talk. 8 p.m. He was still going strong.
You remember the Wilson case back in 34, don't you, Sergeant? Woman killed her whole family. Big case, you remember.
Yeah, it was pretty tragic. Is that a hobby of yours, Henry, collecting murder stories?
No, I just read them, remember 'em. I guess I can remember every big murder case in the last 15 years.
That's so?
Yeah, just about all of them. I guess it is kind of a hobby. I get a big kick out of it.
I get it, Ben. Excuse me, Henry.
Oh, sure.
Interrogation room, Friday. Oh, yeah, Burger. No, how many? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You know, there's one thing I get a real big kick out of, those detective magazines. Mystery stories, the way they make out the murderer.
How do you mean?
You know, they always build it up into something big. Somebody's always killing somebody else for $1 million, or maybe over some woman, some beautiful woman. Same way with the movies. That's where they get it all mixed up.
I don't think I follow you, Henry.
Oh, sure you do. Every time some guy writes a murder story, he's got to build up a big reason for the killing. A lot of money, beautiful woman, revenge maybe. Always got to be a big reason. Motive, that's what they say.
Yeah, well, it generally works out that way, doesn't it?
Why? I bet you there's a 1,000 murder cases in your files without any reason at all. Some people kill, that's all. I've heard about lots of them. They just want to kill, and they go ahead and do it. Maybe for a few bucks, maybe for nothing. They just do it, that's all.
That's all?
Sure, you know that. Like this thing you've been talking about. 10, 12 guys disappear. They got a few bucks, maybe they got nothing. Somebody plows them under, and that's all. No big reason. They just do it. So 12 guys are gone. It doesn't mean anything.
That's how you got it figured, huh, Henry?
Huh?
The phone call a minute ago there was a man who gave you the lie detector test.
Oh, that right? How'd it go?
He just finished going over your graph. He got 16 positive reactions.
Yeah, what's that mean?
You lied, Henry, 16 times.
That's right. You better tell him to get a new machine. I lied all the way through.
Mind telling us why?
No, I don't mind. I guess I knew you'd find out. Let's go get something to eat first, though. I'm hungry.
Well, we better talk a little more, Henry.
Oh, let's go. I'll tell you why we're eating. Bring a pencil with you. I'll draw you a map.
Map of what?
The canyon, where I buried it.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to tonight's authentic case history.
Here, step by step, are the actual reasons why Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette. Why in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
That's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Insist on Fatima. Start enjoying the quality king-size cigarette. Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
Wednesday, 9:55 p.m. Ben and I took Henry Ross across the street, bought him a Coke at Mac's place, then we took him next door to the Melbourne cafeteria. It was almost closing time. Ross got himself a cottage cheese and pineapple salad, bacon and liver with onions, rye bread, banana pie, and coffee. Ben had a hot beef sandwich, mashed potatoes, and coffee. I had the same. At the back of the cafeteria, one of the busboys was mopping the tile floor. It was a strong smell of disinfectant.
How about that table over there, Sergeant? That all right with you?
Yeah, it's okay. Doesn't make any difference. It's fine.
Yeah.
Want some water?
Yeah.
Henry?
Yeah, please.
All right, I'll get some.
Oh, boy, living onions. That sure smells great, huh?
Yeah,
I can't take those onions so well. They repeat on me.
Not me. I can eat anything.
Salt and pepper?
Yeah, thanks. Well, I'm sure hungry. I haven't eaten much today. Did you get a sandwich made with rye bread?
Graham bread.
Oh, you should have gotten the rye. Real German rye bread. Here. Smell that. Real nice and fresh. Here you go. Ben?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thank you. You know, all that talk really sharpened up my appetite. Boy, this food tastes good.
Mm-hmm. Sugar, Joe?
No, thanks.
We brought a pencil along, Henry. You want us to start taking notes?
As good as time as any, I guess. You know, the whole thing just comes right back to what I was trying to tell you there in the office.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, you know, all about those phony mystery stories.
Oh, yeah.
Every time there's trouble, there's a big reason behind it. It's phony, that's all.
Yeah?
Sure, this Paul Davis, for instance. I guess I knew you'd find me out. I knew this morning when you picked me up, you had it figured. Must have been a big job, huh? Finding me?
Mm-hmm. Pretty big, Henry, yeah. A lot of mileage. How'd it happen?
Well, there again. It's just like I was saying. There's no big reason behind it. I needed a few bucks, and this Davis came along. I guess he was it. Hey, pass me a ketchup, will you?
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
I'll get the lid off there. There you go.
Thanks.
Where'd you meet Davis, Henry?
Oh, I was hitchhiking out in Ventura. Not a dime in my jeans. I was going up to Maricopa. I thought I had a job up there, and this Davis come along. Picked me up.
You ever know him before that?
No. Stranger. He says he's going to Oakdale. Little guy give me a ride.
Go ahead.
Well, we stopped for gas at San Fernando, and I saw he had a few bucks in his wallet, and I guess that's when I got the idea.
About what?
Killing him. Now, maybe that gives you an idea what I was talking about. You don't need any big reason to kill somebody. Davis said 18 bucks. Now, suppose I told that to a writer. Somebody killing the guy for 18 bucks. That wouldn't make much sense, huh? He'd tell you it'd never sell. You need $1 million, beautiful woman, good motive.
Yeah. Where'd you kill him, Henry?
Just outside of Bakersfield. A little canyon there. I got Davis to buy a fifth of sherry in Bakersfield. He drank some on the way. Hey, pass the salt, huh?
Yeah. There you are.
Thanks. Liver's no good without plenty of salt.
How'd you kill Davis, Henry?
Well, that's a funny thing. He drank some of the wine, got a little sleepy. I was just outside of Bakersfield. Dark by that time. I spotted this little canyon. I figured it's as good a place as any.
Well?
So I get him, pulled off to a side road and had a few more drinks. I spotted this little shack out there in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly where was this, Henry?
Well, I can show you. It's maybe 2 miles north of Bakersfield. We got to the shack, finished the wine, and went to sleep.
Both of you?
Mm-hmm. And that's where the funny part comes in. I guess I killed Davis, all right. But I didn't mean it. Oh, brother, get a whiff of that, huh? Why do these monks have to mop up while people are eating?
They'll be through in a minute, Henry.
Fine.
How'd you mean, Henry, you didn't mean to kill him? You already told us you had the idea.
Well, sure I had the idea. Let me explain, huh? We both went to sleep in the shack, Davis and me. Guess that must have been, about 9 o'clock at night. I don't know what it was. Maybe the wine, I guess, but I started having nightmares. Yeah, now maybe this part sounds like a story, but it's the truth. I had all these dreams. I woke up, but they're still there.
What was that?
Faces. Faces. That's all I could see. Air's full of faces. I guess I was really still asleep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I picked up a 2x4 and started swinging at them. Their faces. Funny thing, too. I knew every one of these faces.
How do you mean?
People I killed. There are only a dozen of them, really, but it seemed like there were 100 of them all around in the air. Well, I grabbed that 2x4 and I started swinging. I was cold and sweating all at the same time, and I kept on swinging. And I saw Davis's face, and I swung hard, kept swinging. Didn't he make a sound? His eyes closed, kept on swinging at his head. Well, I come to, there he was, lying on the floor. Seemed to take those other faces away. They didn't bother me after I killed Davis.
What'd you do with him, Henry?
Oh, pulled him outside the shack, dug a hole and buried him. Burned his clothes, took his car and money, and drove off. I'll show you if you like where I buried him, I mean.
How about these other men, Ross? These faces you saw?
Oh. One if I get a little more coffee? Huh? It's all gone.
I'll get it. Joe?
No, thanks. None for me. What about it, Ross? The other men?
Well, I don't recall them too well. It's what you said in the office. 10 or 12 of them. A couple in Sacramento, the others down through the valley. Like I say, there was no big reason for killing them. It just happened that way, that's all.
What'd you do with them, you remember?
Generally, yeah. There's one of them that stands out. Guy by the name of Slattery, some kind of salesman, a real crybaby.
Where'd this happen?
Oh, I picked me up in his car outside of Chowchilla. It's nighttime. He must have been feeling pretty good. I made him stop on a side road. I hit him with a piece of angle iron. He cried like a baby. Buried him in a field there. It is one of the faces that I saw. That's funny, huh? It shows you how psychology works, huh?
Yeah, what'd you do with his car, Slattery's, I mean?
Drove it down to Mexico and sold it there. Guess that's what I should have done with Davis's car.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, thanks.
These killings of yours, you got any more you want to tell us about?
Well, I told you already. 10 or 12 of them. They're pretty much the same.
When was the first one?
Oh, maybe 18 months, 2 years ago. The first one wasn't any harder than the last. It's just like I was telling you before.
Yeah.
Everybody builds up murder. It's supposed to be a big thing, hard to do, all those phony stories. I'd just hit a guy a couple of times or something, that'd be it. A real small thing. Didn't change me any. That's why I say it's all built up.
You ever been treated for any mental sickness, Ross?
No, why?
You ever been examined by a psychiatrist?
No.
After you killed these men, did it bother you at all?
I just had one dream. Time I was with Davis. That's about it. Sure good meal, Sergeant. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. You ready, Ben?
Let's go.
All right.
We go back upstairs, huh?
Yeah. You want to give us a statement?
All right. I had an idea you'd find me. I guess I always knew that you'd find me.
Well, let's go, Henry.
Guess I proved my point anyway, huh? It's all built up. Huh? Murder. Killing somebody. Those phony stories. It's all built up. It's cheap.
No, you got it wrong, Henry.
Huh?
Wait till they read you the bill.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 7th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, the makers of Fatima have done everything possible to produce the kind of cigarette you want, just as we on Dragnet try to bring you the kind of entertainment you want. In my honest opinion, Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes. But frankly, my opinion doesn't count because Fatimas must please you. That's why I suggest you buy a pack of Fatimas tomorrow, so you can prove to yourself that Fatimas are extra mild, with a rich, better flavor and aroma. You'll find Fatima now costs the same as other long cigarettes. And I'm convinced that you'll discover what I did. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Henry Ellsworth Ross was tried and found guilty on 2 counts of murder in the first degree and received the death sentence. While he indicated that he had murdered the other 10 men, he refused to give any further information regarding the killings or what he had done with the bodies. Ross was executed in the lethal gas chamber at the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now more excitement with Counter Spy on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Tell me, Smith, how long does it take one of your police cars to answer an emergency call?
Well, on a call like I just made, the police car'd be there now.
But that's only about half a minute.
That's all it takes. Not long ago, I broadcast a holdup of a gasoline station, and the radio car arrived in 30 seconds. The officers caught the burglar backing out of the station.
That's pretty fast. According to the records, Los Angeles police cars using Rio Grande cracked gasoline take only an average of 2.5 minutes to answer any emergency call.
That's right. They're making new speed records every day. Recently, officers arrived at a bank in 65 seconds after an alarm was given and caught the bandits in the act of robbing the bank. Rio Grande cracked gasoline deserves much of the credit for speeding up our emergency cars.
Rio Grande cracked gasoline has something that you can't get in any other gasoline in this market. It's the only gasoline you can buy that's made by the famous Sinclair cracking process. Sinclair refining engineers have spent millions of dollars and years of research in perfecting this process. Rio Grande's new refinery is one of the finest cracking plants in America.
What does cracking mean?
Well, many gasolines are so slow and sluggish that they do not burn completely, causing decided power losses. Rio Grande's cracking process breaks up the gasoline into tiny, lively molecules that are easily vaporized, easily ignited, and completely burned. All the energy can be used. That's why there's more power in every drop. That's why more police cars use Rio Grande cracked than any other brand wherever it is sold. And that's why every motorist who will try Rio Grande cracked gasoline will get the thrill of police car performance in his own car. Once more, it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. We all have heard the sentimental talk, such as is uttered in great volumes at this graduation time of the year, about youth and its opportunities. Much of what is said, most of it, in fact, is sincere. But too often, the young man or young woman, believing literally that the world is theirs, faces bitter disappointment when he goes forth from his college or school walls to face reality. Yet youth must be served. The training of our youth is a serious challenge to the older generation. Parents cannot pass this responsibility on to the schools. It lies squarely in the first instance at home. The boy or girl who has had unfavorable home environment and unsympathetic treatment from those he should love and respect is a boy or girl who has already traveled a long way along the road to delinquency and crime. Our story tonight tells of 3 such youths, all of them of high school age. They didn't have the right sort of surroundings. They tried to beat the game. How quickly and how completely they lost, you will soon learn.
It is an evening in last March in a pool hall in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Ball in the side pocket. Not a bad shot, was it? Anybody seen Jack Parker around? Yes, Hugs. He's in the back room.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Jack. Wait a minute. Oh, Suggs, what's on your mind?
Well, I did what? Left home?
Yeah?
Sure. I get sick and tired of the whole outfit.
Gee.
Well, you want to come along?
Where you going?
One to the coast, I guess.
How?
Saw a good-looking Buick parked in the lot behind the market.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I got that 45 I stole.
Well, do you think you can get away with it?
Sure, pretty boy Floyd did, didn't he?
Yeah, but they got him finally.
Yeah, well, that's because he made mistakes. I won't make any. Come on, why don't you come with me? You got a blackjack?
Yeah, but how about my ma?
Oh, forget your ma. She done anything for you but try to make you go to work? The heck with parents.
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah, they never understand you. They always treat you like kids. Listen, we're grown up, Jack. You and I can blast our way through anything. Well, what do you say?
Well, okay.
All right, let's lift that Buick. That was a cinch, wasn't it, pal? Sure was. You know, people that leave the keys in their car deserve to have them stolen.
That's right.
By the time that guy gets his report into the cops, we'll be across the line and into Texas.
Say, what's that town on ahead?
It ought to be Bristol. How much money you got?
85 cents.
Well, I got half a buck. How's the gas?
In just a minute till I see. It's almost full.
Well. Hey, look, there's a kid flagging a ride. Let's take him on, huh?
Okay.
Slow down. Maybe we can use him.
Hey, pal, how about a lift?
Sure, hop in. Where you going?
Oh, just traveling. Where you going?
Just traveling. Coast, maybe. Where you from?
McAllister. That's too close to the state can. I thought I'd get a little farther away.
Pulled the beef?
No, but you never can tell.
Hey, you got any dough on you?
Couple of bucks.
Well, you want to string along with us?
How do you mean?
We got a 45 and a blackjack and guts. You got any guts?
Plenty.
That's swell. I'm Suggs Kelly, and this is Jack Parker.
Glad to meet you. My name's Otis Byers.
I'm pleased to meet you, Otis. How old are you?
16.
You ever pulled any jobs?
Oh, sure. I've been snatching purses since I was 12.
Started young, didn't you? I mean real jobs. Oh, I pulled 30 burglaries in Tulsa before I left.
Yeah?
Sure, didn't I, Jack?
That's right. You're a real hard guy,
Start telling me.
A few hours later, the adolescent bad men roll into Oklahoma City. At a traffic intersection, they are stopped by the red light.
Hey, don't move till I get back, will you? Where you going, Suggs? You see that guy standing waiting for the light to change? Well, he's going to contribute. There's a stick up, mister. What? You heard me. You see this gap? Well, turn around, get in that car, and keep your tracks shut. Move and be quick about it.
But listen here.
Button up your mouth. Okay, Jack, take it away. All right, mister. Fork over your dough.
I have much on.
All right, let's have everything you have got. Frisk him, Otis.
Okay. Here's all I can find.
Well, I'll see. Only $2. Say, I ought to bump you off.
I told you I only had a little bit. Will you let me go now?
Yeah, and give you a chance to turn us in? I should say not. You're riding with us for a ways.
But I got to be home. What will my wife say?
What do I care? Okay, Jack, we're past the city limits.
It's good and dark in here.
Right. Slow down. All right, open that door, Otis.
Hey, what are you going to do?
This is your station. Get out.
Slow down, please.
I can't. I'm sorry. We're in a hurry. Jump.
Well, I'm afraid.
Shove him, Otis.
No.
Go on. Scram. Okay, Jack. Let's go. A lot of trouble for $2, but we'll be doing better in El Paso.
What do you mean?
Gas stations. The next evening at a gas station in El Paso, Texas.
Yes, sir. How many?
Fill her up.
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty lonely spot you got out here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all out of town.
Have many cigarettes?
Never had a one.
Ain't you afraid?
Me? Oh, no. Why should I be afraid?
Well, here's why.
Well, put away that tongue, please. Put it away.
Hey, don't spill that gas. Finish filling that tank. Otis, go through this cash register.
Okay. Don't shoot that thing, please.
Oh, don't worry. I won't. Just keep your mind on that pump.
Yes, sir. There, I'll pull up.
That's swell. How about Otis? You got the dough?
Yeah.
Okay, Jack, let's go.
Hello, operator. Give me the police department. Yeah, hurry. Yeah, I've been robbed.
El Paso police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Hold up at the gasoline station at City Road and Santa Fe Avenue. Suspect number 1 age about 18, 5 feet 9, weight about 120. Hair brown, eyes brown.
Hey, Sergeant.
There goes that hold-up car.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 1930 Buick with Oklahoma plates. Look at him go.
Step on it.
Wow. We're doing over 70, and he's walking away from it.
I'll have to take a shot at his tires.
That guy must be doing 90. I can't get any more out of this bus.
Hey, they're shooting at us.
Eye for their tires again.
If I hit them, I'll kill them all. Must be Barney Oldfield driving that car. We'll never catch him.
Realizing that by now their car is hot, the three young bandits abandoned it at Lordsburg, New Mexico, and Hopper Freight. Early the next evening, they rolled into Tucson, Arizona.
Come on, guys. Let's get over this rattler before the shack sees. What town's this? Oh, can't you read? Tucson, Arizona. Oh, this is where they sent Dillinger, ain't it? Yeah, that's right. Gee, we got to be careful in this burg, then. Oh, Dillinger was dumb. We let him get him. He wasn't on his toes. Well, we better not turn any tricks here. What do you want to do, Starve? Go to one of those charity camps for bums. Well, no, but... Oh, nuts. We're going to take a car out of this burg, and if you don't want to come along, you can stay here and rot. Well, sure, I'll go along, Suggs. It ain't that. All right, then stuff it. Now, look, Otis. We'll pick up a car and get some dough from the driver. Yeah, but we only got a blackjack in the gas. Well, you're using the gun, and Otis is using my blackjack. Now, I ain't got nothing. Okay. Then you wait for us at the city limits, you chicken. Now, look, Otis. We'll find a stop sign when there ain't a lot of traffic, and then we'll...
In Tucson, the boys repeat the El Paso job with more profit. They take the driver of a Ford for $63, dump him at the city limits, drive the car to Buckeye, Arizona, and abandon it. Otis and Suggs board a train to Los Angeles, and Jack Parker follows them by bus. 2 days later, they are reunited in a cheap rooming house on Main Street.
Well, boys, we're as clean as a hound's tooth. We've dropped the hot cars. We haven't been identified to amount to anything, and here we are in L.A. where the pickings are easy. Before the week's out, we'll be rolling in dough and taking our chow with the movie stars. Yeah, but how about chowing right now? I'm hungry. Yeah, well, so am I, but I ain't got a cent. Neither have I. How much dough you got on you, Otis?
10 cents.
A cup of coffee and a donut for free. Nuts.
Don't worry, we'll eat.
Where you going?
Mooching. I'm better looking than you guys. The old ladies will take sympathy on me.
Boy, this chili sure tastes good.
I'll say. I'm going to have one of those 6 pieces of pie, too.
Gee, how'd you do it so quick, Otis? You was only gone a couple hours, and you came back with $3.
Oh, it was easy. I just put on the poor young kid look and waltz up to some old hay bag and tell her I'm hungry. They just shell out. One of them wanted me to come home with her.
Yeah?
Sure. Said she'd make a home for me. I told her I'd like that, but I had to say goodbye to a friend of mine, and I'd come out to her house tonight.
You going?
Oh, I should say not. What do I want to live in somebody's home for? I don't like home. That's the reason I left mine. Otis, wash your ears. Otis, mind the baby. Not me. I'm through with home life.
Me too. Yeah, and that goes double for me.
Oh, listen. I forgot to tell you. This pie I'm eating was donated by a copper.
Yeah? How come?
Well, I nicked a corner cop for 10 cents. Told him I'd lost my car fare.
Oh, boy, that's funny. Gee, I'd be afraid to do that. Yeah, sure you would. That's what's the matter with you, Jack. You're chicken. Oh, no, I'm not, son. Oh, you ought to still be in Oklahoma. You ain't up to our speed, is he, Otis?
I'll lay off the kid. You'll learn.
Yeah, he'd better.
Well, what'll our first job be, Sub?
Well, we ought to be able to steal a couple of cars.
No, not in this town. These coppers here are tough. How about snatching purses?
Oh, that's kid stuff. Let's get into big time.
Take it easy at first.
That's what I say, Suggs. That's what you say. Listen, you don't know anything.
You see, Suggs, we got to get the lay of this place before we start any big stuff.
Yeah? Well, maybe you're right.
Sure I am. Now, we'll go out tonight and get ourselves a few pocketbooks. That'll feed us for a few days.
Oh, I want to use my gas.
Oh, take it easy, will you? You'll have plenty of time for that.
That evening, the trio start out on a purse snatching expedition. At 6 from Vermont, Suggs and Otis leave Parker as lookout, while each take a side of the street and slowly walk down 6. As they approach New Hampshire Street, radio car 72 is slowly cruising along.
Notice those two kids?
Where?
One on one side of the street and the other right across from it.
Yeah, look kind of suspicious. Pull up and I'll talk to him. Hey there, buddy. Where you going? Try on the other one, Ed. Come back here. Hold on fire. He got away.
So did mine.
They're up to no good. Got to keep our eyes open.
Right.
Calling car 72.
Hey, there's a call.
Calling 72 at Berendo and the 4th. A dog barking.
A dog barking. Well, I guess we got to take it.
Frightened, Doug Skelly hides his gun in the vacant lot at 3rd and Vermont, boards a streetcar, returns to the rooming house, borrows 25 cents from the clerk to establish a time alibi, and returns to get his gun and try to find Otis and Jack. It is midnight by the time Tug gets back to 6th and Vermont, and he finds no sign of his partner. And while Tug Skelly, dangerous, maladjusted youth, roams Los Angeles streets armed with a .45, we visit an apartment on New Hampshire Street.
Oh, come on, Sam. Stick around for another little drink.
No, you know I'd like to, Edie, but I can't. I gotta go.
Why?
Well, I borrowed the fellow's car to come over, and I gotta return it. He's going hunting tomorrow early, and gosh, that reminds me. He's got a new rifle in the back of the car. I hope nobody stole it.
Oh, gee, honey. I thought you was going to stay a while. Oh, come on, Sam. Stick around for a little while. We don't see you half often enough.
Not tonight. I just dropped in to say hello. Really, I gotta go.
You, my friend, are a wet blanket.
Yeah, and a cold shower, I suppose.
That, too.
Well, I'll be back, and then you'll see.
I'll be waiting.
Okay, and thanks for the drinks, Edie.
Okay, kiddo. Good night.
Good night.
Pick him up, Bud. You heard me.
I ain't got any dough on me.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Keep your hands away from that car seat.
Now you drop your gun.
Pull the rifle on me, will you?
Hello, girls.
Who are you?
Police officers. Mind if we come in?
We ain't done nothing. Quiet, Edie. A course, boys. Come on in.
May I introduce myself? I'm Joe Silkus of the Homicide Detail. This is my partner, Thad Brown.
I'm pleased to meet you. What can we do for you?
What about that shooting outside a half hour ago?
What do you mean, what about it?
What do you know about it?
Nothing much. Stan came up for a drink.
When did he leave?
About 5 minutes to 1. Next thing I knew, there was some shots. I heard them, too. I thought there was backfire. Quiet, Edie.
Yeah, I know. They always sound like backfires.
And then I heard sirens and the police arrived.
I see. Anything else?
Nothing else.
Who killed him?
How should I know?
Know him very well?
Yeah, we've been out with him a couple of times. Quiet, Edie.
You girls willing to appear at the inquest tomorrow?
What for?
To identify the body.
What's all the fuss?
Oh, I've been looking for you.
This is my husband, Detective Silkus.
Yeah, I imagine so. I want the girls down to Coroner's office in the morning. Did you see if they're there?
How about it, Stella?
We're clean.
I'll have them there.
Thanks. Let's go, Thad.
Any angles there?
I don't think so.
Hey, there's Ellison coming across the street. Maybe he's got some.
Oh, you find anything, Ellison?
Yeah. And between those houses across the street, jumped the gate and tore flat off of it. On the side were his heel marks. Military heels cut down. They had a mark on them like Hitler has.
Oh, you mean a swastika?
I don't know, but it's like the new German flag.
I see. What else?
About all, except I forgot to tell you, I picked up a young kid by the name of Jack Parker at 6th in Vermont earlier this evening. Couldn't explain himself, so I booked him as a vagrant. The job may have been done by one of those two kids who got away.
I see. Did you cover the tracks you found?
I did.
Good. I'll have Ray Pinker, the chemist, come out and take casts of the impressions. You join in the place, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Now, Thad, we want to talk to Parker. So you're Jack Parker, huh?
That's right.
How old are you?
17.
Pretty young to be in jail, aren't you?
I ain't done nothing.
No?
No, I was standing at 6th in Vermont when those coppers picked me up. I was waiting for a streetcar.
Yeah? Where do you live?
In Oklahoma.
What are you doing here?
Looking for work.
Why aren't you home with your mother and father?
Because my father's dead and my mother's... Well, because I'd rather be here.
What sort of a trip did you have from Oklahoma, Jack? Oh, pretty good. Have you got that new cutoff between Casa Grande and Gila Bend paved yet? I don't know. I came by way of Phoenix. Good road all the way. Yeah, well, those Arizona roads are getting better all the time. Sure are. Jack, who had the 45? Otis had it. That is, I mean... Who's Otis? I don't know. Now, listen, young fella. You're in a pretty tight jam, and you'd better come clean. The penitentiary is no place for a kid like you. Who's Otis? Otis Bias. Who was with him? I can't tell you that. Why not? Because I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Judge, I mean... Judge who? Nobody. I didn't mean to say it. How about Otis? Where's he live? I don't know. Come on, where's he live? I don't know. Only he gets his mail at general delivery. I see. Where's he hang out? Around Pershing Square. Oh, I see. Around Pershing Square, huh? You come over there with us and point him out to us? Sure, I guess so. It'll help my spot any. I can't promise you a thing. But anything you do can't put you in a worse spot than you're in right now. So to Pershing Square go the strange trio of two policemen and the unfortunate youth. Across the fountain they sit, Brown and Silkus watching Jack, waiting for the signal which will tell him that Otis has appeared. Hours pass and nothing happens. Finally, Silkus grows impatient and walks over to Jack. Otis hasn't showed, huh? Not yet. Let's go over to his room, huh? I don't know where it is. Oh, yes, you do. You lived with him, didn't you? Well, yeah. Okay. Show us the way, then. Well, all right, but I'm afraid of what Otis and Suggs will do to me. Don't worry. They won't get a chance. So Jack Parker, irresolute, swayed between the forces of fear and false allegiance, leads Silkus and Brown to the rooming house on Main Street. As they approach the door, better be careful, they got guns. Don't worry, Jack. They won't have a chance to use them. Who's there? Tell him, Jack. It's me, Suggs. Jack.
Well, where the devil you been?
Up with your hands, Suggs. First and fast.
Okay. Oh, so you turned stoolie, eh, Jack?
No, Suggs, it ain't that.
No, it doesn't look like it much. I knew you was kicking.
Here's the 45, Joe. I'm not surprised. Where's Otis, Suggs?
I don't know.
Set those two kids together, Thad, and take them in. I'll stick out here for Otis. Okay.
Why, you cheap little...
Come on, quit the rough stuff, or I'll pistol whip you.
Oh, I should have known better than to take this kid with me.
You better go along quietly, or my partner will have to spank you.
Yeah, says you, coppers.
I'll bet the babies drink gasoline where you come from.
Yeah?
Well, they'll cut you down to size where you're going. Take them away, Thad. Okay, Joe. Come on, kid. For 2 hours, Silkus stakes out in the room, and then... I guess you're Otis, huh?
Well, what do you mean Otis is? Who are you?
Silks of the homicide squad.
Oh, what's this all about?
Murder.
I don't know nothing about any murder.
Yeah, we'll find out about that soon enough. Come along. With all three boys in custody, Detectives Daniels and E.G. Brown of Wilshire Station gather evidence while Silkus and Brown center their attention on Suggs Kelly. Well, Suggs, how about it?
How about what?
You want to come clean?
I ain't got nothing to come clein about.
Now, listen, Suggs, you're in a tight spot. It isn't going to hurt you any to talk.
Because I got nothing to talk about, I tell you.
Look here. You know what this is?
Well, it looks like a hunk of plaster to me.
Yeah, it is, but it's more than that. It's an impression of a footprint. You notice the swastika here on the heel?
Yeah? What about it?
That's the same kind of mark that you have on your heel.
Well, what of it? Lots of heels are alike.
Yes, but this particular heel has been cut down to fit a Cuban heel. You notice how it's cut away on this side?
Well, what of it?
Look at your own foot and you'll have the answer. This is an impression of your footprint left by a fence as you escaped after the murder.
Yeah, well, you can't prove that.
We will, all right. And if that isn't enough to convince you, take a look at these. You know what they are?
Well, they look like shells from a revolver.
That's right. Shells from your revolver, Suggs.
Yeah, how do you know?
Our ballistics man has determined that these shells found at the scene of the murder had come from the gun we found on you. Now, how about it?
You mean you can prove these things in court?
Yes, Suggs, we do.
There ain't no way of beating the law, is there?
No, Suggs, there isn't. You see, kids, you're caught. Now, how about it?
Well, I guess there's no use kidding you guys. I shot him.
After hearing the case presented by Deputy District Attorney George Stallman, Wendell Suggs Kelly changes his plea to guilty and throws himself upon the mercy of the court. Just 2 days ago, he faced Judge Walter J. Desmond.
Wendell Kelly, before I pass sentence upon you, have you anything to say?
No.
In view of your plea of guilty, and in view of your youth, the court has decided to be lenient with you, Wendell Kelly, and I hereby sentence you to serve the rest of your natural life in San Quentin Penitentiary.
In the meantime, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona are clamoring for the extradition of Jack Parker and Otis Bias for robberies and kidnapping in their territories. It is interesting to note that this trio of unfortunately maladjusted youths were in custody and their confessions obtained in 5 minutes less than 24 hours after they had committed their first job in Los Angeles, despite the fact that there were no clues but 4 empty shells at the actual scene of the crime.
Thank you, Chief Davis. The Los Angeles Police Department now has 195 radio-equipped cars to answer emergency calls. And these cars use only Rio Grande cracked gasoline because they have found this gasoline to be faster, more powerful, and more economical. Other cities have made tests and found Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives superior service in all emergency engines. Now all police cars and fire engines in Oakland and Berkeley are powered exclusively by Rio Grande. The city of Merced has changed to Rio Grande. The city of Fresno now uses Rio Grande. Police and sheriff's cars in many cities and counties of Arizona use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked powers more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other gasoline.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Cancellation broadcast 79 regarding murder. Suspect in this case now in custody. That is all. Smith.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley saying goodnight for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. To this day, the masked rider of justice is famous throughout the western United States as the foe of crime and criminals. He was the fearless ally of the law in those early frontier days when law enforcement operated in the face of almost impossible odds. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he risked his life again and again to bring peace to a land that knew only the rule of the six-gun. And now we return once more to those days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We must hurry to the town of Dawson. Tonto is waiting for us. Cairo, Silver!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said that he was riding to Dawson. Doc Stubbs traveled throughout the West selling countless cases of a preparation he called snake oil. It was, according to his claim, a sure cure for almost any illness known to man. He arrived at last in the town of Dawson, and when he set up his medicine show, settlers came from miles around to enjoy the entertainment and stayed to buy his tonic. The Lone Ranger stood at the edge of the crowd beside his faithful Indian companion Tonto. He watched the show carefully, observing Doc Stubbs' methods.
I'll stand close behind you, Tonto, and if anyone comes this way, I'll be able to conceal the mask.
Feller, ask him question.
I should have disguised my face so I could take the mask off.
Not time for that.
I know it. Stubbs will be coming from inside his wagon in just a minute.
Not right.
As soon as the entertainers finish.
Maybe we get him this time.
We're going to try. It's timing we're stopped. He's robbed people from here to the Mississippi.
My good friends and fellow countrymen, I don't have no intent to occupy all of your valuable time with what I got to say. A few well-chosen words won't take long. Then we're going on with the show again. What I speak for at this time is in the nature of a warning. My vast experience in addressing crowds of people between both coasts of our great country shows me that wherever there's a crowd, there's a risk. Among you here tonight, there may be crooks at work. I mean it, folks. There are strangers here, unknown to any of you. Folks who make a living picking the pockets of others who are listening to what I'm saying. Now be careful, folks, and make sure that your pockets ain't picked in the course of my entertainment, my health talk and consultation service that'll follow immediately. Watch your property, folks, and meanwhile, have a good time listening to Doc Stubbs' incomparable entertainers. Let her go, boys!
Did you see the people, Tonto?
Plenty, feller. Feeling pockets.
To make sure his money was still there. And that's just what Stubbs wanted them to do.
Not right.
They're the ones who might be robbed.
Who helped him, Stubbs?
I think he has men scattered through the crowd. As nearly as I can figure it out, he lets these men see whose pockets are worth picking, then has them picked.
Stubbs. Well, Sneed, was you where you could watch folks while I made that speech?
Yeah. I just got done observing them. I seen a half a dozen that looked likely, but one that was more likely than the others.
Yeah?
I asked who he was. It's Jim Kendall, boss of the Bar K Ranch a few miles north of here.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I seen him fumbling with a money belt that looked mighty heavy.
And this is the time when the cattlemen get paid. Maybe he's got all his cattle money with him.
Stubbs, why don't you let me just lift the belt from him and save a lot of bother?
No, sir. That's too risky, Sneed. Picking pockets ain't safe.
Oh, this ain't picking pockets.
It's even harder to take a man's money belt.
Not for me.
We stick to doing things my way. Picking pockets was all right in the East, but out here they'd lynch us for it. Now set aside them special medicine bottles.
No.
And make sure you hand some to Jim Kendall. You can point him out to me as I start selling. Now we got to get ready. The music's most done. Well, folks, quiet down, quiet down. That ain't all, gents. We got more. We got more music, more dancing, and more things to show you. But first, I want to take this opportunity to bring relief to them that suffers, hair to them that's bald, comfort and health to all the ailing. Folks, right here in this small bottle is the world's greatest discovery. The secret of my famous snake oil tonic was lost since the earliest Egyptian days. On one of my world tours, I found the secret formula, written early Egyptian, on the inside of the tomb of Nebuchadnezzar. Yes, sirree, folks. The thing that my snake oil tonic won't cure ain't been discovered. Aches and pains, colds, lameness, rheumatism, dandruff, stomachache, headache, toothache, neuralgia, asthma, gout, and baldness. Snake oil peps you up, and it's the thing for whatever ails you. How'd Methuselah live to be 1,000 years of age? Snake oil! What made Solomon so wise? Snake oil! But men of your intelligence don't need convincing when they see an honest man. All I can say is try it. And if it don't do what it's claimed, your cash will be refunded cheerfully.
Jim Kendall, there's times when I wonder if you're in your right mind.
Now, what's the matter, Marthy?
I wouldn't have minded had you fetched home one bottle of that stuff for $1, but the idea of toting home a whole case of it.
$10 a dozen, Marthy. It saved me $2. From what the doc said after looking me over, it's just what I've been needing from rheumatics.
$10.
But don't you see, Marthy? I had to stock up on it because Doc mightn't be back this way at all. He aims to sail for the Orient when he gets to the Gold Coast.
I reckon he better after swindling everyone in this country.
Besides, ain't no risk. He said if it wasn't all he claimed, he'd give back the cash.
Is that so? Well, let me ask you, Jim. If you can't find him to buy more, how in Tunket are you going to find him to get back the cash?
Huh? Great ginger, I never thought of that.
$10. Just because you got your cattle money, you go and spend it like it growed on trees.
Well, anyhow, if it cures my rheumatics, it'll be worth it. I'm going to try some. Have a try of it?
No, I don't want none of that stuff.
Say, by ginger, that stuff tastes all right.
$1 a bottle, it should.
Better have a try at it.
I ain't got no rheumatics.
Well, you got aching feet. Doc said it'd cure most anything.
All I need to cure my aching feet's the chance to sit down once or twice between sunup and bedtime.
This is good. Reckon I'll have another go at it.
Now, don't you take too much of that stuff.
First swig was from rheumatics. This one is from ailing heart.
Your heart.
Sure. Doc told me my heart weren't so good. I'll maybe have to take the whole bottle before bed. I got so many things I'm ailing with.
You look like you enjoyed that stuff.
Tastes first rate. Better try some.
Well, maybe I better.
There you are.
I've got an ache in my right arm. Maybe it'll help that.
Sure it will. Maybe I should have got a couple dozen bottles while I was at it.
I do declare this don't taste like medicine at all.
Ain't it prime?
First rate. I got a notion it'll help my arm considerable, but hold on.
Huh?
You got your cash, ain't you?
Sure, here it is. Right here in the money belt.
All right, then. I hear that there were sometimes pickpockets working in a crowd.
They wouldn't get me. No, sirree. That shows how square the doc is. He warned us to see that our cash was safe.
Let me have a mite more of that stuff. I do believe it's helping my ache.
Yeah, honey. I'm downright sleepy.
You should be gallivanting to that medicine show town.
Here, pour your own snake oil. I'm going to bed.
Later that same night, while Jim Kendall and his wife slept soundly, Doc Stubbs and Sneed approached their home. The masked man and Tonto, secretly following the two men, saw Doc Stubbs wait outside while his companion entered. Sneed was gone for only a short time, and when he returned, Doc Stubbs spoke to him.
You got it, Sneed? Sure, I got it.
There's the belt, and Kendall never moved a muscle.
I tell you, Sneed, that snake oil that we give to money men sure makes them sleep, don't it?
Sure does. He wore the belt to bed with him, and I had to take it off, but still he didn't start none.
Good. I told him to be sure and take at least a half a bottle before bedtime.
There was a whole bottle drained. I seen it.
Then he'd sure oversleep in the morning.
Stubbs, that stuff ain't likely to poison him, is it?
No, nothing like that.
That'd be going too far.
Now, we got a couple of more places to call on. Let me see. I reckon the next one's Mr. Alf Jennings. He's got more cash than he knows what to do with. Come on, Sneed. On to Mr. Jennings.
Wait, Tonto.
Me go get him crook.
Not yet.
Him take money belt.
I know.
Steal him from Kendall.
Let him go, Kimasabi. We're going to stay right here until morning and catch Jim Kendall just as soon as he awakens.
The next morning, the entire town was excited by news of the thefts. When Sheriff Lambert arrived at his office, he met Hank Jennings and half a dozen other men impatiently waiting for him.
Quiet! I can't hear all of you speaking to once. Let me get into my office and speak one at a time.
My cash was stolen. Look here, Sheriff Lamson. We got a thief in town.
Boys, have all of you been robbed?
Took me for $300.
Well, hold on. We got to get some clues to work with.
I
already got ideas.
Who?
An Injun. Injun? How's that? Now, look. I reckon any man here will tell you that there ain't a lighter sleeper alive than what I am.
I'll vouch for that.
There ain't but two things can come into my room at night and not wake me up. One is a kitten, the other's an Injun. And I seen a strange Injun around town all day yesterday.
Sheriff Lamson.
The doc.
I must see you, Sheriff.
Doc Stubbs. Don't say that you've been robbed.
I figured this was an honest community, Sheriff. But it ain't. I was robbed of a fortune during the night.
Well, I'll be dead ready. How many more is there going to be?
Well, maybe I'm wrong in judging a local man the thief. It might be one of my own boys. An entertainer, a banjo player, skipped out during the night. Now, it might have been him.
Doc, I was just telling the sheriff here that I seen a strange Injun around the town yesterday.
Ah, that must be it. That must be it then. I done wrong suspecting my banjo player. He must have just got tired of working and took off. An Indian, you say? That's it. We must locate him.
Hi, there's an Injun outside.
That's him.
Catch him.
Grab him, boys. Fetch him in here. Go on, get him. Get him. Come on. What matter?
Come on, we want you, Redskin.
Rob us, will you? We'll show you.
He's the one. He must be the one.
If he is, he'll hang for it.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When Doc Stubbs entered Dawson with his medicine show, he found out which men had money, sold them drugged bottles of his tonic, then with his partner robbed his victims while they slept. The Lone Ranger and Tonto had followed Doc Stubbs, hoping to get evidence against him. But in the meantime, Tonto was accused of the thefts and jailed. Our next scene opens in the sheriff's office. Tonto is facing his accusers.
Of course you deny doing it.
He done it all right, though, Sheriff.
Me not thief. There ain't no white man could get to my bedroom and rob me and not wake me up.
You might as well confess, Injun.
Me not talk. Look here, Sheriff Lamson. The door to my place squeaks. I just thought of that. That'd wake me up if anyone come in. Them boys got back with the Injun's horse yet?
No. Tain't likely he'd have the loot on his horse. He's got it hid somewhere.
Stubbs, suppose you let me question him and you keep your mouth shut. I'm the sheriff here.
Oh, the thanks I get for trying to be helpful.
Shut up! Well, then, Injun, you can make things a darn sight easier for yourself if you tell where the cash is hid and return it. Me not talk.
He wouldn't confess to stealing it, not even to save his life.
He ought to hang. Will you let me do the talking? Now, Injun, suppose I told you you'd hang if you didn't bring back the cash and go free if you did. No. Just stand there shaking your head, huh? Well,
Sheriff, I got to speak with you.
Morning, Mrs. Kendall. And don't tell me Jim's been robbed, too.
Oh, Sheriff, it's worse than that. You better come and see the remains.
Huh? There's remains?
Oh, it's dreadful. I'm afraid he's been poisoned. It's some critter by the name of Doc Stubbs.
Stubbs?
What's that?
I don't know what the critter looks like, but he sold poor Jim a dozen bottles of that medicine.
Snake oil?
Yeah, and Jim took an awful lot of it. More than was good for anyone. I bet that's what brought on the end.
There's the doc there.
You, Doc Stubbs. You killer. You fake. You'll swing for this.
Now, wait. My good lady.
I ain't your good lady. I'm Jim Kendall's widow.
Oh.
What about that, Stubbs? Is there anything in that snake oil that's poison?
No. I told Kendall he was in bad shape. His heart.
He was never sick in his life. Not till he's seen you.
Sheriff, if that's what that snake oil does, oh, my sakes, I'll be dying from it.
Will you come with me, Sheriff? Come and see if you don't think Jim's been poisoned.
You gents will have to wait till I get back.
But my cash is stolen.
What about my money? All of you wait here and watch the prisoners. Stubbs, you're under arrest along with the Redskins.
Me? You can't arrest me.
You poisoned my husband.
There's a mistake somewhere.
We're holding you till we investigate.
Oh, this is no way to treat a visitor in your town. There ain't nothing you can charge me with.
There's as much as there is to charge the engine with. I'm in favor of keeping suspects where I can lay my hands on them when I want them. Jail them, boys. Come on, Doc. You heard what the sheriff said.
You can't put me in jail. This ain't legal. You can't do this to me.
Who says we can?
Come on, Miss Kendall. We'll go have a look at your husband. We better get the coroner in our way.
Listen, Sheriff. Sheriff Lamson.
Ain't no use you shouting, Stubbs. He's gone.
Oh, this ain't right. I got things to tend to at my camp. My things are unprotected there. What's left after the thieving of last night?
Now, you just sit there and relax. We all been robbed by that consarn redskin.
Where's my partner? Where's Dr. Stubbs?
Sneed, here I am. Come over here.
Oh, gosh, Doc. You're in the calaboose.
Come here.
I maybe better be getting out.
Come here, I tell you. Boys, the least you can do for your friend Doc Stubbs is to let me speak to my assistant manager in private.
Go on and speak. We're staying here to guard you and the redskin.
What I've got to say is of a personal nature. It's pertaining to my business. Would you mind stepping back from the door a little?
Leave him talk, boys. After all, the doc gave us a whale of a good show last night.
Doc, is there any danger?
Listen, Sneed. The main trouble will be in proving the redskin in here with me stole the things last night.
Yeah? What are you inside that cell for?
Kendall's heart got him. His wife has an idea it's my snake oil that poisoned him.
Oh, gosh.
I can get out of that all right by proving this redskin a thief.
I savvy.
Folks all suspect him. Now, if only some of the stolen things could be found in his belongings, that'd clinch it.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you could find some evidence while the sheriff's at Kendall's place.
Reckon maybe I could. I'll go try.
The sheriff had left with Mrs. Kendall, but returned in an hour. He was stern as men gathered around him with countless questions.
What about Kendall?
What killed him? How did it happen?
Now, get to finding our cash. When will we get our money back? Oh, quiet down, you bunch of galoots. Quiet down there. Quiet. I'll handle things as I get to 'em.
Sheriff Lamson, you can't pin no guilt on me.
Who says I can't? What right you got to sell such stuff as that snake oil of yours?
Sheriff. Hey, Sheriff. Look what I found.
He's got my buckskin money bag.
There's my purse.
Sneak, where'd you find that evidence?
Quiet now, quiet here. What's this stuff you got here?
Evidence, ain't it, Sheriff? I found it all together by that Injun's camp.
You did, huh? What about it, Redskin?
That's not true.
You can't lie out of it now, Redskin.
Keep your trap shut, Stubbs. I'm sheriff here, and I'll handle things. Sneed, you sure that's all stolen goods?
Sure it is.
How'd you know?
Huh?
I says, how do you know it was the Injun's own property?
Well, I
heard Jennings and a couple of the others claim them money bags. But you didn't know they belonged to them before you come here, did you?
Sure he did. He seen him take cash from them money bags last night at my meeting. Didn't you, Sneed?
Yeah, sure. Sure thing.
Well, where's the cash? I don't care about the bag. I want what was in it.
Reckon you'll have to make the Injun tell you about that.
Oh, make him talk, Sheriff. Just let him out of that cell long enough for me to get my hands on him.
Let me at him. We'll choke the truth out of him.
He's guilty. You can see by the grin on his face.
I ain't so sure about that. First of all, though, we got something else to tend to. Stubbs, I told you I'd seen the remains of Jim Kendall.
Yeah, but...
You claim this snake oil of yours won't hurt a man?
Of course it won't.
Not even if a man took a whole bottle of it?
I don't care how much he took.
Well, you'll have to prove that.
Huh?
There's a bottle of it. Drink it.
Well, what?
Take it, Injun. Make the critter drink it.
Me make him drink.
Me?
Take your own medicine for a change. Let's see how it affects you.
But I ain't ailing.
You will be if you don't drink it.
You take him.
Now listen here, gents. Make him stop.
You take him.
Look at the doc taking his own medicine.
That's the ticket, Stubbs. Drink her down. Show him that you ain't afeard of it.
Maybe we better give his partner a bottle of it, too.
I won't take that stuff.
Look at him travel.
But this ain't getting back our money.
I'll get around to that when I get done finding out if Doc Stubbs has been selling poison. Make him drink it, Injun.
It all gone now. Stubbs drank it all right. There's the empty bottle.
This ain't right. It ain't legal. It ain't just. I'll have the law on you.
I'm the law here, Stubbs. How'd you feel?
Oh, I'm ailing. I'm a sick man. I'm dying. You couldn't have done it.
Has he taken his medicine?
You bet he has.
Who's the masked man?
Who's that?
Help me.
No.
I'm falling asleep.
Take it easy, boys. This masked man's a friend of ours.
How is he, Tonto?
Him be sleep plenty quick.
Oh, I can't keep awake. You can't do this to me.
All right, men. If you want your stolen money back, come with me. I'll show you the way.
Our money back?
Do what he says, boys. You to take orders from him just as if they come from me.
Come on this way.
Come on, boys.
The sheriff and the group of angry ranchers left the office to follow the masked man. They rode towards Doc Stubbs' medicine show, but before they'd covered more than half the distance, they saw a rider approaching them.
Hey, that looks like Jim Kendall.
It is Jim Kendall.
But you said he was dead.
I never said nothing of the sort. I said that I'd seen his remains, but I didn't tell you that the remains was the same as Jim has always been. Hi there, Jim. Oh, steady, boy. Oh, steady here. Oh. Hi, Jim.
It's working out like you said, stranger.
Where's Sneed?
Packing things at Doc Stubbs' wagon.
Packing things?
Getting set to pull stakes. You better hurry if you want to catch him.
But, Kendall, how's it that you're alive?
Come on and ride. I'll tell you why we're going after Sneed. Get up there, boy. Come on now. Get up there. Come on. The masked man seen Stubbs and Sneed robbing Kendall last night. He had to get proof on him. So when he talked to Jim this morning, explaining the medicine the doc sold made folks sleep too sound, awakening when they were robbed, Kendall agreed to his scheme.
Then I was drugged last night.
Sure he was.
Why, that medicine.
Yep. Then Kendall's wife came for me, and when I got to his place, found him alive and well, him and the masked man told me what was what. We made Sneed think the medicine was really poison if he took a whole bottle of it. Figuring he'd take the loot and hightail.
And that's just what the coyote's doing. There he goes now, wagon and all.
Come on, Silver!
Oh, get him, sir! Get after him!
Come on there, Silver, old boy! We'll catch him before he gets very far. Pull up there, Sneed!
Let me be. He can't poison me, too. Let me alone.
Come on, Silver!
Get back or I'll kill you.
Wait, watch you, Sneed! Stubbs gave everything away!
Let me be. Let me be, I tell you. Get away from those horses.
Put down your gun or I'll blast it from your hand! Oh, there! Oh, boy! Oh! There comes the sheriff and the men you helped rob, Sneed. You're under arrest.
Steady, boys. Steady there. All right, Sneed. We got you now.
You can't kill me like what you done with the doc.
Huh?
You.
What's the matter, Sneed? Surprised to see me living?
Kendall.
That medicine ain't poison, but it's sure a sleep producer.
Hand over the stolen cash, Sneed.
I ain't got it.
Hand it over. It's somewhere in that wagon, and we're here to get it.
If you don't want to go back and get lynched with the doc, let's have the stolen cash.
Lynched? No, don't take me back. Listen to me, Sheriff. The cash is all inside the wagon. It's all there, and all the doc stole from every other town is there, too. Take it and let me go. It's in the trunk.
That's all we wanted to know, Sneed. We won't take you back to get lynched.
Yeah? You'll let me go?
Not a chance on it. We won't take you back to hang. But we'll sure take you back to keep Stubbs company in jail after we let Tonto go free.
Hi-yo, Silver! Come on there, Silver, old boy! Stretch out those great legs of yours! Hi-yo, Silver!
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Later this evening, great entertainment continues on the NBC Radio Network with such stellar programs as The Big Show, The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, Theater Guild on the Air, and The $64 Question. Immediately following Tales of the Texas Rangers, you'll hear The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and all of her guest stars. Today, listen for Vera Lynn, Jack Carson, James Barton, Tony Bavar, and Bob and Ray, along with Meredith Wilson and The Big Show Chorus and Orchestra. The Big Show brings 90 minutes of enjoyable listening, and then Phil Harris and Alice Faye step before the NBC microphones to bring you mirth and music in their own inimitable manner. Later, it's Theater Guild on the Air with Dorothy McGuire, David Niven, and Roddy McDowell in the Theater Guild presentation of The Thief. And then, too, you'll be happily entertained by Jack Parr as he asks the $64 question. So keep tuned here for continuous great entertainment. And now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Night Chase.
It is 9:20 on the evening of May 5th, 1937. 16 miles north of Durham, Texas, rancher Jim Fuller and his wife Susan are driving up the dirt road which leads to their ranch house.
Sure is a long haul into town and back, but I reckon the movie was worth it.
It was a good movie, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The girl was so pretty, too.
We got prettier ones right here in Texas.
Oh, what's an old fella like you know about pretty girls?
Huh? Well, now, I did pick you out, didn't I?
Why, Jim.
Susan, if it wasn't so blame dark in this car, I'd say you was blushing.
Well, maybe I am, but one thing, I ain't going to sit here all night letting you tease me. Let's get on into the house.
You go in ahead, honey. I'm going to take a walk down to the barn. I want to take a look at that mare's leg.
Well, don't be long, Jim. I'll have some hot cocoa fixed time to get back.
Susan, come here, quick.
What? What's wrong?
Down there, toward the east range.
Why, it looks like some men with flashlights. What are they
Wait
doing?
a minute. Yep, they got a truck with them. Must have broke down the fence and backed it in.
Jim, ain't that where you got the heifers and coyotes?
It sure is. I'll bet anything them fellas are fixing to rustle my calves.
Jim, where are you going?
I'm going to get my shotgun, go down there after them.
Jim, wait! If those men are rustlers, they've probably got guns, too. Now, why don't you phone the sheriff and let him handle it?
Well...
Please, Jim.
All right, come on. Should have had them calves branded afore now. Rustlers get them, I'll never be able to identify them.
Well, maybe they won't get away.
You stay out here in the porch, honey. Keep an eye on them while I call the sheriff. They start to take off. Now you sing out.
All right, Jim.
Operator, you get me the sheriff, quick. They still out there, Susan?
I only see one flashlight now. I think...
Hello, Sheriff. This is Jim Fuller. I got rustlers on my place. Yeah, down at the beginning of my east range.
Jim!
Just a minute, Sheriff. What is it, honey?
They just started off.
They're taking off now, Sheriff. Could you see which way they headed, Susan?
Looks like they might be making for that road runs along the other end of the range.
They're moving toward Farm Road 48, Sheriff. Yeah, I know you will. I sure hope you get them.
The sheriff alerted his deputies for pursuit of the rustlers and requested assistance from the Texas Rangers. Rangers Jace Pearson and Clay Morgan, returning from the case, were contacted by radio and informed that the sheriff had blockaded the south end of Farm Road 48. They were to set up a checkpoint on Farm Road 48, 15 miles to the north.
Stop signs and flares are all set, Jace.
Good, Clay.
Pretty good spot for a roadblock, curve on one end, that hill on the other. Yeah, sounds like our first customer coming now.
Uh-huh. Passenger car. Couldn't be our boys. Wave them through, will you, Clay?
It's all right. Go ahead. You don't figure they could have cut off on another side road, do you, Jace?
The sheriff said there was no turnoff between here and the ranch. Clay.
Yeah. It's a truck, all right, coming pretty fast.
Yeah, just flipped off their lights. Must be them. They don't stop, try and get their tires.
They're not going to stop.
Give it to them. Come on, let's get after them.
Yeah. Could have sworn we hit a back tire.
Might have, but they got dual wheels on the rear.
Gonna be tough working up any speed with the horse trailer on the back.
Give her all she's got. I'll get on the radio. Unit 10 to KTXA.
KTXA to Unit 10. Go ahead, Unit 10.
Subjects failed to halt at roadblock. They're proceeding north on Farm Road 48. Unit 10 pursuing.
We'll notify all units.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA, Austin.
I think we're gaining some, Jace.
Sounds like they think so, too. Here, let me get that rifle.
Jace, you all right?
Yeah, I guess so. 2 scratches from the glass. Sure made a mess of the windshield with that one.
Hope their aim doesn't get any better.
I'll see if I can spoil it.
Hey, you did it! You got that other back tire, Jace. They're going over.
Hold it, Clay.
There they go, climbing out of the cab.
Watch yourself.
Yeah, they're splitting up, Jace.
Take the one across the road. I'll get the driver.
Hey!
Clay?
You get him, Jace?
This one's dead. How'd you make out?
Come on over. I think I lost him, Jace. He went down to that scrub.
He could have headed anywhere from there.
Can't be too far away.
You keep after him. I'll go back and unload the horses. Catch up with you in a few minutes. Who, Charky? Who, Dan? Who, boy? Who? Larry?
Yeah, Jace. Over here. Here's your horse. Thanks. How you making out? Oh, some tracks, but not very clear. Ground's too rocky.
From what I could follow with my flash coming down here, you headed along the bottom of this gully. I lost the trail just before I got to you.
Yeah, this rocky ground makes night trailing rough.
Uh-huh. Now, wait a minute. Ooh.
What is it, Chase?
Over there, that shack.
Yeah, no lights. Could be worth taking a look.
Let's go.
Yeah, come on, Chucky. If he's not around there, chances are we won't get him tonight.
No, but maybe whoever lives in the shack heard him go by. Might get a line on his direction.
What if we don't?
We'll go back and see what we can find out about the dead man. The truck ought to tell us something, too.
Hey, did you hear the way those calves were bawling?
Yeah, some of them got hurt when the truck turned over. Poor devils. Ooh, Charky.
Oh, Dan, whoa, boy. Oh. Not a sound. Think it could be inside, Jason?
It could be. You stay here and cover me while I go up to the door.
Sure.
Si, senor.
Texas Rangers. You here alone?
Si, I'm alone. You forgive I'm not dressed, but I was asleep.
We'd like to come in for a few minutes, if you don't mind.
Oh, si, senor. Por favor, come in, please.
It's all right, Clay. Come on.
All right.
I just make the light in the lantern, huh? Un momento, senor. That's better, no?
Yeah. You been here all evening?
Oh, si, senor, I'm here. This is my house. Tonight I'm tired and I go to sleep early.
We're looking for a man. We think he might have come this way.
A man? Well, what does he look like, senor?
We don't know yet. But he stole some cattle from a ranch down a piece.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Did you see anybody pass here tonight?
Oh, no, senor, no, nobody.
You hear any noises outside?
Noises? No, nobody but you.
All right. Come on, Clay.
You gonna go now, senor?
And we'll be back in the morning to pick up our man's trail. You better keep your door locked tonight.
Si, senor. Adios, senores.
Adios.
You can come out now. They're gone, senor.
You did real good, Pepe. I'm proud of you.
Oh, si, I do just what you tell me, senor, because I'm so scared.
You had a right to be. If you'd have said one word, I'd have blown your head off.
Oh, no. You heard me. I told them nothing.
You told them nothing.
Si, now you go, senor. Please, they come back tomorrow.
Yeah. And you're going to forget you ever saw me.
Oh, si, senor. I don't tell them. I forget everything.
Sure, Pepe. You said it just right. You're going to forget everything.
Oh, boy.
Oh. Howdy, Rangers.
Evening.
My name's Jim Fuller. Sheriff asked me to tell you you went to fetch J.P.
You the man whose cattle were stolen?
Yeah, I got most of them rounded up again, though, except for one I had to shoot because he was hurt too bad.
You didn't touch anything on the truck, did you?
No. Highway Patrol wouldn't let nobody touch nothing.
Want to start with the dead man, Jace?
Yeah, might as well check the truck first as long as we're up here. We'll see you later, Mr. Fuller.
You sure, Ranger?
Notice anything funny about the truck, Clay?
Yeah, no license plates.
Want to check the chassis number? I'll try the motor.
Sure. Couple of shells from an automatic on the ground.
That'll be some help. How about the chassis number?
Seal plate's been taken off.
I figured it would be. Come here and take a look.
What'd you find? Oh, motor number chiseled off. Sure went to a lot of trouble.
Get a lab crew up here. Have them work it over.
You think they'll be able to bring out the number with acid?
Either that or by heating it hot enough so the number shows. Sometimes that works better.
Well, we better go see if the dead man has any kind of identification.
Yeah. But I got a hunch he won't.
Yeah, they must have planned this pretty careful.
And for a long time. Motor number wasn't taken off yesterday. Body's over at the left, Clay.
Yeah, here's one rustler who won't try a second job.
I'd like to make sure his partner won't either.
Yeah. Here's his gun. Old one. 38 Colt revolver.
Yeah, that means the other man had the automatic. Check his pockets, Clay. I'll hold the light.
All right. Yeah. Little bit of change. Cigarette. Yeah, looks like your hunch was right, Jay.
Nothing, huh?
Yeah, what's our next step?
We're radio for the lab crew, then as soon as it's light, we'll head back to that gully and start tracking again. At dawn, we retraced our steps of the night before. Even in daylight, the rocky terrain made it difficult to pick up a trail. We split up and began crisscrossing the area. 40 minutes later, Clay called me.
Hey, Jace!
What'd you find, Clay? Who, Sharky?
These tracks, Jace. Pretty clear ones.
Uh-huh. Line them up. Look like they lead from any place special?
Yeah, the Mexican shack.
Let's ride over there. Have another talk with him. Get up, Sharky. Come on.
You figure our rustler could have been there sometime last night?
There's a well by the front door. He might have been pretty thirsty from running. Could be he stopped for a drink.
Might be some fingerprints handy if he did.
That's what I'm hoping.
Doesn't look like the Mexican's awake yet. Maybe he's still inside, scared to come out.
Who, Sharky?
Oh, boy. Ooh.
Hey, Clay, through that window.
Yeah. Funny he'd have a lantern burning in broad daylight.
And even funnier, he let it smoke that way. Come on.
He might be out somewhere.
But he wouldn't leave that lantern burning. Come on, let's go in.
Jeez, in the corner.
Yeah. Our Mexican friend. Shot to death.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson.
Most of us know that the regular purchase of United States defense bonds is the safest and surest way to save. But as we begin this new year, it's a good time to check up and ask, are you buying as many defense bonds as you should regularly? Set up a plan for buying bonds right through the year. That's the practical way to make sure that you actually do buy bonds instead of just thinking about it. One way is to join the payroll savings plan where you work. Ask your employer to set aside a certain sum from each paycheck and invest it in defense bonds for you. If you're not on a payroll, join the bond-a-month plan at your bank. Ask your bank to charge a certain amount against your checking account each month. They'll use that amount to purchase bonds which will be sent to you regularly. No matter what plan you use, be sure to buy defense bonds systematically. That's the sure, sensible way to save. And it benefits both you and your country. And now back to the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Night Chase.
An automatic shell on the floor of the shack indicated that the rustler we were after had shot the Mexican. We followed the killer's tracks to the main highway 4 miles north where they ended. Then we went back to town. A lab crew was able to bring out the motor number on the truck by heat process. By mid-morning, we traced ownership of the truck to Harry Crowley, a tenant rancher whose place was near Fillmore, 30 miles east of the crime. Shortly before noon, we were approaching the Crowley ranch.
Jace?
Uh-huh.
You're still thinking about the Mexican, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Well, it was something that couldn't be helped.
Maybe not.
You really think our man was hiding in the closet the whole time we were there?
He must have been. There's no other reason why he'd shoot him. A man running away doesn't stop off in a lonely shack to commit murder just to pass the time.
Yeah, well, you could be right. But if he was there, that'd make the dead man an awful good actor.
He probably thought it was the only way to save his life.
Too bad he was so convincing. Here's the Crowley Ranch, Jace.
Yeah. Sure hope we find something here. This is one killer I want to settle with personally, and soon.
Well, we can be pretty sure this Crowley was one of the two rustlers.
We'll have to find out if he's the killer or the one I got. Here comes somebody. Watch it.
Yeah?
Mrs. Crowley?
Yeah?
We're Texas Rangers. We'd like to talk to you. Can we come in?
All right.
Give me that photo, Clay. Thanks. Did you ever see this man before?
Well, that's my husband. What happened to him?
I'm afraid I got bad news for you, ma'am. Your husband was caught rustling cattle last night. He was killed.
Killed?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it all along.
Maybe you better sit down, ma'am.
I don't want to sit down. Kept telling Harry, you got a ranch and a wife, you got to take care of us both. Not him. He had to keep thinking up big ideas to make easy money. But now he's got just what I told him he'd get.
How long was your husband mixed up in cattle rustling?
How would I know? He never told me nothing. Always away from the ranch, leaving all the work for me.
We're looking for another man who was with him last night. You know of any people he went around with?
No.
Didn't he ever bring friends out here to the ranch?
Him? He was hardly ever here himself. When he was, he just spent his time jawing about all the big things he was going to do. He was going to be rich, Harry was. Him, rich.
All right, ma'am. We'll be going now. But we'd appreciate it if you'd stay here. We'll send somebody around to pick you up this afternoon.
Pick me up, what for?
We'll have to go over to Durham and identify your husband's body. By the way, ma'am, you have a phone here?
Phone? We can't afford no phone.
Thanks, ma'am.
There's something fishy about this, Jace. She didn't seem at all surprised when we said her husband was dead.
I know. Did you notice her eyes? Red and swollen like she'd been crying for hours.
Think she already knew about her husband being dead?
Could be. There's only one man who could have told her. Our killer.
Well, suppose she does know something she didn't tell us. How do we find out?
If she has some connection with Crowley's partner, she'll want to tell him we're on his trail.
Well, there's no phone in the house. You'd have to use that jalopy over there to get to him.
Pull over that hill, Clay, where we can watch the house without being seen. If she goes somewhere, we're going to be right behind her. Our hunch paid off. 20 minutes later, Mrs. Crowley left the house and drove to town. We followed. She stopped at a hardware store and went in. When she came out again, a man walked with her to the car, talking urgently. Then he went back into the store. We let Mrs. Crowley drive a little way down the street before we told her to pull over to the curb.
What you want now?
Cut your engine, ma'am. I thought we told you to stay home.
I wanted to come in and tell my brother about Harry.
That's your brother you were talking to outside the hardware store?
Yeah.
We'll go have a talk with him. You stay right here, ma'am, and this time do what we say.
We might be onto something, Chase.
Yeah, maybe. We only got suspicions to go on so far. We got to have more than that.
Be with you in a second, Ranger, as soon as I get this can of paint out. Yeah.
Now, what can I do for you?
I'm Ranger Pearson. This is Ranger Morgan.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Rangers. My name's Holden, Al Holden.
Your sister told us she broke the news to you about her husband.
How did you...
You started to say something, Mr. Holden.
No, I was just surprised. Ruth only left here a couple of minutes ago. Awful thing about Harry. It's terrible.
You know anybody Harry was running around with? Somebody who could have been his partner on this job?
Partner? No.
Well, can you give us the names of any of his friends?
Well, I'd like to help, Ranger, but I don't reckon I know of anybody Harry ran with.
I see. You mind telling us where you were last night, Mr. Holden?
Me? Why, Look, Ranger, you think I was mixed up in this?
That's just a routine question. Where were you?
Out to the ranch whole evening.
Any special reason you were there the whole evening?
Well, sure, I lived there. Did my sister tell you that?
Mr. Holden, do you have a gun?
No, I never have owned one.
Lots of pretty guns in that rack over there. Seems like a man who sells guns would have one for himself.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Tell you the truth, I've always been a little scared of guns.
Thanks, Mr. Holden. We might drop back a little later on.
Any time at all, Rangers. Any time.
How about it, Clay? He looked like the one you chased into the gully last night?
I'd like to say it was for sure. He's the same build. But you know how dark it was.
Yeah.
If he's our man, Jace, he's going to be tough to crack.
I know. With his sister to bear him out, he's got a pretty good alibi.
Yeah, the thing we have to do is find the gun he used.
Even if we do, we still have to tie Holden to it.
You reckon we better have a look through the Crowley ranch house?
Might turn up something. We'll have Mrs. Crowley take us through.
Can I go now?
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, ma'am. Better start back the ranch now.
I still got some things to do in town.
Well, they'll have to wait. We want to search your home. Be better if you're there.
You can't do that.
We could get a warrant. It'd save time if you gave us permission.
All right, you got permission.
Thanks, ma'am. You drive ahead. And remember, we'll be right behind you.
You're wasting your time, Rangers. You ain't going to find a thing in my brother's room.
And maybe we'll agree with you, ma'am, after we're through looking.
Jace. I found this in the wastebasket next to the desk.
Uh-huh. Empty cartridge box.
Yeah, same caliber as the one we found last night.
Mrs. Crowley, have you any idea how this got in your brother's room?
It must have belonged to my husband.
Well, your husband had a revolver, 38 caliber Colt. Shells in this box were made for a 32 automatic. Whose were they, ma'am?
Well, I don't know.
Your brother said he spent last night here. Did he?
He was here the whole night.
I kind of thought you might remember he wasn't here. It could save you a prison term.
Prison? What are you talking about?
If your brother is the man we want, and you're helping him, you could go to jail for obstructing justice.
I got nothing to say. My brother was here at the ranch all last night.
Come on, Miss Crowley.
Why are you taking me?
Down to the constable's office?
You can't arrest me.
We're not arresting you, ma'am. We'll have to have another talk with your brother, and while we do, we just want to be sure where you are.
Howdy, Rangers. Didn't expect to see you back so soon.
We didn't expect to be back so soon.
Picked up any leads in that partner of Harry's you were looking for?
I think so.
Oh? You know who he is?
We got a pretty good idea.
Well, I'm right glad to hear it. People like that, they'll be put away as soon as you can lay a hand on them.
That's just the way we feel about it, Mr. Holden.
Is there anything I can do for you, Rangers?
We'd like to take a look at the guns you've got in that rack over there.
Guns? Why, sure. Come on over. Are you interested in buying one?
Just looking. Could I see that one?
This rifle here?
No, the 32 automatic above it.
Oh, that one. Yeah. Of course, I don't know too much about guns, but people who do know tell me this one's a honey. Here you are, Ranger.
Cleaned and oiled recently, hasn't it?
We just got it from the factory a few days ago. That's the way they send them to us.
That's so. This one here, it's a different caliber. The same factory. Isn't it, Mr. Holden?
Yeah, sure. What are you getting at, Ranger?
Well, this other gun's hardly oiled at all, just enough to protect it from rust. Are you sure you haven't been using the 32?
I told you, I don't know nothing about guns.
Clay, there's a little workroom in the back of this place. I saw it when we were here before. How about checking it for cotton waste that might have been used to clean a gun?
Sure, Jason.
Look, Ranger, I got a right to know what this is all about.
Sure you have. Take a look at this box. Take a good look. It used to have 32 caliber cartridges in it. We found it in your room.
Who let you in there?
Your sister. Mr. Holden, we think you were with your brother-in-law, Harry Crowley, last night. You tried to steal calves from the Fuller Ranch.
Don't be crazy. I had nothing to do with Harry.
You got away from us and you killed a Mexican because you knew he might identify you, didn't you?
How do you figure to prove what you're saying?
It won't be too hard. Not if Ranger Morgan finds the right piece of cotton waste in the other room.
Cotton waste don't mean nothing.
It does if a ballistic check shows that this was a gun that killed a Mexican last night.
Well,
Chase, I found that cotton waste full of burnt powder.
Wrap it up in paper and
You're
bring...
not gonna get me!
Put down that rifle!
I'll kill you! Not today! Get dirty! I got him, Clay!
Hey, you sure put him to sleep, Jace. But good.
He probably needed it. I don't guess he slept much last night.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Immediately following Tales of the Texas Rangers, stay tuned for The Big Show and its galaxy of stars. Today's Big Show guest list includes Jack Carson, Bob and Ray, James Barton, Vera Lynn, and Tony Bavar. And, of course, The Big Show is presided over by Miss Tallulah Bankhead, with Meredith Wilson directing The Big Show orchestra and chorus. Then hear Phil Harris and Alice Faye for 30 minutes of mirth and melody. There's a laugh in every line when it's time for the Phil Harris and Alice Faye Show. Later, there's Theater Guild on the Air. And here to tell you about today's program is one of its stars, Miss Dorothy McGuire.
Tonight, Theater Guild on the Air brings you Henry Bernstein's story, The Thief. It is the story of the eternal struggle between what is true and what man wants to believe is true. It is the story of a young man's belief that his beloved is nothing less than the perfection he imagines her to be. Hear The Thief, presented by Theater Guild on the Air tonight on NBC.
And now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
At his trial on July 17, 1937, Al Holden pleaded guilty to murder and cattle theft. His sister, Ruth Crowley, received a 2-year prison term for obstructing justice, and Holden was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville Penitentiary.
Here once again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Howdy, folks. Ever since that broadcast last year, when I read a poem entitled Not Guilty, we've had requests from judges, lawyers, police officers, and even a jailer in northern Alaska to repeat it. So, here it is. Not Guilty. I guess I've seen 1,000 men go in this jail and out, from tramps with month-old whiskers to rich men with a gout. Not one of them was guilty of the crimes the law accused. Seems they were all just victims of some officer's abuse. From the time the keys are rattled until they're locked up in the cell, their voices, though they differ from a whisper to a yell, the song is always just the same, that everyone will sing. I don't see why they put me here. I haven't done a thing. Makes no difference what they've done or how mean the crime has been. When they're locked behind those prison bars, they're always free from sin. Though the evidence be solid and their voice with guilt may ring, they'll stand right up and tell you, I haven't done a thing. So long, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. The cast included Tony Barrett, Whitfield Connor, Jeanette Nolan, Herb Ellis, and Betty Lou Gerson. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keats. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, The Big Show brings you 90 minutes of drama, comedy, and music on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.